With a bam, Ling Lan was sent stumbling back several steps from the force of the blow, and only then did she manage to catch her footing. Ling Xiao remained motionless, however, retracting his fist in an easy manner, just as if he had not been using his full strength in that last punch. Ling Lan's eyes narrowed. That attack had shown that her dad's physical skills level was at domain, both in terms of strength and speed. Moreover, his domain was absolutely unlike her own rudimentary domain that had yet to fully develop, but was instead a full-fledged perfect domain. The distance between their realms left her unable to see the other's actions clearly, she could only defend passively. Meanwhile, after retracting his fist, Ling Xiao's expression was rather bemused. He had sensed a trace of a familiar air in that last attack. He was quite shocked, somewhat disbelieving, but he could not suppress the wild joy surging in his heart. His daughter, had she truly entered that stage as he thought? Ling Xiao stared in surprise at his daughter standing not too far away, who was currently holding a defensive stance. He smiled slightly and said, "Lana, if you have truly reached that level, then display your full ability." The corners of Ling Lan's lips quirked. As expected of her old man, just a little contact with her Qi Jin and he had already discovered her secret. This also proved that her father had also achieved that level. Ling Lan believed that Ling Xiao's domain realm surely exceeded hers by a great margin. Just standing there, he already gave her a sense that she could never win against him, a feeling that she could only look up to him. Ling Lan could not help but speculate, could her dad have already reached the extreme limits of domain and had entered that half-god state, half-step to God realm? She thought about the top-secret file on Ling Xiao which Little Four had decrypted. His physical skills level had always been marked with a question mark. The military had previously speculated that Ling Xiao might be at the early stages of domain, but now it looked like they had still underestimated her father Ling Xiao. Since Ling Lan now knew her father's strength, she did not hesitate to unleash her domain. The attribute of Ling Lan's domain was ice. As soon as her domain was activated, the temperature in the combat room plummeted, and a white layer of frost even appeared to cover the ground. The innate talent you awakened is ice affinity, so your domain also inherited this energy potential and manifested with the element of ice. Ling Xiao silently probed the energy of Ling Lan's domain. Without a doubt, the ice element inside it was very rich. The more powerful her domain became, the lower the temperature within her domain would become. When it dropped to a certain degree, her domain may even be able to freeze any opponent within it, allowing her to win without having to fight the opponent directly. Although the ice series was rather cold, it was still a variation of the water series. As a girl, it was undoubtedly extremely appropriate that Ling Lan had awakened a water-type innate talent. Ling Xiao had just begun to relax when his brow immediately furrowed once more. Following the activation of the domain, Ling Lan's force of presence had also begun to spread out from her body. The force of presence compatible with the ice element should be a calm and stable one, but Ling Lan's force of presence seemed rather berserk, and there was an overbearing dominance behind it. This was completely opposite to the cool calmness of the ice element. Ling Xiao finally understood what was wrong with Ling Lan's force of presence. Thrown together with a domain whose power it was incompatible with, how could the two coexist in one body? This discovery made Ling Xiao break out in cold sweat. If they could not solve this problem, Ling Lan would one day be torn apart by these two mutually incompatible forces. Domain, activate. Ling Xiao did not hesitate to activate his own domain and wrapped Ling Lan within it, including her domain and her somewhat rioting force of presence. He could not allow Ling Lan's force of presence to burst out, otherwise they would really have a problem on their hands. Ling Xiao's domain had unfurled without a sound, one could almost overlook its presence. However, the combat room, which had become extremely cold due to Ling Lan's domain, was now slowly seeing an increase in temperature. Soon, the air was enveloped in warmth so comfortable that it gave people the urge to give up on all resistance and made them rather drowsy. As soon as Ling Xiao activated his domain, Ling Lan had sensed a warmth coming right at her. Like a spring breeze, it started to weaken her will to fight and she found herself becoming lethargic. Ling Lan knew that something was not right, but her heart just could not summon up the will to resist. With a soft crack, Ling Lan's domain crumbled. This outcome stunned Ling Lan. She had not expected her domain to be so fragile, only managing to hold out for several seconds under Ling Xiao's domain. This discovery made Ling Lan feel a little discouraged. She lost all thoughts of fighting back and was just about to admit defeat when her suppressed force of presence suddenly erupted. The raging force of presence was unyielding and forceful. Under the influence of this force of presence, Ling Lan's desolate mood was successfully chased away, and she was abruptly jolted to awareness. She had actually fallen under the influence of Ling Xiao's domain unknowingly, losing her usual indomitable spirit and choosing to give up and surrender. Ling Lan was shocked by Ling Xiao's domain. What exactly was the power behind her dad's domain? Why was it so strange? However, Ling Lan did not have time to ponder this question, because she found that a true crisis had appeared. Strictly speaking, Ling Lan's force of presence was Ling Lan's Tao. Her Tao was the dominance Tao, so she was destined to be domineering and unyielding. Ling Xiao's domain had just so happened to possess the ability to dispel one's willpower. This had definitely violated the very roots of Ling Lan's dominance Tao. It felt that it had been provoked, and so it overpowered the control of its master Ling Lan to begin striking back on its own initiative. Thus, even though Ling Lan was now sober again, she found that she had lost control over her own force of presence. She could only passively feel as her force of presence erupted uncontrollably, surging forwards madly to meet the pressure exerted by Ling Xiao's domain. Meanwhile, on Ling Xiao's end, when he had activated his domain, Ling Lan's initially still somewhat obscured force of presence was completely revealed, so Ling Xiao could finally experience the source of Ling Lan's force of presence. This force of presence is so unyielding and is shot through with toughness and dominance. Strange, how in the world did Lan'er cultivate such a force of presence? A girl's body was inherently weaker physically. Even if they became strong, their force of presences would still lean towards being steady and calm. It should be impossible for a girl to develop such an overbearing and aggressive force of presence. Mind you, among all the force of presences possible, a dominant one was the hardest to control. Even Ling Xiao himself did not dare to walk this path. Ling Xiao was astonished at Ling Lan's daring, but was also deeply worried. The path of dominance was not easy. Ling Xiao's thoughts went by in a flash, and under the pressure of his domain, Ling Lan's domain did not manage to hold out for more than a few seconds before crumbling completely. Without the resistance of Ling Lan's domain in the way, Ling Xiao could better feel the violent fluctuations in Ling Lan's force of presence. He immediately sensed something wrong and chose to press down on Ling Lan's extremely unstable and volatile force of presence. He did not want to hurt his daughter, merely hoping that Ling Lan's unstable force of presence would settle down under his pressuring and stop threatening to explode. At the very least, he was hoping that nothing bad would happen before he could think of a way to help his daughter solve this issue once and for all. Ling Xiao's decision was undoubtedly sound, a product of proper deliberation. However, Ling Xiao had still underestimated Ling Lan's force of presence. Despite the care he took when applying pressure, Ling Lan's force of presence had still sensed the act and had felt offended enough to go on a rampage. The shift in Ling Lan's force of presence made Ling Xiao's face change drastically. He could feel the rioting of this force. It was rampaging around within his domain with several times its original strength, causing Ling Xiao's initially rock-solid domain to begin shaking in an instant. HNG. The outburst of her force of presence made Ling Lan emit a muffled sound of pain, and a trickle of blood instantly flowed out from the corner of her lips. The abrupt growth in the output of her force of presence had also exceeded the capacity Ling Lan's body was able to withstand. She was suffering the reaction force of her force of presence, incurring severe internal damage from it. Besides that, under her clothes, the skin all over Ling Lan's body was beginning to crack. Blood began to ooze from these cracks, and Ling Lan's white uniform was soon stained red. Seeing Ling Lan's condition getting worse and worse, Ling Xiao was frantic. Right then, he no longer had any of the calm composure General Ling Xiao should have. Sweat poured from his forehead like rain, quickly making his hair wet, and then soaking through his collar. If there had been someone else there, they would even see that Ling Xiao's body, which was initially as steady as a mountain, was currently trembling uncontrollably. Ling Lan was naturally also very anxious in this kind of situation. She had just begun circulating the power in her body, thinking to use that to suppress her force of presence, when her already untamed force of presence pulled an unexpected move in its disobedience. It bucked Ling Lan's consciousness straight into the learning space, making her lose all control over her physical body. "Boss, what do we do now?" Little Four could clearly see Ling Lan's strange state. When he saw Ling Lan's consciousness appear in the learning space, Little Four knew things had escalated beyond their control. He was so frantic that he was running around in circles. If Ling Lan could not control her body, she would not be able to reign in this berserk and rampaging force of presence. In the end, Ling Lan's body would definitely break down and she would die. His main body, the learning space, would not lose anything from Ling Lan's death. At most, the explosion of the force of presence would just wipe out all of the learning space's power, so the worst-case scenario would be that the learning space would fall into hibernation. As long as he was given time, he would eventually revive and then move on to seek his next host. However, Little Four did not want that. He was already deeply bonded to Ling Lan. He wanted to become Ling Lan's most beloved follower. He could not accept Ling Lan's disappearance. Just the thought of it made Little Four crazy. This was the first time he was feeling this way. Was this fear? Ling Lan did not respond to Little Four's words. She tried desperately to connect with her body again, to no avail. It was like her physical body on the outside had no connection with her at all. This made Ling Lan both shocked and afraid. As she watched her body deteriorating, she could not help but feel despair rising up within her. Was her second life about to end after only a short 17 years? Humph. Suddenly, an icy harumph sounded out by Ling Lan's ear. This cold sound pierced right to Ling Lan's heart, scattering all thoughts of despair. With a jolt, Ling Lan's initially lost and helpless eyes instantly became strong again. Before the final outcome was decided, how could she despair? Ling Lan could not resist turning back to look at the door the sound had come from, feeling immensely grateful. How could she not know that that cold huff had come from Instructor Number 1? Just when she was about to give up out of despair, Instructor Number 1 had acted to spur her on. Meanwhile, at this time, in one of the spaces in the learning space, the instructors who were initially scattered around in different spaces had already gathered together in Instructor Number 1's space. All of them were exuding various degrees of worry. Ling Lan was their collective disciple. She was the disciple whom they were the proudest of over all the others they had taught before, thus, they did not wish to see their beloved disciple die as her body broke down. Number 9 was the first to break under the pressure and speak up. Anxiety writ all over her brow. She asked Instructor Number 1, "Big brother, will Ling Lan be alright?" So consumed with worry, she accidentally reverted to her old way of addressing Instructor Number 1. Number 1 cast a cold glance at Number 9. Number 9's initially incomparably ice-cold face was already cracking right now. He sighed softly. This younger sister of his was only cold on the surface. In reality, her heart was softer than anyone else's, and when it came to Ling Lan, Number 9 was the most concerned and most sincere among all the instructors. When Number 1, who had originally planned to stay silent, saw Number 9 being like this, he could only speak up to say, "This will depend on how Ling Lan chooses. This is her crisis, but it is also her chance. If she grasps it well, the problem that has been plaguing Ling Lan all this time will be resolved easily." At this point, Instructor Number 1's gaze turned distant and vacant. It was as if he was looking at the situation outside, but he could also be looking at nothing at all. Ling Lan has lost control of her body. No matter what she's thinking, it won't help. Number 5 had lost his usual smile at this moment. His eyebrows drew close together, locking a strand of worry between them. Also, Ling Lan's force of presence has completely erupted. Even if Ling Lan regains control of her body, she won't be able to fully suppress it. It was nice to say that humans would always beat the odds, but this needed to be established on the premise that the odds were not beyond one's limitations. Ling Lan's current situation had long exceeded the bounds of what she could endure. Instructor number 5 had always been an ardent proponent of excavating the limits of the human body, but right now, even he was not optimistic about the situation. Number 5's words made the hearts of all the other instructors sink. They once again looked towards instructor number 1, hoping that he could come up with a good way to help resolve Ling Lan's crisis. Instructor number 1 did not reply. He merely raised his right hand and slashed the air with his index finger. An image instantly appeared before the group. There was nothing in the image but a lone figure. It was Ling Xiao, who was currently desperately thinking of a way to help Ling Lan overcome this crisis. He is Ling Lan's fulcrum in this situation, stated number 1 calmly. Number 2, who had been hiding in number 1's shadow all this time, suddenly half emerged from within the shadows. His eyes were glittering and he exclaimed with a hint of urgency, "This person's spiritual power is very strong." Only he, who was equally a powerhouse when it came to spiritual power, could truly sense just how powerful the other was. This made number 2 have the itch to compete with the other. Not only that, but his strength is also extremely great. At least, he's stronger than me. Number 9 had also regained her composure by this time. She too had sensed the immense power concealed within the figure in the image. She lost in comparison. Instructor number 5's hunter heart was pleased at this discovery. He could not help licking his lips, saying excitedly, "I really want to try fighting him. It'll definitely be fun." Between the both of them, who was stronger? At this, number 1 turned to look at number 5 and said lightly, "You are still no match for him." Number 1's words made number 5's expression change, stubbornness and disbelief on his brow. His Tao is already mature and is already touching on God's domain. As long as he is given time, he will be able to enter the world of gods, explained number 1. Only he could clearly sense the other's level. This person hid his capabilities very deeply. Number 1 could not help but rejoice for Ling Lan. Ling Lan's problem was already extremely serious. Despite already having warned her, number 1 knew that there was only a 1 in a million chance for Ling Lan to resolve this problem on her own. If there was a master with their own Tao by her side to help her, Ling Lan's chances of overcoming her crisis would be significantly increased. Although all the instructors had their own Tao, they could not materialize in the real world, so they could not be of any help in this regard. Hence, instructor number 1 had had no choice but to hope that Ling Lan could be self-sufficient and find that 1 in a million chance to resolve her own crisis. But no, things had changed. A Tao master had really appeared in the real world and was even now helping Ling Lan wholeheartedly. Instructor number 1 could finally relax. Even if he could materialize outside, it would not be much better than what Ling Xiao was already doing. Number 1's words made number 5's heart clench as he knew very well what God's domain meant. His gaze on Ling Xiao became solemn. He did not expect that he would miss that. This man was very good at hiding things. He only exposed things he wanted to expose. Meanwhile, the other instructors were all reassured upon hearing that Ling Xiao was so strong. They now pinned their hopes on Ling Xiao, hoping that he would not betray their expectations to help Ling Lan. On Ling Xiao's end, he had come up with a response plan in the short amount of time he had. In order to avoid any errors, Ling Xiao's brain was running in overdrive, calculating the pros and cons of every possible plan he could think of, as well as considering the potential issues Ling Lan might have in any scenario and the solutions for them. The matter of utmost urgency was for him to suppress the rampaging force of presence. He could not allow it to continue expanding. Once it exceeded the critical point of Ling Lan's ability to withstand it, Ling Xiao knew what the outcome would be. Death by explosion. How could he let his precious daughter meet that kind of end? He absolutely would not allow it. Coming to a decision, Ling Xiao did not hesitate any further. The mild and gentle air of his domain was swept aside, turning into a force with an edge of sharpness. This was Ling Xiao's deeply hidden secret. When he had advanced to domain, he had activated a dual domain. Ling Lan's overbearing force of presence was once again pressured and pushed back by Ling Xiao's all-encompassing honed power. Still, The force of presence born of the dominance Tao was after all the most unreasonable and unruly of all force of presences. How could it be willing to lower its head so easily? Additionally, Ling Xiao was afraid that his sharp aura would harm Ling Lan's roots, so he did not dare to apply his full strength. This also gave Ling Lan's force of presence some breathing room, and so, the two sides ended up in a stalemate. Still, this had managed to temporarily stall the crisis of Ling Lan dying by body explosion. Her force of presence, which had been swelling dangerously all this while, had finally been halted in place. At this moment, a keen light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes and he barked sharply, "If not now, when?" Ling Lan's eyes had been closed ever since she had lost control of her force of presence. Ling Xiao had guessed that Ling Lan might have already lost consciousness. He was well aware that it was only by Ling Lan's own personal efforts that this crisis could be resolved, thus, he needed to wake Ling Lan up and make her aware again to work together with him and bring the berserk force of presence under control. This loud cry was infused with Ling Xiao's massive spiritual power. It instantly broke past the seal of the force of presence to penetrate deeply into Ling Lan's mind space. Ling Xiao's spiritual power was undoubtedly formidable. Inside the learning space, Ling Lan could clearly hear his cry. With a shift of her mind, she immediately circulated her spiritual power maniacally. The massive spiritual power involved made Little Four, who had been standing beside Ling Lan, retreat several steps uncontrollably until he was forced into a corner. The sudden outburst of Ling Lan's spiritual power shocked Little Four greatly. He tried his hardest to draw closer to Ling Lan, but was unable to do so no matter what he tried. Just as Little Four was about to panic, he suddenly jolted and his tense expression eased. He stopped trying to approach Ling Lan, merely standing to one side observing her, ready to act at a moment's notice. Ling Lan's burst of spiritual power had managed to break past the dominant force of presence's blockade. Her physical body, which had originally been completely out of reach, was finally responding to her again, albeit weakly. Ling Lan knew the opportunity could not be missed. She shouted, "Little Four, break the seal." Little Four seemed to have received some form of instruction before. As soon as Ling Lan spoke, he knew exactly what he should do. He immediately unsealed that excess portion of Ling Lan's spiritual power he had previously sealed away. With the addition of this spiritual power, Ling Lan's spiritual power was doubled, bolstering the spiritual power which had broken through the dominant force of presence's blockade. Perhaps due to the intense wrangling between Ling Xiao and the force of presence, the unruly dominant force of presence could not spare any effort to deal with Ling Lan. Ling Lan's spiritual power very quickly broke through even more of the blockade, and she could now successfully sense her body. Ling Lan was ecstatic. She too knew very well that only she could save herself. Only by mastering her body would she be able to overcome this crisis. Thus, she put her heart and soul into infusing her entire body with her spiritual power. Soon, she could feel the torso of her body, and this was followed by her arms and thighs, sensation slowly spreading outwards until it reached her fingers and toes. As soon as Ling Lan had fully grasped her body, she could feel a bone-deep pain cascading over her. This feeling is so familiar. Her body felt as if there were countless hands digging into her flesh and tearing her apart, exactly as she had once felt in her previous world. Even though the pain was excruciating, Ling Lan smiled. The sensation of pain meant that she had truly regained control of her own body. Unfortunately, her gruesome expression did not become much better due to her smile. Witnessing Ling Lan's terrible state, Little Four began crying in fear. "Boo-hoo-hoo, boss, are you okay?" This familiar scene made Little Four recall Ling Lan's previous life. He was afraid that Ling Lan would end up as she had in her previous world, her body breaking down completely under the untenable pressure. Now, he did not have the ability to give Ling Lan a second chance at life again. Back then, it was a total confluence of luck and circumstances which had allowed that, and now, he had nothing. Little Four's terrified look made Ling Lan's heart ache. She was just about to console him when she ran out of time. Back in full control of her body, her consciousness was pulled back into her body, and so she left the learning space. Standing in place, Ling Lan suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood with a cry, and only then did she slowly open her eyes to see Ling Xiao standing before her with a very nervous expression. She blinked. Ling Lan returned to her physical body with her powerful spiritual power, which her already battered body found very difficult to bear. Her inner organs were injured once again, resulting in that spurt of fresh blood. However, Ling Lan reacted swiftly, instantly sealing away that excess portion of spiritual power again, stopping her body from continuing to receive damage. The intense pain rendered Ling Lan unable to speak for a moment. In order to reassure her dad, she could only blink her eyes at him. Seeing this, Ling Xiao knew Ling Lan was back in control of her body, so he shouted, "Compress your force of presence as much as you can, I'll help." At his words, Ling Lan desperately pulled back on her force of presence, attempting to suppress it. However, how could her force of presence give it a rest just like that? It refused Ling Lan's suppression, instead becoming even wilder and more violent. Just when Ling Lan was feeling helpless against it, a powerful surge of sharp intent smashed into her force of presence, causing the blazing wild force of presence to instantly deflate a little. Ling Lan had been a physical skills master to begin with, and coupled with her innate talent profound insight, she immediately knew that this was the best chance for suppression. She once again mobilized her spiritual power, and borrowing Ling Xiao's power, she began to compress her force of presence. Ling Lan alone, relying solely on her own strength, was not at all up to the task of fighting against her volatile force of presence. But things were different now. Ling Xiao's strength was frightening. If he had not been afraid of harming Ling Lan, the domineering force of presence would have long been suppressed by him. Now, as Ling Lan slowly compressed her force of presence, Ling Xiao's suppression over the dominant force of presence also grew increasingly stronger. In the end, all of the force of presence was successfully pressed back into Ling Lan's body. But they had only gotten to the most critical point. The inherent attribute of Ling Lan's body was completely opposite to that of the roused force of presence. This eliminated the possibility of a natural fusion. The only hope for the two to coexist harmoniously was via the application of brute force. In contrast to Ling Lan's bewilderment, the worldly Ling Xiao was well aware of this point. He also knew that although this moment was a crisis for Ling Lan, it was also a pivotal turning point for her. As long as she grabbed this chance properly, her problem could be fully resolved. He was unwilling for this chance to slip by, so he yelled loudly, "Lan, use your spiritual power to beat your force of presence into submission." That large reserve of spiritual power Ling Lan had brought along with her when she returned previously had given Ling Xiao a glimpse of success. With Ling Xiao's guidance, Ling Lan now knew what she should do. She instantly unleashed her spiritual power. Now that she had a purpose, without any hesitation, she directed all of her spiritual power at that unruly and rebellious force of presence within her body that was still trying to wrest free of her control. Spiritual charge. Spiritual charge. Spiritual charge. In order to combat the raging force of presence in her body, Ling Lan used multiple spiritual charges to attack it, trying to subdue it a little. Sure enough, after all these blows, the volatile force of presence had become much quieter. However, Ling Lan felt even more threatened than before in her heart. It was as if the force of presence was just lying in wait to begin its next onslaught. Without question, Ling Lan's intuition was very strong. After carrying out multiple spiritual charges, when she could no longer push on due to the great drain on her spiritual power, the force of presence found its chance to counterattack. Taking advantage of this instant, the force of presence surged up violently and began to throw itself around to ravage Ling Lan's body, causing the wounds on her body to split open once more, her blood pouring out like a river. Got him *T. Ling Lan's terrible condition made Ling Xiao livid. His powerful spiritual power once again enveloped Ling Lan. "Lan, relax your mind." Ling Xiao's words prompted Ling Lan and she obediently relaxed her spiritual power, and then she could feel a powerful surge of spiritual power merging with hers. Spiritual fusion. Only someone from the Divine Command sect could do this. Ling Xiao and Ling Lan were all from the Divine Command sect, so their spiritual power could fuse together. After Ling Lan received the reinforcement of Ling Xiao's spiritual power, she immediately began counterattacking wildly, pushing her force of presence to one area. As she compressed it more and more, the energy of her force of presence became ever more condensed. In the end, it was actually compressed into countless small balls, distributed in various parts of her body. Ling Lan knew success was at hand. As long as she put in just a bit more effort, she would be able to completely master this dominant force of presence. Sensing Ling Lan's hopeful feelings, Ling Xiao once again strengthened the pressure of his spiritual power. Poof, 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 poof. Ling Lan heard countless sounds like this ring out all around her body. After that, she felt a lightness spread through her body, suffusing it with energy, and the initially tearing pain also began to ease. She naturally began to circulate her qi and go through her qi exercises, beginning the process of treating her ravaged body. Ling Xiao saw Ling Lan close her eyes once more, and all traces of the initially rampaging force of presence disappeared from Ling Lan's body. Still concerned, Ling Xiao used his spiritual power to check once more, and when he saw that Ling Lan was only fortifying her realm and treating her wounds, he instantly let out a sigh of relief. Originally, Ling Xiao was planning to wait for Ling Lan to wake up, but it wasn't too long before the communicator on his wrist began to vibrate. Ling Xiao looked down and immediately frowned. He knew he could no longer continue waiting. He knew that if he did not take Lan Luofong away from that tea house where they were supposed to meet it soon, someone might become suspicious. His secret guards had sent him news that there were already many people eyeing the tea house, just waiting for a chance to enter and investigate. Ling Xiao glanced silently at Ling Lan for a moment, and only after that did he open the doors of the combat room and walk out, closing the doors again behind him. As long as there was someone in the combat room, it would not be able to be opened from the outside. Hence, Ling Xiao was not at all worried for Ling Lan's safety. Just like this, Ling Xiao disappeared from the accommodation area. Not much later, the very popular figure Ling Xiao led Lan Luofong away from the tea house to return to their living quarters. Lan Luofong was extremely angry at Ling Xiao's failure to bring Ling Lan back. She had sat around idly for half a day waiting, and in the end, she still had not been able to catch sight of Ling Lan. If she had not been afraid of exposing her daughter, she definitely would have blown her top right then and there. After they returned to their residence, Lan Luofong began interrogating Ling Xiao on the reason why their daughter had not come. Ling Xiao was afraid that Lan Luofong would worry, so he casually said that he had been testing Ling Lan's strength by sparring with Ling Lan in a combat room. Then, under his pressuring, Ling Lan had accidentally advanced levels. In order not to affect Ling Lan's advancement, he had locked Ling Lan in the combat room, which was why he could not bring Ling Lan to meet her at the tea house. When Lan Luofong heard this, she was instantly enraged. Alright, so the one who had prevented mother and daughter from meeting was this wicked man before her eyes. Also, her child was a lovely daughter and not a tough son. Was great strength so necessary? In short, the infuriated Lan Luofong pounced on Ling Xiao and threw a flurry of wild punches and kicks at him. Ling Xiao was afraid that he would hurt Lan Luofong by accident, so he did not dare to use his internal energy to defend himself. And so, General Ling Xiao, who had not been injured for a long time, was finally injured. The next day, when General Ling Xiao was attending an event, the corners of his lips would twitch subtly every time he moved. Under the dashing and majestic general's uniform he was wearing, countless bruises were hidden, too ghastly to look at. Ling Lan opened her eyes to find the combat room completely dark, and her father Ling Xiao had already long disappeared. Glancing at the time on her communicator, Ling Lan found that it was already 1 a.m. of the next day. She had not expected to have used almost a full 12 hours immersed in her qi exercises. Ling Lan immediately used her spiritual power to examine her body and found that even though she had used a rather long time, the effects were substantial. The countless horrifying wounds previously littering her body were now completely healed. The scabs over some of the wounds were already beginning to peel off. The speed of this recovery was at least 20% better than conventional healing agents. Joy gripped Ling Lan's heart. this would undoubtedly save her the step of going to Li Shiyu for medical agents. Once she visited Li Shiyu, her whole team would know about her injuries, and Ling Lan did not want to see her team members' worried faces. Just as she was rejoicing, a bloody and rancid smell invaded Ling Lan's nostrils. She looked down and saw that her white duck's uniform had already turned dark crimson-black from all the blood, and the rank smell was wafting off her clothes. Ling Lan's brow wrinkled in revulsion. Not in the mood to continue staying here, she immediately opened the combat room's doors and departed. At this moment, Ling Lan only wanted to return to her living quarters and take a good shower so she could be clean again. To avoid others from noticing her strange condition, Ling Lan used her force of presence to envelop the thick scent of blood wafting off her, keeping it from spreading. Then, she swiftly slipped past the guards and staff members on duty, quickly making her way to the accommodation area assigned to the 1st Men's Military Academy. Right when she was about to reach her room, however, Ling Lan's footstep faltered. Her gaze flickered and the corners of her lips tilted up. She took a deep breath, pushed down the emotion that had risen up in her, and only then did she walk forwards with steady steps. Turning the corner, she saw a group of people either sitting, squatting, or standing, gathered at her door. Ling Lan could clearly see the anxiety and worry on all of their faces. These were her little friends, constantly concerned about her. Ling Lan's heart was filled to the brim with warmth, and her eyes turned red beyond her control. Still, the strong Ling Lan very quickly calmed herself down again, becoming that cool and collected, impenetrable boss Lan in their eyes once more. Li Luofong and Qi Long turned their heads almost simultaneously. Li Luofong, because of his extraordinary spiritual power allowing him to sense a change from a greater distance, and Qi Long, because of his animal instinct telling him at soonest notice that something was there. They turned and saw Ling Lan standing in the distance looking at them and perked up in joy. However, they soon noticed Ling Lan's outfit which was drenched in blood, and their expressions changed drastically. Qi Long was further unable to stop his powerful force of presence from flaring. His heart was unbelievably anguished. Who the hell had hurt his boss? He dearly wished he could get his hands on them and tear them apart. The livid Qi Long did not consider this. Before an opponent that had managed to harm the formidable boss Lan, how could he match up? Qi Long's shift in demeanor alerted the others. They all looked at Qi Long, and when they saw Qi Long staring off somewhere with an anguished expression, they were startled and quickly turned to follow his line of sight. When they then saw Ling Lan standing there in her bloody clothes, all their faces paled. Before they could cry out, Ling Lan had instantly come up to Qi Long's side. She pressed down on Qi Long's shoulder lightly with her right hand and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Ling Lan's calm tone eased the tension in Qi Long's heart, and the oppressive aura around him dissipated. Li Luofong did not believe Ling Lan's words at all. For his white uniform to be so red, how much blood exactly had Ling Lan bled? How could he really be fine? He reached out a hand to grab hold of Ling Lan as she moved to walk past him and said, "What in the world has happened?" Ling Lan glanced at her hand clasped in Li Luofeng's, and her heart warmed upon seeing the unconcealed care and concern in his eyes. She squeezed his hand in reassurance and said, "Some minor issue came up as I was going through a breakthrough. It's resolved now." Everyone gaped at Ling Lan's words, and Qi Long said excitedly, "Boss, you've had another breakthrough." Qi Long knew that his boss had already successfully advanced to domain, but he had heard that it was still unstable. Was boss saying that his domain was stable now? Ling Lan knew what Qi Long was asking, and she found that he was right to think what he was when she stopped to think about it, so she nodded at him. This good news was greeted by irrepressible cheers from everyone there. The stronger Ling Lan was, the prouder they were, because Ling Lan was their boss. The commotion finally drew the attention of a staff on duty outside. He came over and shouted at them, "It's already so late, what are you all making so much noise for?" He saw so many people standing together and was instantly nervous. "What are you all planning to do? Why are you all not resting at this late hour?" Han Jijian stepped out from the crowd and replied, "We're only studying tactics. We'll be going back to rest soon." With that, the staff member relaxed, and then he urged everyone to go back to their own rooms as soon as possible. Ling Lan told the others that they could discuss things further tomorrow via her spiritual power, and only then did everyone disperse. Ling Lan had already slipped into her room right before the staff member had approached them. She had no intention of letting the staff member notice her strange condition. Although she could probably explain it away, it was always better to be cautious and not take unnecessary risks. Ling Lan did not wish for word about this to spread. The next day, everyone came to Ling Lan's room, and only after hearing an abridged version of events from Ling Lan were they finally fully reassured. After that, they all charged towards the competition hall. Today, the physical skills competition would continue, and some of the other specialization competitions would also be starting, such as the Mecca repair and modification competition, the military doctor first aid competition, and the starship navigation competition. Each competition attracted countless spectators. Meanwhile, the Ling Tian battle clan would be splitting up on this day, because of the fights taking place today. 4 of the 10 people in the battle clan would be competing at the same time. Besides Qi Long, who would be resuming his physical skills competition, Chong Xinyuan would be participating in the repair and modification competition, Li Shiao would be participating in the military doctor first aid competition, and Han Jijian would be participating in the starship navigation competition. Although the repair and modification competition was called repair and modification, the main thing being tested in the competition was still repair and maintenance, rather than modification ability. The competition required contestants to identify the source of a mecha's malfunction as quickly as they could, come up with a repair plan, and then use the shortest amount of time possible to fix the mecha. Of course, on top of the basic repairs, if a contestant could make appropriate modifications to improve the mecha's performance and functionality, their score would be significantly boosted. There were a total of 3 people from the 1st Men's Military Academy participating in this competition. Aside from Chong Xinyuan, one of the other 2 contestants was a mecha engineer from the Leitang Mecha clan, while the other was a mecha engineer from Tianji. However, in Ling Lan's opinion, among the 3, Chong Xinyuan was the strongest and the most likely to become champion. A mecha engineer who could modify an ace mecha. Ling Lan just could not imagine Chong Xinyuan losing. For the military doctor first aid competition, Li Shiao was their representative. As military doctors in the 1st Men's Military Academy could not join any faction, for the past few tournaments, this competition had always been left without a representative from the 1st Men's Military Academy, considered one of the abandoned events. This time, however, Li Shiao from Ling Lan's team was mercilessly flung out to represent the school in this event. When Li Shiao found out about this, oh how he resented it. Just imagine, he, a dux of the military medical research specialization, actually being relegated to participate in this first aid competition which involved very little skill. It was really such a disgrace to him. However, under Ling Lan's high-pressure maneuvering, Li Shiao could only bite his little handkerchief with teary eyes and mournfully resign himself to his fate. Having decided to participate in this competition, Li Shiao naturally could not let the first place fall to anyone else. If he lost, wouldn't that be an even greater loss of face for him as a dux? Meanwhile, the starship navigation competition Han Jijian was participating in was the one with the most uncertain chances of winning. Moreover, their little sister Luo Chao would also be participating in this event under the banner of the 1st Co-ed Military Academy. In this event, the clever Han Jijian did not think that he would be able to match Luo Chao. That shy girl who had awakened a navigator's talent could be said to be heaven-blessed with regards to this event. Of the remaining 6 people of Ling Lan's battle clan, Ling Lan was planning to go support Qi Long at the combat arena. Lan Luofong was somewhat reluctant to part from Ling Lan, but he also wanted to go cheer for his brother. He was very conflicted, but in the end, he still decided to go to Li Shiao's side. After some thought, Xiao Jun went to Chong Xinyuan's event. A mecha engineer who could modify an ace mecha, no matter what, he needed to score some affinity points with the other. Meanwhile, Xie, Lin Zhongqing, and Luo Lang decided to go support Han Jijian, though of course Luo Lang was more likely to be supporting his sister. As for Xie, he might be going for Luo Lang's sister's sake, or perhaps for Luo Lang's sake too. Only Lin Zhongqing was truly there to support Han Jijian wholeheartedly. He still remembered that Han Jijian had been a great help in bringing him on board to follow boss. He was grateful for that, so within the battle clan, he had the best relationship with Han Jijian. The second day of the Grand Mecca tournament passed without any great fanfare. In the physical skills competition, Qi Long encountered a master in the morning who was from the 3rd Men's Military Academy. The other's physical skills were at the same realm as his, peak of middle stage Qi Jin. This match was obviously going to be a battle of endurance. However, Ling Lan was not worried. The years of training under her had given Qi Long's stamina several times greater than that of the average person's. It could be said that Qi Long was the most unafraid of a battle of endurance. However, the final outcome was somewhat beyond Ling Lan's expectations. Perhaps due to his boss personally being there to watch him fight, Qi Long seemed like he had been hit up with a shot of adrenaline. His original combat style carried an extra edge of fervency. On the field, Qi Long came out of the gate aggressive, charging at the other with a wild barrage of attacks, taking the opponent by surprise and pushing the other into a passive position. Qi Long's attacks were too ferocious and unreasonable. As the opponent struggled to handle them, he accidentally exposed an opening. Qi Long's awakened innate talent was one with the strongest instinctual sense, animal instinct. He instantly leapt on the opening, immediately KOing the opponent and clinching the victory. This match from start to finish took very little time. This left the audience, who had been expecting a close fight extending several hundred or even several thousand moves before the outcome would be determined, completely blindsided. Even the referee responsible for their arena did not come back to himself in time to announce the outcome after Qi Long successfully KO'd his opponent. In the end, after running out of patience, Qi Long had to call out to the referee to shake him out of his stupor. Qi Long successfully moved on to the 3rd round, and the afternoon ushered in a new round of knockout fights. This time, his opponent was a little weaker than him. Nevertheless, Qi Long did not lower his guard just because the opponent was weaker. He rallied his focus and went all out from the very start of the match, not giving his opponent any chance at all. In the end, he defeated his opponent without any surprises and advanced to the 4th round. Done with his fights for the day, Qi Long walked off the arena stage to see Ling Lan nod at him. He released a great sigh of relief. This meant that his boss was still satisfied with his performance today. He was truly afraid that if boss was the least bit displeased, he may be dragged off for another round of extreme training. Just thinking about that terrifying whatchamacallit, Qi Long could not help but shudder. Congratulations on entering the top 200 of physical combat. Ling Lan watched as Qi Long walked over to her side, and although she was rather surprised at his trembling, seeing how energetic he was, Ling Lan decided to ignore it and just congratulate him. Hearing this, Qi Long rubbed the short hair on his head sheepishly and flashed a silly grin. Ling Lan said nothing else on this topic, instead bringing up the situation of the other members contesting today. The first one she mentioned was Qi Long's good bromance partner, Han Jijian. Han Jijian has also passed the preliminaries and has entered the top 50 name list. However, his placing is rather far back, 42 or 43 I think, much worse than how Luo Qiao did. Luo Qiao's preliminary results placed her in 3rd, so she's in the top 3. Wah, Luo Qiao's that strong? Jijian actually lost to her, asked Qi Long in shock. Don't look down on Luo Qiao. Her innate talent was born to do this. When encountering problems in space, she is able to make the best decision instinctively, while Jijian needs to rely fully on his brain to analyze and calculate the best option. In terms of speed, he'll of course be no match for Luo Qiao, explained Ling Lan. Also, I don't think girls are inherently any weaker than boys. Sometimes, girls are even stronger. As Ling Lan said this, she stared pointedly at Qi Long. This stare made Qi Long's heart clench in fright. He began to reflect, had he ever said something wrong sometime, somewhere, which had given his boss the mistaken impression that he looked down on girls? After thinking for a good long time, Qi Long still could not figure out when he had made such a mistake. Just as he was flustered and unsure what to do, a spark of light coursed through his brain. Could it be that boss had become angry because he had made light of little sister Luo Chao earlier? Qi Long felt instantly enlightened. Luo Chao was a childhood friend of theirs, and ever since their time at the Scout Academy, there was already something brewing between boss and Luo Chao. Qi Long believed he had found the answer. He silently reminded himself that he needed to be nicer to Luo Chao from now on, so that when she became their sister-in-law in the future, she would not come after them to settle old accounts. At that time, if she whispered rumors to boss in bed one and got boss to personally teach them a lesson, they would definitely meet a tragic end. Ling Lan did not know that Qi Long was actually building a ship for her and Luo Chao in his head right then, his mind patching ideas together and making such random conclusions that God knows where it was veering off to. She saw Qi Long bowing his head without saying a word and assumed that he was concerned for his sworn brother Han Jijian, so she did not continue this thread of conversation. Instead, she began speaking of the others. Just now, Lan Luofong has just sent news that the competition on Li Xiu's side has ended. The first place of the first aid competition is already officially ours, the first men's military academies. At this point, Ling Lan's lips could not help but quirk up in a small smile. She had had full confidence in Li Xiu, but she really had not expected that the other would win first place this easily. According to Lan Luofong, Li Xiu had ended the competition in just one round. His first aid plan and the speed with which he executed it had astounded all the referees. 5 different afflictions of different degrees on different patients, and he only used 3 minutes to finish treating everyone. On top of that, the methods he chose to use were deemed as the most optimal by all the referees. 5 people. 3 minutes. Holy sh*t, was he injected with stimulants? Qi Long was flabbergasted. He knew that Li Xiu's medical skills were impressive, but he had not expected that they were this impressive. The gold standard of Federation military first aid was 1 person in 5 minutes, and Li Xiu actually managed to treat all 5 people in less than the time it usually took to treat one. It's because Li Xiu streamlined the first aid steps to their limits. It was also because of this that the referees decided there was no point in continuing on with the competition. When Ling Lan thought about how such an amazing person had been hoodwinked by her into her battle clan, she could not help but preen. Qi Long was also thankful that his battle clan had such an amazing doctor. In future, their lives would undoubtedly be much safer. Ling Lan then moved on to speak about Chong Xinyuan. Chong Xinyuan has also advanced to the next round in his event. According to Xiao Jun, Chong Xinyuan may be hiding part of his skills. His score right now is roughly in the middle of the pack. Old Chong, that fellow, he's used to being cautious. It's probably a leftover effect from Xiao Ting's oppression. He really dislikes being in the limelight, it makes him feel unsafe. Qi Long and Chong Xinyuan were already on very good terms, because Chong Xinyuan was older than Qi Long by several years. Qi Long was used to calling him Old Chong. This is a problem. This is also why I wanted Chong Xinyuan to join this competition. He needs to overcome this issue, or else he won't be able to become strong. Ling Lan was well aware of Chong Xinyuan's problem as well, and she now shared her reasons for making him join the competition with Qi Long. He will definitely be able to do it. Qi Long had faith in Chong Xinyuan. Hopefully, replied Ling Lan. She then lifted her head and looked around. There were still matches ongoing, so she asked, Qi Long, do you still want to watch any of the fights? Since Qi Long's matches were over, Ling Lan was planning to return to the accommodation area. Even though her force of presence problem had been resolved, she still needed to continue working hard. Only by doing so would she be able to freely circulate and use the force of presence she had brought into submission. Nah. There are still 200 people to go. Who knows who my opponents will be? I might as well go back to rest and gather my strength to prepare for tomorrow's fights, said Qi Long without any fuss. He did not want to waste time here. Very well then. Let's go. Ling Lan and Qi Long left the combat hall. On the way back, Long finally mustered up the courage to ask something that had been bothering him deep inside for a long time. "Boss, why are you not participating in any solo events at all in this tournament, only joining for the team battle? You should know that, whether it is physical skills or mecha combat, no one can match you, not even Xiao Ting." Long's confidence in Ling Lan was a full 100%. He did not believe that there was any cadet who could rival his boss. Ling Lan cast a cold glance at Long, instantly sending the courage Long had just scrounged up packing. Frankly, Ling Lan's glance had just been a curious glance with no special meaning. Long was just jumpy because he had been subjected to too much of Ling Lan's special brand of pressure. After thinking it over, Ling Lan said, "Physical skills, with you, it's enough. For Mecca, Xiao Ting will take champion with no problems, and it's good to let Xiao Jun out to experience the fighting styles of high-level experts." In order to maintain her glorious image as boss, she could only continue to feign high-mindedness and pretend her decisions were purely from a selfless standpoint. "Most importantly, I'm setting my targets on the final battle royal, and when everyone thinks Xiao Ting is the main person to watch out for, here," Ling Lan stopped talking, closing her mouth. But Long could already see the deeper meaning behind Ling Lan's words. He was instantly thrumming with excitement. So that's how it was. Boss was hiding behind everyone for the sake of that final grand massacre. As expected of his boss, from the very start, his boss must have already planned things this way. In the following days, some of the competitions ended, while others started. The widely anticipated Mecca combat event also kicked off on the 7th day of the Grand Mecca tournament. Like the physical combat competition, each academy had 5 entry slots. For the first men's military academy, aside from Xiao Ting, the Ling Tian battle clan sent out Xiao Jun. This decision did not surprise the other participating students, because on the surface, the strongest in terms of mecha combat in the Ling Tian mecha clan was Xiao Jun. Tianji and Wuji each sent out their regiment commanders, and Ling Lan gave the final entry slot to Zhang Jingyan. After all, he was from the Central Scout Academy, and since Zhang Jingyan's strength was not bad, Ling Lan could openly open this backdoor for him. Other than the Starship Navigation competition, Han Jijian also participated in the tactical planning competition. Besides him, Lan Luofong had also entered the competition. Both of them were successfully shortlisted into the top 50 name list. Han Jijian was in the top 10, while Lan Luofong was somewhere in the 30s, which rather surprised Ling Lan. Lan Luofong was born to do this. In contrast, Han Jijian was a little predisposed to using more forthright plans when strategizing, often overlooking more subtle and sneakier schemes. Afterwards, Ling Lan asked Lan Luofong why the results had turned out as they had, and Lan Luofong had only smiled without saying anything. In the end, under the pressure of Ling Lan's penetrating gaze, Lan Luofong said helplessly, "I'm just following in your footsteps." In the final fight, when all their attention is on Han Jijian. When she heard this, Ling Lan could only scratch her nose, speechless. Her reasons for not participating in the other competitions were definitely not as complicated as Lan Luofong made them out to be. It's just her force of presence acting up, alright? She just needed to focus on internal cultivation for a while, okay? Of course, she did not deny she had factored that point into her considerations, but that was something she had only thought of after she knew that she could not afford to participate in any individual events. As time went by, the results of the various competitions were revealed. Other than the early procurement of first place in the first aid event, the next competition to end was the Starship Navigation event Han Jijian was participating in. Although Han Jijian's final ranking was only 27th place, it was still a significant improvement from his 43rd placing at the start of the competition. As one of the only 2 second-year students participating in the Starship Navigation competition, Han Jijian's results were undoubtedly something that one could be proud of and was worthy of praise. However, it just so happened that there was Luo Chao too in the tournament this year. Everyone heaped their praises on this little girl instead because, as a second-year student herself, Luo Chao's performance was breathtaking in the finals. If she had not relaxed in that final critical moment, which had allowed the contestant right behind her to overtake her starship at the last second, perhaps she would have made history as the first second-year to become champion. In the end, she could only regretfully become second place. However, Luo Chao was not too disappointed. She had come to participate in the tournament primarily because she wanted Boss Lan to see how much she had grown. Of course, she still was not at the peak perfection of her growth yet, but she believed that as long as she continued to work hard, there would be a day when she would become the most excellent ship captain of the Federation. Then, she would be able to navigate a ship for Boss Lan and her big brothers and keep them safe. The other events also ended one after another. In physical skills combat, Qi Long was stopped at the top 8, but he gained much from his participation. The stubborn bottleneck frustrating him all this while had finally loosened. As long as he went back and put some effort into it, he should be able to break through his current realm and enter the early stages of advanced level Qi Jin. Meanwhile, of the other 4 participants with him, one ended in the top 100, one in the top 50, one in the top 16, and the last one actually ended up in the top 4. Unfortunately, in the finals, he encountered a 6th-year top-class master whose physical skills were already at a very high peak. One whose physical skills were already at a very high peak. The author does not give the actual stage name here, but based on the great commotion every time domain is mentioned, I'm guessing that this fellow mentioned here must still be at most in the topmost level of Qi Jin and not domain yet, otherwise there would be more commotion from the audience. And could only accept his defeat with regret. That top-class master finally nabbed first place with no trouble at all. Still, the collective score of the 5 contestants was considerable. In total, their score placed them in 3rd place among all the military academies for physical skills. As such, Ling Lan was not disappointed by these results. After several rounds of competition, Chang Xinyuan was slowly breaking free of his mental block. After every round, his ranking would shift a little forwards compared to before. By the time the final round came, he had successfully created an advanced mecha with an elegant outer form based off extremely reasonable design principles. After deliberation, the referee team declared Chang Xinyuan as the champion of the competition, leaving Chang Xinyuan weeping tears of joy. Close after that was the tactical planning competition. Han Jijian managed a turnaround, his final results placing him in the top 3 in 3rd place. The 1st and 2nd place went to the 2nd Men's Military Academy and the 1st Co-ed Military Academy respectively. Han Jijian did not feel at all disgraced in losing to the contestants from these 2 esteemed academies. That aside, Li Lanfeng's final ranking was 13th place. This ranking would net his academy a pretty decent amount of points, and would also lead the other academies to underestimate him at the same time. With that, he was extremely satisfied at achieving what he wanted. During this time, Ling Lan had already secretly met up with Lan Luofong under Ling Xiao's lead. She had felt Lan Luofeng's almost overflowing maternal love from her endless nagging concern. Even as Ling Lan was touched, she surreptitiously sent a pleading look to her dad for help. Boo hoo hoo, 1 year away from mum and she had become even naggier than before. Finally, Ling Lan could feel the spirit of rebellion rearing up within her. Her rebellious phase had come so late though, she was almost 40 now if she added up both her lifetimes. At this thought, Ling Lan was truly chagrined. She really did not live up to her mental age. She knew that Ling Xiao would only leave after the battle royal, so Ling Lan repeatedly reassured Lan Luofong that she would definitely make time to come see her for the duration of the Grand Mecca tournament. Only then did she manage to convince Lan Luofong to let go. When Ling Lan left, she spoke to her dad, hinting for him to work harder to get her mum pregnant earlier, so that she could be free. Immediately after throwing out these hints, Ling Lan brushed her hands of the matter and ran away without taking any responsibility, leaving behind a gobsmacked Ling Xiao. His cheeks and the tips of his ears quickly flushed red. For the first time, he felt embarrassed in front of his daughter. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao sighed deeply, but his expression soon eased out again. He had no more regrets in this life since he had this daughter Ling Lan too. By the 7th day of the grand tournament, the miscellaneous specialization competitions were all consecutively coming to an end. The 1st Men's Military Academy was pretty much dominating the rankings. After taking everything into account, the first men's military academy's total score put it in first place for the moment. However, the second men's military academy, third men's military academy, and first co-ed military academy were close behind it. The total points of all four academies were extremely close, merely a few points separating them from each other. All eyes were on the Mecca combat event which was about to officially begin. If any of the other three academies could become the final victor of the Mecca combat event, they would be able to break the current status quo and become the frontrunner in one fell swoop. Having said that, there is a need to explain the point distribution of the various events in the Grand Mecca tournament. First off, on the final day of the tournament, the most important battle royal will account for half of the overall points. In other words, even if a school was at the bottom of the barrel in terms of points before the battle royal, as long as they became the final victor in the battle royal, they would still be able to achieve an upset and win the whole tournament. Similarly, even if a school was at the head of the rankings with their previous score, if they did not do well in the final battle royal, they would also be plummet from the clouds into the mud below. As for the remaining half of the points, the Mecca combat event took up another half of this half. This was also why there was so much attention on the Mecca combat tournament. And this huge share of points was again split into two parts, single Mecca combat and group Mecca combat, 5-person teams. The first to be held was single Mecca combat. Both the Mecca combat events, single and group, would be using real mecha. This added a very real element of danger, and blood was certain to be shed at every tournament during the Mecca combat events and the final battle royal. There had even been one year when the blood had flowed like a river, the wings of many outstanding talents broken right here in the tournament. Some had suggested for the tournament to use virtual mecha instead, but the military had rejected the proposals in the end. The military felt that if a contestant could not even protect themselves in this type of combat competition intended for training purposes, then they certainly would not be able to survive in a cruel battlefield. As such, those cadets might as well just wash out of the military system. The Grand Mecca tournament typically resulted in severe injuries or disabilities, though there had of course been deaths as well, those were much rarer. After all, everyone knew to hold back a little in the tournament. Moreover, the Federation's greatest medical team would be on standby throughout the entire tournament. If any accidents occurred, the team would also be able to mobilize as quickly as possible to rescue the wounded. The high-profile ace operator Xiao Ting finally appeared before the public. Not only would he be participating in the single mecha combat event, he would also be participating in the group mecha combat event. Generally, the 5 combatants a military academy would send for the single mecha combat event would often also be the 5 members participating in the group combat event. After all, these would be the school's strongest 5, but there were also exceptions. For example, this year, when the first men's military academy had submitted their registration form, the reception staff had at first thought that he had misread it. In the competition this time, Xiao Ting had 2 main competitors. Namely, Lin Xiao, who was suspected of being an ace operator, from the first co-ed military academy, and Jiang Xiaoyu, a confirmed ace operator from the second men's military academy. It should be said that the organizers had arranged things very well. The 3 ace operators would not meet right from the start. The mecha combat competition was split into 4 blocks, and the 3 ace operators were in 3 separate blocks. Only when they entered the top 4 would they have any chance of clashing, of course with the premise that they were not unexpectedly eliminated from the competition earlier on. The single mecha combat event would last for a total of 3 days. The first 2 days would be knockout matches among the contestants within the 4 blocks. The winner of each of the 4 blocks would then move on to the top 4 and engage in battle on the 3rd day. And after the single mecha combat event ended, the group mecha combat event would begin, and it would likewise go on for 3 days. Xiao Jun, who had been pushed by Ling Lan into participating in the single mecha combat event, had luck which was off the charts compared to the other participants from the first academy. During the draw, he did not pull any of the 3 blocks hosting one of the 3 ace operators. Instead, he pulled the only block filled with just special class mecha, which was the block predicted by all of the audience to be the most competitive area with the most brutal fighting. And it was indeed so. This block did not have an ace hanging over them, so everyone believed that they had a fighting chance to become the winner. This caused everyone in the block to fight to the end, unwilling to back down. Every Mecca seemed almost berserk when they fought, and this block was the one which incurred the highest number of injured operators as well as the worst injuries. The emergency medical team on site was thrown into a chaotic rush to handle all the injuries, running themselves ragged to save these gifted talents. In this wild massacre, Xiao Jun displayed his prowess, bringing down opponents left and right to finally secure a place for himself in the finals of this block, and then obtain the one and only non-ace position in the top 4 of the event. This result was met with the envy-jealousy hate of the other 3 contestants from the first men's military academy. They had just been unlucky, pulling the other 3 blocks. Without any doubt, when they had encountered the respective ace operators in their blocks, they had lost cleanly. After the successive battles, Lin Xiao of the first co-ed military academy, who had initially been hiding his true abilities, was proven to have indeed already advanced to ace. He entered the final top 4 without any problems, and Xiao Ting and Jiang Xiaoyu soon followed him as well, clinching the top 4 slots of their respective blocks. On the final day of the single Mecca combat event, the top 4 contestants arrived punctually at the Mecca combat field. At this point, they still did not know who their opponent of the day would be. The referee on the field first made them each choose a ball from 4 balls rolling around quickly within a device. The person who got the same number would be their opponent for the first match. The winners of those 2 first matches would then move on to the final match to determine the first and second place, while the losers would fight to compete for third and fourth place. The first to step up and choose a ball was Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiao Ting heard Xiao Jun taking a deep breath beside him. Although their 2 Mecca clans were rivals in the first academy, they were comrades right now, so Xiao Ting felt that he needed to show some concern. He asked in a low voice, "How are you? Nervous?" Xiao Jun licked his lips and said with barely repressed excitement, "No, I'm just thinking, who'll be my next opponent? Is there someone you want to fight?" Xiao Ting had noticed the deeply hidden excitement in Xiao Jun's eyes. At that moment, he recalled how Xiao Jun had not shown any fear either when the other had fought him back then, so why would he fear another now? Xiao Ting could not help admiring the other, thinking to himself, this fellow Xiao Jun is really pretty good. "Yep, that one on the stage," said Xiao Jun without any hesitation whatsoever as he pointed at Jiang Xiaoyu. "Why him?" asked Xiao Ting, boggled. Compared to Jiang Xiaoyu, Lin Xiao looked easier to handle. "Because, he attacked Luo Lang before." Xiao Jun's reply was simple. His gaze narrowed and a tendril of killing intent seeped out. Since the other dared to lay a hand on his teammate, then even though he knew he was no match for that guy, he still wanted to leave some mark on him. Xiao Ting could sense the rage in Xiao Jun's heart, and he knew the reason for it. The incident involving Luo Lang before the start of the tournament, as long as one had the interest, it was easy to find out about it. What Xiao Ting had not expected was that Xiao Jun would take this slight against a teammate to heart so much after only having joined Ling Tian for just a short couple of months. Was this another one of Ling Lan's unknown abilities? Xiao Ting glanced at Xiao Jun with a troubled gaze, his emotions a rather complicated mess. He could not tell if he was admiring or jealous of Ling Lan. Right then, Jiang Xiaoyu had already chosen one of the balls. Holding on to it, he did not look at it any longer than necessary before turning around to walk back to his original position. He had yet to stop walking when the referee had already called up the second person to draw. It was Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun took a deep breath and stepped forwards. As he brushed by Jiang Xiaoyu, he sent a fierce glare at the other. Jiang Xiaoyu saw Xiao Jun's hostile gaze and was instantly aggravated. He had not forgotten that this person had been there at the scene when he was at his most humiliated. A savage air gripped him by the heart, and Jiang Xiaoyu could hardly repress the killing intent that surged up in response. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingers almost gouged into the flesh, and the sharp pain helped him to calm down. By then, Xiao Jun had already turned his gaze away. With a cold huff, he walked past Jiang Xiaoyu to come before the choosing station and picked a ball. Jiang Xiaoyu slowly turned his head to stare at Xiao Jun's back as he walked away, and his eyes revealed a brief flash of killing intent. He hoped that the ball Xiao Jun had chosen would have the same number as the ball he had chosen. He would be extremely glad to fight with the other now, not only because Xiao Jun was the weakest and would ensure him a sure pass, but also because he wanted to deal with this detestable person and collect some of the interest on his debt of humiliation. After Xiao Jun had made his choice, the third to pick was Lin Xiao, and the final person was, as everyone expected, Xiao Ting. After the four youths had made their choices, the referee asked them to press down on the power switch of the small balls at the same time. As soon as the four boys pressed down, a gash suddenly appeared on the upper part of the ball. A beam of light shot out from each of the balls to form a virtual screen. The four virtual screens were not blank, they each held a number, and the audience could see at a glance what the pairings would be for the semi-final matches. Amidst the cries of surprise coming from all around, Jiang Xiaoyu's expression was dark. He threw a sullen glance at Xiao Jun, who was standing in a row with him, and mused moodily that the other was pretty lucky to have escaped. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun was also somewhat regretful that his opponent would not be Jiang Xiaoyu. He looked at his opponent for this round and sighed mentally. It looked like if he wanted to fight with Jiang Xiaoyu, he could only hope that Jiang Xiaoyu would lose. This was because his opponent was an old rival that could not be more familiar to him, Xiao Ting. He knew very well that he was definitely no match for Xiao Ting. That's right. In the semi-finals, the first men's military academy was confronted right off with an internal clash, both surviving candidates forced to fight each other. In contrast to the audience's surprise and regret over it, the spectating Ling Lan felt that this was an extremely reasonable arrangement. Among the four, Xiao Jun's strength was clearly one level lower. No matter who was matched with him, the opponent would almost be guaranteed a win. And now, by pitting the strongest against the weakest, and leaving the two other combatants with roughly equivalent strength to battle things out, no one could complain that they were unlucky. Everything would be determined by true strength. Whoever was stronger would be able to progress further. As the number above Xiao Jun's and Xiao Ting's balls was the number 1, they were of course the first to fight. The four boys went backstage where Xiao Ting and Xiao Jun boarded their Mecca before operating their Mecca to enter the field. Xiao Ting's Mecca was a long-range attack ace Mecca. The Federation public was long accustomed to the various forms of Mecca. The moment Xiao Ting's Mecca appeared, passionate cheers rang out across the hall. Everyone knew that Xiao Ting of the First Men's Military Academy had managed to advance to ace in his 4th year, becoming the second peerless prodigy to do so after General Ling Xiao, but they did not know which Mecca Xiao Ting had chosen to master. And now, the answer was finally revealed before the audience. Although Xiao Ting's choice was different from the balanced Mecca General Ling Xiao had chosen, this did not hinder the adoration and anticipation the people held for him. Meanwhile, on the other end, Xiao Jun had also operated his Mecca onto the field. When he saw all the cheers going to Xiao Ting, he could only grin helplessly. However, it was also at this moment when he understood even better why Ling Lan had chosen not to participate in the single Mecca combat event. A 4th-year ace was already enough to send these people so wild. If the world knew there was another person who had broken General Ling Xiao's advancement record, achieving the level of ace in his 2nd year, the entire Federation, perhaps even the entire human world, would certainly be shaken to its core. At this thought, Xiao Jun could not hold back a shiver, his heart clenching with fear. In order to prevent the Federation from gaining an extra ultimate weapon, the enemy nations would definitely send countless assassins over to target Ling Lan. And in response, to protect Ling Lan, the Federation would likely have to draft him into the army immediately and put him under protection in hiding. At that time, his team leader would have absolutely no freedom to speak of. Only after he had grown up to become the newest ultimate weapon for the country would he be able to regain his freedom. This was still the best-case scenario. If the team leader never managed to advance to God-class operator level for his entire life, did that mean that he would be locked up in some base all his life until he died? This was probably not an outcome his team leader wanted. Xiao Jun was chilled. he had to keep the knowledge that Ling Lan had already successfully become an ace deep at the bottom of his heart and never ever reveal it. After receiving confirmation from both combatants that they were ready, the referee responsible for this match raised the green flag in his right hand up high. As soon as he swung the flag down, the fight would officially begin. Everyone stared at the green flag of the referee, waiting for it to swing down. When it finally did and Xiao Ting was just about to charge over to attack, Xiao Jun on the opposite side did something beyond everyone's expectations. Without hesitation, he lifted both arms of his Mecca over his head. Seeing what Xiao Jun had done, the referee's green flag had barely swung down when the red flag in his left hand was hastily raised. The referee waved the red flag vigorously. This announced that Xiao Jun's and Xiao Ting's fight needed to be suspended. It turned out that Xiao Jun's action was the designated motion in Mecca combat tournaments which signified surrender. In a competition, if anyone did this action, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the referee would wave a red flag to declare a timeout. Next, an inquiry would be held with the Mecca operator who had carried out the action to check if they had truly intended to surrender. If not, the operator who had done the action would have points deducted. This point deduction would be very steep, instantly taking off about 1/3 of the total marks. Mecca combat was an event where taking down your opponent was the way to win, but sometimes, due to equivalent levels of strength, the battle might end up in a protracted stalemate. If an outcome had to be decided within a short period of time, there was little choice except to make it a death match and make both combatants put their lives on the line. Although the Grand Mecca tournament's touted slogan was "True Battle," it was after all just a domestic competition. The Federation's military did not intend for outstanding Federation talent to wither and die here, and so they had set up this point deduction system to determine the final outcome in cases such as the one mentioned previously. Every Mecca would have 100 points at the start of a fight. If the opponent scored an effective hit on you, a corresponding number of points will be deducted from your Mecca. The one whose score drops to 0 first would lose. The referee would then end the fight and declare the results of the match. Thus, as soon as Xiao Jun pulled this pose, although the referee was rather taken aback, he had still reacted swiftly to put up the red flag in his left hand. Seeing the red flag signal from the referee, Xiao Ting immediately stopped all motion to attack and waited for the referee to proceed with the following procedures. The referee quickly connected to Xiao Jun's comlink, and after receiving confirmation from Xiao Jun that he was indeed admitting defeat, the referee immediately announced the end of the match. Xiao Jun had forfeited, so Xiao Ting would be moving on to the finals without having to fight. After returning backstage, Xiao Ting grumpily controlled his Mecca to the secured seat the JMC pointed out. He locked his Mecca safely into the seat, and only then did he walk out of his cockpit and use the landing cable to descend to the ground. On the other side, Xiao Jun was doing the same. Xiao Ting removed his safety helmet and stood frowning as he waited for Xiao Jun to approach him. When Xiao Jun finally came up to his side, Xiao Ting asked with a dark expression, "Why didn't you fight?" Even though he had full confidence in himself, winning without a fight rubbed Xiao Ting the wrong way. He felt patronized. Xiao Jun heard the muted resentment in Xiao Ting's voice and secretly rolled his eyes. Who would have expected the outwardly dominant and unreasonable Xiao Ting to be so just and forthright internally? Even winning without having to fight made him feel uncomfortable. Xiao Jun could not help but think of his own team leader and his style of only focusing on the results without caring too much about the process. Yep, his boss would probably go further. Following him was truly the right choice. At this moment, Xiao Jun admired his good friend Zai even more for being so discerning in selecting a team leader. Oblivious to the fact that Lan Luofong had already known Ling Lan from a long while back, Xiao Jun was once again completely fooled by Lan Luofong, thinking that the other had asked him to join Ling Tian purely for his own benefit. Even though that was certainly the truth, it also could not be denied that Lan Luofong did have some selfish motives as well in doing so. He wanted to increase the strength of his rabbit's battle clan. It just so happened that his arrangement benefited both sides. Xiao Ting's aggressive gaze let Xiao Jun know that it was impossible not to answer. Helplessly, he replied, "Since I know I can't beat you, why should I reveal my trump cards for others to see?" Xiao Jun shrugged. He looked towards Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Xiao, who were currently heading into the tunnel leading to the field, and continued, "Thing is, I want to keep a small surprise for one of those two. So I don't want to reveal too much." Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiao Jun's explanation dispersed Xiao Ting's dissatisfaction. He recalled what Xiao Jun had said to him previously, and was enlightened. "Yeah. Now, I really wish the first co-ed military academy's Lin Xiao will work a little harder and defeat Jiang Xiaoyu so that I'll have a chance to fight him." Xiao Jun's eyes narrowed into slits. He was filled with fighting spirit to face Jiang Xiaoyu. Perhaps he too wanted to tell his teammates that he was already one of them, so he could not bear to see a teammate of his being insulted. Just then, the communicator on Xiao Jun's wrist began vibrating violently. He lifted it to see and instantly began chuckling. It was a message from Lan Luofong. "Did something come up?" asked Xiao Ting. "Yes. The regiment commander is looking for me." "Xiao Ting, I'll be heading off first." Outside, Xiao Jun had always called Ling Lan, regiment commander. After saying goodbye to Xiao Ting, Xiao Jun hurriedly made his way to the backstage conveyor belt, which would bring him directly to the exit. As soon as Xiao Jun arrived outside, he found Lan Luofong waiting for him, seemingly completely at ease. "Lan Luofong, why is the team leader looking for me? Why did he ask me to come out from backstage?" "I was thinking to finish watching Lin Xiao and Jiang Xiaoyu's fight." Before Lan Luofong could speak, Xiao Jun had already blurted all the questions that had been running through his head ever since he had seen the message. A slight smile appeared on Lan Luofeng's lips and he said, "The team leader wants you to sit beside him to watch the fight together. He might have something to say to you." Regarding why Ling Lan was calling Xiao Jun over, Lan Luofong had some idea. It would be a good chance for Xiao Jun to improve his strength. Lan Luofong was well aware of Ling Lan's control skills, an ace would have much to impart. On top of that, Ling Lan also had an imperial instructor. Lan Luofong still did not know Ling Lan's real identity. Xiao Jun would definitely be able to save himself from many detours if he received some guidance from Ling Lan. Lan Luofong's words made Xiao Jun's eyes light up. As familiar with Lan Luofong as he was, he could glean something from his friend's demeanor. Something good would definitely come out from this trip. Thus, he happily followed Lan Luofong to the exclusive viewing area of the First Men's Military Academy. When she saw Xiao Jun arrive, Ling Lan motioned for Xiao Jun to come sit beside her. As soon as Xiao Jun sat down, he saw many team members looking at him in envy. He was completely nonplussed by this, wondering what in the world was going on. Right at this moment, his team leader beside him prompted, "Senior Xiao, please watch the fight closely." This cry made Xiao Jun's heart jolt, and he faintly felt cold sweat breaking out on his back. Of course, Xiao Jun was feeling somewhat guilty because he had indeed been distracted and had not seen what was happening on the field. He had not expected that brief loss of attention to have been caught by his keen-eyed team leader. Xiao Jun quickly turned his eyes back onto the field, showing that he was already fully focused on the Mecca fight between Lin Xiao and Jiang Xiaoyu now. Only after sensing his team leader's cold gaze turn away from him did he surreptitiously wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, sighing internally. No wonder Qilong and the others said that Boss Lan's force of presence was very powerful. One cold stare was enough to give them shivers. So it was really true. What's funny was that he had actually not taken it seriously when he had first heard about this. He had thought that Qilong and the others were exaggerating, but now it looked like they were completely right. Their team leader's force of presence and the blade of his gaze was truly formidable. He reckoned that his team leader must have been showing him some face previously by not presenting his force of presence so aggressively. At this thought, Xiao Jun was instantly crying inside. Was it too late for him to withdraw now? Ling Lan did not know that her special effort to convert her force of presence into sound to make sure Xiao Jun watched the fight properly would make him come to such a realization. This was also a result of Ling Lan's increasing comfort with using her force of presence. Compared to how her force of presence had been constantly leaking before, her force of presence now was extremely reserved. But as soon as it was presented, the pressure it exerted would be several times greater than how it was originally. Even Xiao Jun, who did not feel that pressure before, could now feel the powerful pressure of Ling Lan's force of presence. The moment he focused, Xiao Jun was pulled fully into Lin Xiao and Jang Xiaoyu's mecha fight. Lin Xiao's ace mecha was a winged transformer mecha, an improved mecha based off a balanced fixed-type mecha. However, it was not like a fixed-type mecha, which had absolute balance in both long-range and close-range attacks. Instead, it leaned towards long-range attacks, but unlike mecha exclusively specializing in long-range attacks, close combat was not a significant weakness. The close combat ability of this type of mecha was undoubtedly much stronger than long-range mecha, but it was still weaker than a true balanced mecha. In contrast, Jang Xiaoyu's mecha surprised everyone. He was operating the mecha with the highest death rate, a close combat mecha. Although the mecha's long-range abilities were weak, it was the indisputable king of close combat. Two such distinctly different mecha led to the current deadlock on the field. Lin Xiao was extremely cautious, seeing that the other was piloting a close combat mecha. He had instantly kept a distance from the start. The hands of his mecha each held a long-range beam gun, and he used a continuous stream of firepower to keep Jiang Xiaoyu suppressed below, keeping him from moving forwards and freezing up his opponent's advantage completely. This situation greatly frustrated the ill-prepared Jiang Xiaoyu. Opportunity was fleeting, having already been pushed into a passive situation, it was now very difficult for him to turn things around. If he wanted to obtain victory, he needed to get close to the other, otherwise, under the suppression of his opponent's firepower, he would probably be stuck in this situation till the end of the match. Although he was still dodging beautifully at present, so Lin Xiao's beam attacks had not given him any injury whatsoever, the opponent had also completed his ideal setup, perfectly keeping him suppressed within the range of his beam attacks, rendering him effectively immobile. Following the passage of time, perhaps Jiang Xiaoyu had become impatient, a control error caused his mecha's evasion movements to slow for a beat, and a spot on his mecha's thigh was actually hit twice in a row. If Lin Xiao managed to hit the same spot another 2 times, that thigh would definitely be blasted off, deducting the opponent's score by a large half and bringing victory within grasping distance. Seeing this chance as well, the audience instantly perked up, beginning to feel nervous. They looked at Lin Xiao of the First Co-ed Military Academy, silently wondering if he could grasp this opportunity. Lin Xiao too saw this opportunity, his mind stirred, but he instantly repressed his eager heart, steadily maintaining the frequency of his beam attacks. His shots formed a perfect circle, completely trapping Jiang Xiaoyu's mecha but not specifically attacking any part. Opportunity was fleeting, Jiang Xiaoyu's mecha once again regained his evasion momentum, and many in the audience found themselves lamenting the missed opportunity. At this moment, Ling Lan suddenly asked, "Senior Zhao, if you encountered this opportunity, what would you do?" Those Ling Tian members who overheard this question instantly perked up their ears to hear Xiao Jun's answer. While Xiao Jun had still been on the field, they had already heard Boss Lan ask Lan Luofong to call Xiao Jun over in order to study the methods of the two combatants on the field in this match, in preparation for tomorrow's fight. They naturally did not want to miss this chance to learn as, after all, this was a fight between two ace operators. If they could hear something from Boss Lan's and Xiao Jun's discussion, they would benefit greatly. After some serious thought, Xiao Jun replied, "I would do as Lin Xiao did. Choose to give it up." At his reply, Ling Lan's lips quirked up slightly. She was very pleased with Xiao Jun's response. Just as Leopard had said, Xiao Jun may look like a rough brute, brash, straightforward, and impulsive, but his mind was actually very meticulous and he would not make decisions lightly. That weakness appeared too abruptly. Anyone who can keep calm will not fall for it. Ling Lan revealed what she thought. Many who had been fooled by Jiang Xiaoyu's ploy only now realized that that opening was actually just a lure. But this does not exclude the possibility that it is a ploy within a ploy. Xiao Jun did not echo agreement with Ling Lan's judgment, however. The opening was very sudden, true, thus making it very suspicious. But what if the opponent had truly made a mistake and had simply decided not to hide it out of fear that his opponent might jump on it? He shook his head and added, it cannot be determined. More observation is necessary. Yes, whether it is true or false, to be safe, it is better to be patient. Judging by the situation on the field, the advantage is already on Lin Xiao's side. Giving up on this opportunity will not make Lin Xiao lose his upper hand, so it is right for him to be patient and not charge in blindly. If he falls for a trap, his advantage would be completely lost. Jiang Xiaoyu can afford to gamble, but Lin Xiao cannot. Ling Lan did not object to Xiao Jun's judgment. This caused the Ling Tian members to feel like they were listening to all this while blinded by fog. Until now, there were still some who just could not figure out whether this opportunity was fake or real. Qi Long was also watching the fight intently at this time. There was no confusion at all on his face because his animal instinct had not given him a strong urge to attack. This meant that opportunity was not trustworthy. Li Lanfeng and Han Jijian were calm as well. As strategists, they were originally the suspicious sort. Before they could confirm things 100%, they absolutely would not make any decisions lightly. Like Lin Xiao, they would choose to ignore the opening and maintain the current advantage to wait for a better opportunity. Luo Lang was the complete opposite of them. His expressions varied greatly. One moment he'd be calm, then he'd be excited, then impatient, then contemplative. Everyone in Ling Lan's battle clan knew that this fellow had most likely activated his innate talent inside, arbitrarily switching between his various personalities to try and come to a cohesive judgment on the situation on the field. As long as this innate talent of Luo Lang's was utilized well, not only would his combat power during battle be explosively increased, during normal times like this, it could also help with battle analysis. Using the different perspectives of the various personalities to dissect a situation would give one a fuller picture with little chance of error. The others all had their own opinions to varying extents. True battle between aces was not so easy to decipher. Anyone who had the chance to view one would certainly gain something from it. Jiang Xiaoyu saw that the weakness he exposed did not work, and he could not help but curse within his cockpit. After a bout of venting, Jiang Xiaoyu calmed down. He knew that he had been a little too obvious with that opening. Anyone who was cautious would not have acted lightly. And this Lin Xiao just so happened to be a cautious person. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes turned in his sockets, and an idea sprouted in his mind. Initially, his right hand had been holding a beam saber, while his left hand held a beam handgun often used by close combat mecha. The shooting range of a close combat mecha's beam handgun was no match for the range of a long-range mecha's beam gun. This was the main reason why Jiang Xiaoyu had been totally suppressed in terms of range in this battle with Lin Xiao. Jiang Xiaoyu knew he could not continue being passive like this. With a sudden twist of his body, he unleashed a wild flurry of shots from the beam handgun in his left hand. This time, he was no longer aiming for accuracy, chasing speed instead. A continuous stream of beams poured out, and though a portion flew wide, a majority of the shots met the beams coming from Lin Xiao and neutralized them. This gave Jiang Xiaoyu a chance to breathe, and then with a great swing, the beam saber in his right hand was sent flying out of his hand. The beam saber cut through the air, hurtling at Lin Xiao at an incredible speed. Lin Xiao's mecha was more of a long-range type to begin with, so its speed was among the fastest among ace mecha. He easily avoided the beam saber and the frequency of the attacks coming from both his hands was not interrupted at all. The beam saber brushed by Lin Xiao's mecha to land heavily on the ground, sending up some dust and dirt. Just as everyone was astounded at this move by Jiang Xiaoyu, many of the spectating First Men's Military Academy students sat up straight, eyes shining, Ling Yu and Xiao Jun not excluded. They all knew that Jiang Xiaoyu was probably about to launch his counterattack. Sure enough, Jiang Xiaoyu was finally doing something different. This new action caused astonished cries to ring out across the audience seats. It turned out that after discarding his beam saber, Jiang Xiaoyu had drawn a backup beam gun from the secured dock on his back. The counterattack method he had chosen was his weakness, long-range attack. Most people felt that this move of Jiang Xiaoyu's was suicidal, using one's weakness to compete against another's strength. It would be strange not to lose. However, as soon as Jiang Xiaoyu attacked, the situation on the field was unexpected. With a gun in both hands, Jiang Xiaoyu was shooting at a rate not much lower than Lin Xiao's, and his marksmanship was very good too. Every beam shot collided with one of Lin Xiao's, an opening began to appear in the encirclement of beams restricting Jiang Xiaoyu's movements. Holy sh*t, Jiang Xiaoyu's long-range skills are pretty strong too. Quite a few people exclaimed when they saw this. Mind you, Mecca operators who were proficient at both close combat and long-range combat would typically choose a balanced Mecca to fully apply their all-round capabilities. They would not do as Jiang Xiaoyu had, abandoning one of their strengths to focus on just one strength. Jiang Xiaoyu's counterattack was effective, he was no longer fully suppressed by Lin Xiao as before. The situation began to look increasingly promising for Jiang Xiaoyu, and just when everyone believed that Jiang Xiaoyu's chance was coming. That chance really came. Perhaps seeing how he was fast losing his absolute advantage, Lin Xiao panicked. He suddenly lost control of his initially very steady and rhythmical shooting. He pulled too fast on the trigger of his beam gun and actually ended up shooting several blanks, and the opening which Jiang Xiaoyu was ripping through his encirclement became even larger due to this mistake. Chance. A cold gleam flashed through Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes. His fingers flew, and all the engines on his mecha were instantly revved to their fullest, pushing his speed to the maximum limit. Although this kind of operation would cause wear and tear on the mecha's engines due to being pushed beyond capacity, Jiang Xiaoyu could not bother about this anymore at this moment. Opportunity was fleeting, if he did not grab this chance and continue to wait, perhaps he would not get another one. At that time, it would most likely be impossible to turn things around anymore. The speed of Jiang Xiaoyu's mecha broke past the limits of a close combat mecha, instantly drawing close to Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao naturally did not wish for his advantage to end here. He too revved all his engines, retreating desperately, but he was still slower than Jiang Xiaoyu by a beat, the distance between the two of them was eaten up in an instant. At this time, Lin Xiao lost the distance he had maintained while suppressing Jiang Xiaoyu through long-range attacks. In other words, his initially formidable and threatening long-range attacks were now completely useless. In the blink of an eye, the two combatants had switched over from long-range attack mode to close combat mode. Lin Xiao's in danger now. Seeing this, everyone felt that things were not looking good for Lin Xiao. Once things shifted to close combat, although a balanced mecha is also strong, it still would not be able to beat a true. This was a battle between aces, even when one side seemed to have an overwhelming advantage, before the fight truly ended, no one would dare to say that victory was certain. Lin Xiao had had the upper hand all this while, but now he had become the disadvantaged party in the blink of an eye. At this point, Ling Lan frowned slightly, a trace of contemplation coursing through her eyes. Had Lin Xiao truly made a mistake? Right then, the two mecha on the field were still engaged in a pursuit, one chasing while the other ran, but now the roles had been reversed. The initial pursuer was now the one being pursued, the initial prey now becoming the hunter. Lin Xiao did not forget to keep shooting with the guns in his hands as he retreated to prevent Jiang Xiaoyu from getting closer and pulling him into a close-range grapple, but Jiang Xiaoyu was not someone so easily deterred. His predictive ability was very strong, and the evasion footwork he was employing was also one of the advanced footwork at ace level. Lin Xiao's shooting did not give Jiang Xiaoyu much trouble, and the distance between the two of them continued to shrink. What do you think, Senior Xiao? Ling Lan suddenly turned her head to ask Xiao Jun. As soon as the distance is closed and the fight moves into close-range combat, the chances of Lin Xiao losing will become much higher. Now it all depends on whether Lin Xiao can pull away again. Xiao Jun similarly did not think well of Lin Xiao's chances. Challenging a close combat mecha with close combat was really unlikely to end well unless you were piloting a close combat mecha yourself. Jiang Xiaoyu can conceal his abilities. What do you think about Lin Xiao? Can he or can he not do so too? Asked Ling Lan instead, clearly showing that she did not agree with Xiao Jun. Conceal? Can or cannot? Xiao Jun was also a clever person. Enlightened, he said in shock, "Leader, you're saying that Lin Xiao's true strength is not actually long range but close combat?" If things were really as his team leader had judged, then this match would really be too interesting. Finally, Jiang Xiaoyu caught up to Lin Xiao. Jiang Xiaoyu saw as the distance between himself and Lin Xiao shrunk, and a savage smile appeared on his face. He swung the mechanical beam gun in his right hand fiercely, intending to slam the other with it hard. The beam gun whistled through the air. Everyone in the audience could hear the sound clearly through the top-notch audio system in the combat stadium. Their hearts were raised up high in suspense. With this amount of power behind it, if struck, even an ace mecha would not be able to fully offset the violent concussive force caused by the impact. The mecha operator inside the cockpit would certainly be injured gravely, incurring terrible internal damage. Quicker than words could say, just as everyone was worrying for Lin Xiao, a loud ear-shattering bang rang out. The two mecha had finally made contact for the first time in the fight. Those with keen eyes could already tell that Jiang Xiaoyu's attack had not worked. At the critical moment, Lin Xiao had used the beam gun in his hands to successfully intercept his opponent's heavy blow. The two mecha were instantly sent flying backwards away from one another after the violent collision. At the same time, both their mecha each had an item fly off from them. Two loud booms, and those two items cut a lovely curve through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, smashing open a shallow pit while sending a large spray of dust and dirt into the air. Apparently, the beam guns of the combatants had been flung out of their hands due to the collision. The audience had yet to see what had fallen onto the ground when the two mecha which had been flying backwards once again traded moves in the air. It turned out that as they were flying backwards, they had respectively drawn a cold weapon from their backs and had swung it without any hesitation at the other. If either side had only been a beat slower, one of them would definitely have been able to hit the other with their cold weapon due to its length and weight. If the opponent was unlucky, he might have been struck at the waist where the cockpit was. Then, not only would the opponent have suffered concussive damage, his score would also have been deducted by 1/3. A strike to the cockpit was considered a very effective attack, thus garnering the highest point deduction on an opponent. The two of them moved almost simultaneously, and so the two giant cold weapons clashed violently. The resulting force sent both cold weapons bouncing back, and at the same time, their already stabilized mecha were once again sent spinning out of control. Only after shooting back several dozens of meters did the two manage to regain full control of their mecha again. The two mecha faced each other from a distance of 200 meters. This bit of distance could be covered by the speed of a mecha in an instant, but the two fighters did not move recklessly. That last clash had made both of them keenly aware that the opponent before them was undoubtedly the strongest they had ever encountered thus far. The outcome would be decided in a split second, a reversal could occur at any moment. The two youths vigilantly held their cold weapons up, keeping their eyes on the other as they waited patiently, each trying to find an opportunity. The audience, which had been completely spellbound by the thrilling fight earlier, abruptly came to their senses. They began to exclaim. Who'd have guessed that Lin Xiao's close combat skills are not at all weaker than Jiang Xiaoyu's? Jiang Xiaoyu was not the only one hiding his abilities, Lin Xiao was too. Things will be interesting now. Both of them are good at close combat, so even if the fight is now in close combat mode, the outcome will be hard to predict. With the display of just those two moves, those with discerning eyes could already tell that though Lin Xiao's mecha looked like it was more geared for long-range attack, in reality, his close combat ability was several degrees better than that of the average close combat mecha. By this point, everyone understood that both Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Xiao had been concealing part of their abilities. At this moment, Ling Lan turned to Xiao Jun and said, "Pay more attention to Jiang Xiaoyu's movements. He may be your opponent." Xiao Jun was taken aback by her words. He could only see that the two people on the field were evenly matched. It was very hard to predict who would win or lose. Both sides still had hopes of winning. It all depended on who was better at grasping the opportunities they had, and who was more stable and able to keep their weaknesses shielded. Seeing the doubt and surprise in Xiao Jun's eyes, Ling Lan explained, Jiang Xiaoyu was too impatient when turning the tables around. He did not think through why the consistently calm and collected Lin Xiao would make such a low-level mistake. Only then did Xiao Jun comb through his memories, and indeed, even though Jiang Xiaoyu had broken Lin Xiao's suppression, Lin Xiao was still the one with the upper hand. Lin Xiao's personality was cautious to begin with, he definitely would not waver so easily. Xiao Jun said in shocked realization, was it all a setup by Lin Xiao? Exactly so. Lin Xiao seems like he wants to use the opponent's most confident point to defeat him. Ling Lan stroked her jaw. This behavior was actually very brutal and savage. By unfortunate happenstance, the opponent's confidence may be completely crushed. Unless against an especially hated person or for the sake of revenge, the average person would never resort to such means. A flash of insight sparked through Ling Lan's mind. Could this be because of Luo Chao? Although Luo Lang had been the one harassed, anyone who was interested could easily find out the truth of the matter and who Jiang Xiaoyu's true target was. Luo Lang had just become a decoy shield due to a misunderstanding. A subtle smile hung on Ling Lan's lips. She really admired a senior who would openly seek revenge when his junior sister had been wronged, not to mention that the junior sister in question was a close childhood companion she had grown up with. Lin Xiao's current scheme was something Ling Lan was very glad to witness. Sure enough, the following situation turned out as Ling Lan had expected. Lin Xiao's close combat abilities were extremely solid, and his mentality was extremely calm and logical. Against Lin Xiao's sure and steady way of fighting, Jiang Xiaoyu had no chance at all. In contrast, Jiang Xiaoyu became increasingly anxious and impatient. It should be known that although 3 ace operators had come to participate in this tournament, their proficiencies were not the same. He, Jiang Xiaoyu, was operating a close combat mecha, so his close combat ability was definitely outstanding and noteworthy. Xiao Ting operated a long-range mecha, so his proficiency was undoubtedly in long range, while Lin Xiao operated a balanced mecha, so he should be about equally good in both. However, this balance also signified mediocrity. Lin Xiao should neither be able to beat him in close combat nor beat Xiao Ting in long-range combat. Originally, although he took this fight against Lin Xiao seriously, he had still believed that it would not be a difficult matter to defeat the other. As soon as he managed to get close, victory would be his. But reality had now given Jiang Xiaoyu a direct slap in the face. In his strongest suit, close combat, his opponent was no weaker than himself. Instead, he was the one losing confidence as the fight went on. He could still comprehend why he was weaker than the other in long range, but if he could not beat the other in close combat either, then what face did he have as a close combat operator? Jiang Xiaoyu did not want to lose face. He desperately wanted to use his greatest strength to defeat his opponent. Even if he could not do it in one move, he also hoped to strike his opponent so that even as the opponent's points were deducted, he would be able to prove to the audience that he was still stronger in terms of close combat. Perhaps due to the pressure or perhaps due to Jiang Xiaoyu's desperation to obtain results, this mentality made Jiang Xiaoyu lose his cool. His movements turned rough and choppy, no longer as fine and rhythmical as before. Anyone with eyes could see that his operation was starting to veer out of control, no longer as perfect as it had been at the start. Lin Xiao observed the changes in Jiang Xiaoyu and his gaze flickered. He knew that his opportunity would come soon. Lin Xiao did not move immediately, he only had one chance. He needed to act at the moment he had the best shot, otherwise, he would rather wait than be as impulsive as Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu is probably going to lose now. Xiao Jun could also see the signs now and he could not but break out into a wide grin. From the looks of it now, out of the 3 ace operators, Jiang Xiaoyu is the weakest. That Lin Xiao is very strong and he also knows how to hold back, he will probably give Xiao Ting a lot of trouble. Ling Lan really quite admired this cadet who had a name which sounded so similar to her dad's. His skills were great both in long range and close range. A balanced mecha was truly most suitable for him. Moreover, he did not lack cunning either. He had intentionally disguised the outer shell of his mecha to give others the mistaken impression that his strong suit was long-range offense and that his close combat was slightly weaker. This had lured the opponent in to attack his perceived weak point, close combat. Now, this arrangement of his was indeed proving wondrously effective. Well, at least, Jiang Xiaoyu had tragically fallen for it. Without these elements of disguise, Jiang Xiaoyu would certainly have been warier. He was not that easy to fool. On the field, the two fighters exchanged several more blows in mid-air, their mecha trading positions several times. Following the passing of time, Jiang Xiaoyu, unable to find any opportunity to attack, became even more restless and agitated. His brain ran hot, and he actually abandoned defense to attack with full force. Every swing of his mecha's arms with his cold weapon became heavy and powerful, but his speed dropped noticeably. In aiming for a one-hit kill, he caused his mecha to lose its agility. At this moment, Lin Shiao, who had been waiting all this time, knew that his true opportunity had arrived. He finally made his move. Jiang Xiaoyu's ended his latest round of ferocious attacks, and just as he was about to start the next round, Lin Xiao, who had been on full defense all this while, actually disappeared from sight while Jiang Xiaoyu was distracted preparing his attack. Jiang Xiaoyu was first startled and paused for a beat, but immediately after, alarms blared loudly in his mind. He silently knew that things were not good. Without conscious thought, his fingers flew reflexively over his mecha's controls, instantly bringing his hand's speed to its limits. He needed to pilot his mecha away from here, or else he would be in danger. Jiang Xiaoyu's intuition was not wrong, but though he tried his hardest to escape the crisis, Lin Xiao had already waited so long for this opportunity, so how could he let Jiang Xiaoyu escape so easily? Boom 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 boom. The engines of Jiang Xiaoyu's mecha had just begun to flare, his mecha's body yet to escape from range, when Lin Xiao suddenly descended from above, his attack already a step ahead. Was that space flicker just now? The spectators cried out in shock. They had seen Lin Xiao's actions clearly. At the moments Jiang Xiaoyu's attack had slowed, he had suddenly dashed to the area above Jiang Xiaoyu's head. This flicker movement was a technique that only ace operators could perform. It was called space flicker, a weaker version of teleportation. As the technical skill required to perform it was very high, many operators who had just advanced to ace level could not learn this technique. However, these were not the only exclamations. Closely following that, the voices rose once more. Ah, it's a mecha chain combo. In close-range mecha combat, a mecha chain combo was the technique that could best showcase an operator's control skills and explosive power. The more skillful the operator was, the higher the combo chain they could perform. Rumor had it that a god-class operator had once managed a combo chain of 128 hits, instantly defeating his opponent who was also a god-class operator. 3 hits, 5 hits. By the time Lin Xiao reached 5 hits, everyone was on their feet in excitement. For the average mecha warrior, a 3-hit chain was already the limit, while a mecha master might be able to do another 1 or 2 hits more. Still, 5 hits was a tipping point. There were very few normal mecha masters who could go beyond 5 hits. Once someone went over the 5-hit mark, that meant that that person's future was limitless. Under the anticipatory gazes of everyone in the audience, Lin Xiao finally completed the 6th hit in his chain. When the loud bang rang out once more, everyone could not hold back their cheers. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao reached his limit at this time and his combo chain finally ended. After taking Lin Xiao's 6-hit combo, Jiang Xiaoyu not only did not manage to escape Lin Xiao's attacks, he was defeated instantly by this combo chain. 6 effective attacks instantly reduced Jiang Xiaoyu's points to 0. Even though Jiang Xiaoyu still had the ability to fight, the referee would not give him the chance to do so anymore. Sure enough, when the referee saw that Jiang Xiaoyu's points had been reduced to 0, he decisively raised his red flag and announced the end of the match. On the screens on all 4 sides of the combat field, Lin Xiao's victory was announced. With regards to this result, no one had any objections. Although both combatants had been ace operators, Lin Xiao's control skills and mentality had been shown to be better than Jiang Xiaoyu's. After completing his 6-hit combo chain, Lin Xiao sat panting in his cockpit. His initially serious face was now adorned with a wide smile. He wasn't just glad that he had obtained the victory in this match, because victory was already within his expectations. What truly pleased him was that he had actually managed to break through his limits in this fight. For the first time ever, he had managed to up his combo chain to 6 hits. Undoubtedly, he had once again achieved a breakthrough while putting his all into the fight. Ling Lan saw the final outcome, and it was as she had expected. She turned to look at Xiao Jun and asked, "Senior Xiao, what do you think of your opponent now?" Xiao Jun's mouth split into a grin. "Jiang Xiaoyu's heart will have an opening remaining. I'll be able to use that in the afternoon." Ling Lan nodded, but then shook her head. "It's true that there will be an opening, but you are not Lin Xiao, so you won't be able to use it." "Why?" Xiao Jun frowned, somewhat puzzled. "Because you are still a special class operator," answered Ling Lan levelly. Xiao Jun fell into a thoughtful silence, head bowed. Then, as if figuring something out, he raised his head and asked, "Is this because he has a psychological advantage? So he won't be as caught up in insecurities as he was during his fight with Lin Xiao, making it hard to pick on this weak point of his? Not only does he have a psychological advantage, but he also has the strength to back it up. Even though Jiang Xiaoyu will be off his game due to this loss here, it is still very easy for him to defeat you," added Ling Lan. Ling Lan's words deepened the furrow between Xiao Jun's eyebrows. Well, that was true. Although special class operators and ace operators were both operators, the distance between the two was like heaven and earth. This gap was not so easily bridged. "Is there no way at all?" mused Xiao Jun regretfully. "To win will be difficult, but to achieve an internecine outcome is not impossible." Ling Lan gave Xiao Jun a great surprise. As soon as Xiao Jun heard this, he was invigorated. He quickly said, "Leader, tell me quickly." No, it's boss. Tell me quickly." In order to obtain Ling Lan's battle sutra, Xiao Jun's expression was sycophantic, and he had even shamelessly begun calling Ling Lan boss. To one side, Lan Luofong had been listening to their conversation silently, and now he could not help but cover his face in shame, almost hoping he could dig a hole to bury himself in it. Sob, this shameless Xiao Jun. I really don't know him. Meanwhile, the other Ling Tian members were instantly left dumbstruck in the face of such shameless behavior from Xiao Jun. Some members who still retained some degree of rationality, like Qi Long, Luo Lang, and Xie Yi, swiftly bounced at least 3 meters away from Xiao Jun, looking for all the world like he was a stranger to them. This behavior of Xiao Jun likewise hit Ling Lan like a lightning bolt. The plan she had thought of had already been by her lips, about to be spoken, but now it slid back down her throat. She decided that she would not say anything for now and let Senior Xiao stew for a while to console her poor frightened little soul. Xiao Jun was completely oblivious to the disdain and avoidance of his companions in reaction to his behavior. Yup, well, even if he had sensed some of it, his heart right now was filled with that method Ling Lan had mentioned. He had no mind at all to care about teaching those disrespectful juniors a lesson. He ignored the increasingly cold aura emanating from Ling Lan, happily circling around her and calling her boss over and over again. He was completely clueless to the fact that the more ingratiating he was with his behavior, the more unlikely he was to get what he wanted. Meanwhile, at this time, in the VIP room of the combat stadium, all of the special guests attending the Grand Mecca tournament were pretty much watching the fight inside. Seated beside Ling Xiao was the vice president of the federation. He looked at the winner's name displayed on the large screen and could not help but laugh and say teasingly, "Oh, Ling Xiao, do you have any thoughts about this person's name?" Ling Xiao and the vice president held the highest status in the military and the government respectively among all the special guests. Though all the other guests appeared to be watching the match intently or conversing in low voices with the people next to them, in truth, they were constantly observing the actions of the two men. When they heard the vice president's teasing remark, their ears instantly perked up. They wanted to know whether this cadet would be especially valued or disliked by General Ling Xiao due to his similar-sounding name. Ling Xiao's attitude would determine how they would treat this cadet in the future. "He's not bad," Ling Xiao said with a smile. The name Ling Xiao really is very popular in the Federation, I see. Vice President, in this regard, you can't match me. Ling Xiao's smug boasting made everyone there smile knowingly. Several high-ranking officers of various army divisions now viewed the outstanding Lin Xiao with greedy eyes, planning to report this person to their commanders immediately after the tournament ended so that the officers sent to assess cadets would work hard to secure Lin Xiao for their respective divisions when they went to the first co-ed military academy. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned his attention back to the field. Everyone assumed that he was watching the two fighters on the field, only he himself knew that he was looking for his daughter. Unfortunately, there were hundreds of thousands of people in the audience. It really was not that easy to find his daughter in the crowd. The end of Lin Xiao and Jiang Xiaoyu's match signaled the end of the single Mecca combat matches in the morning. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the rest of the matches would be held to determine the final placings of the four combatants. The audience in the combat stadium began to exit in an orderly manner. They needed to take the time for lunch before returning to watch the afternoon matches. The afternoon matches were sure to be even more exciting than the morning matches. After all, the coming matches would decide the first and second place, and even the match to determine third and fourth promised to be a view-worthy fight. Seeing this, Ling Lan stood up. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun still had not been able to receive the answer he wanted from Ling Lan. He saw Ling Lan stand up and quickly hurried to follow suit. When the other members saw this, they could only smile wryly and stand up as well. Li Lanfeng's feet were a little unsteady. Standing on swaying feet, he felt deep regret for the first time for knowing such a shameless person like Xiao Jun. Ling Lan did not know that when she stood up, Ling Xiao, who was still in the VIP room, suddenly turned to look in her direction as if guided by some supernatural sense. When he saw that familiar silhouette, the smile playing at the corners of Ling Xiao's lips deepened, and only then did he stand up to say goodbye to the other special guests. Ling Xiao had honestly sat around here idly for half a day, all for the sake of this one glimpse of his daughter. Ling Lan led the people of Ling Tian out of the combat stadium. They were just passing by the mouth of the passage to the backstage when they heard a round of joyful cheers. Ling Lan turned at the sound and saw a group of cadets standing there. Lin Shiao, who had just won over Jiang Xiaoyu, had just walked out of the passage. He should be the reason for these cheers. Li Luofong, who had been watching Ling Lan closely all this while, saw Ling Lan's attention drawn by those cadets, and so spoke up to explain, "These people are the participants from the first co-ed military academy. They should be here to welcome back their team leader Lin Xiao." Ling Lan nodded lightly in response. She of course knew they were from the first co-ed military academy, because she had seen two familiar figures among the crowd, Luo Chao and Han Shuya. However, the attention of the two girls was on Lin Xiao, so they had not noticed the arrival of Ling Lan's group. When Lin Xiao came out, he had turned to Luo Chao and Han Shuya and said something. With her skills, Ling Lan could naturally hear everything he said loud and clear. Lin Xiao said that no one would still be able to strut around arrogantly after bullying someone from the first co-ed military academy. This sentence left the students of the first co-ed military academy beside themselves with excitement, their eyes filled with respect for Lin Xiao. Even the always shy Luo Chao also cast a grateful glance at Lin Xiao. The corners of Ling Lan's lips quirked upwards and she did not stop, passing by the first co-ed military academy's people just like that. In her mind space, Ling Lan instructed Little Four to help her send a short message to Luo Chao. Luo Chao suddenly felt her wrist vibrate, and when she raised her hand to look, she found a message notification waiting for her. She opened the message and her face flushed red, a sweet, shy smile appearing on her lips. "Little sister Luo Chao, you have a good senior." The message only contained this brief sentence, and the sender was Ling Lan. She had not expected that the always cold and indifferent boss Lan would actually care about her this much. Luo Chao's heart began to throb, and she could not help but think shyly, was her crush of many years finally being reciprocated? In the afternoon, the competition continued. The first to be held was the match to determine the third and fourth place. Xiao Jun and Jiang Xiaoyu each piloted their Mecca onto the field. Jiang Xiaoyu still had not recovered from his loss in the morning. He was rather unfocused. In his mind, he kept seeing scenes from his fight with Lin Xiao in the morning, all the way up till when he had been KO'd by Lin Xiao's 6-hit combo chain, and he was immensely frustrated inside. During lunch, his instructors had already helped him analyze the reasons behind his defeat. He had lost in terms of patience, he had not been calm enough, a little too impatient, and had thus fallen for Lin Xiao's scheme. If he had only been a little calmer, a little more patient, then perhaps the outcome might have been very different. Even now, Jiang Xiaoyu still could not accept the reality of his loss to Lin Xiao. In his mind, only Qiao Ting from the First Men's Military Academy was a worthy opponent. The referee's green flag swept down, signaling the official start to the fight. As the flag fluttered down, Xiao Jun sprang out like a tiger let out of its cage, pouncing at his opponent several hundred meters away. He pushed all the power of his engines into speed, hurtling straight for Jiang Xiaoyu in a dark streak of light. Although there were also different types of special class mecha, these types were not as extreme in their specializations as ace mecha. Despite having certain strength biases, special class mecha were overall still quite balanced. Thus, when Xiao Jun pushed his engines to the maximum, his speed was not significantly slower than close combat ace mecha. In fact, it could even be said that he was faster by a hair. This move of Xiao Jun's drew shocked gasps from the audience. This was because, for the sake of this speed, Xiao Jun had sacrificed activating even the most essential beam shield protection. This meant that if he was accidentally hit by a stray beam, his defenseless mecha would certainly be immediately KO'd out of the match. Moreover, his opponent was Jiang Xiaoyu. His match in the morning had proven that his long-range attacks were no less impressive than his close combat skills. This action of Xiao Jun's was clearly too reckless. Everyone believed that this match would set the record for being the fastest to end. Would it be 10 seconds, or 5? If Xiao Jun was unlucky, the match could even end in 3 seconds. However, everyone soon saw that reality was not turning out as they expected. With this great opportunity right before his eyes, Jiang Xiaoyu seemed stupefied. He actually did not manage to lift his gun in time. By the time he raised his gun, Xiao Jun was already less than 50 meters away. With the mecha's speed, this 50 meters would be closed within 2 steps. Only at this time did the fearlessly charging forwards Xiao Jun release a sigh of relief. It was as Boss Lan had predicted. Jiang Xiaoyu had not taken him seriously because he was underestimating him. This had given Xiao Jun the chance to get close. Xiao Jun was a close combat specialist as well, though he was no match for Jiang Xiaoyu even in close combat. Still, it was much better compared to his long-range attacks. With his lame marksmanship, he would definitely get the crap shot out of him by Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu was awoken by the blare of alarms from his mecha. One look and cold sweat instantly broke out all over his body. It was lucky he had awoken in time, or else, just half a second later and he might have been subject to a successful blitz attack by Xiao Jun. Why were these people all so annoying? Jiang Xiaoyu's rage burned. He snapped up his beam gun and pulled the trigger on Xiao Jun, who was sprinting right at him. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. With the pull of the trigger, the muzzle of the gun glowed brightly, a sign that a beam was about to be fired. Just then, a long and narrow black sword suddenly sliced down diagonally, stabbing straight into the muzzle of the beam gun. Boom! An explosion rang out, followed by a column of dark black smoke. At this time, the two mecha were already in a standoff. Part of the audience had naturally caught what had happened, but there were some who had been unable to see clearly and were left boggled as to what could have happened. Had Jiang Xiaoyu really been hit by Xiao Jun? Just as everyone was wondering, the two mecha suddenly leapt back from each other. Only when the two mecha were fully displayed before the crowd once more could the audience tell where the explosion had come from. Jiang Xiaoyu's left arm was now a scarred mess. Half of the mecha's palm had been sliced clean off, only leaving a thumb behind. Electrical wires were left exposed to the outside at the broken edge, and some of them were still sparking. The crowd gasped in shock once more. They had not expected Xiao Jun's reckless charge to work. He had actually managed to ambush Jang Xiaoyu. In that state, Jang Xiaoyu's left hand was pretty much unable to hold anything anymore. In other words, Jang Xiaoyu was now down by one hand, and his combat power would be decreased by 3 tiers because of it. Jang Xiaoyu looked at the upper right corner of his screen, at the 100 there representing his points. The numbers suddenly began to scroll backwards rapidly. Jang Xiaoyu knew that this meant his points were being deducted. When the opponent's sword had jammed the muzzle of the beam gun, the beam energy could not be fired and had actually exploded within the gun. It was a shame for him that the energy block of the beam gun was completely full. The explosion instantly ignited the power left in the energy block. The force of the resulting explosion had been so powerful that it had instantly made waste of his mecha's left palm. His point tally finally stopped scrolling, and the glaring number 70 sent pricks of pain stabbing into Jang Xiaoyu's eyes. Unexpectedly, his little distraction had actually been taken advantage of so thoroughly by the opponent to launch a successful blitz attack, resulting in such a huge deduction right off the bat, almost 1/3 of his total points. This made him feel ashamed. He had actually been harmed by a special class operator. The thread of reason in his mind was fraying. He wanted to kill the other, he must kill the other. Jang Xiaoyu's eyes began to turn red as a thick killing intent emanated from him. Xiao Jun had managed to land a hit in one attempt. His heart was inexplicably exhilarated, and his admiration surged so high that he wanted to prostrate himself at Boss Lan's feet. It turned out this entire series of actions had all been directed by Ling Lan. Ling Lan had predicted that the opponent would be unable to focus at the start due to his loss in the morning as well as his natural disdain of Xiao Jun as an opponent. Thus, using the theoretical top speed of a mecha right at the start to draw close to the opponent for a blitz attack had a good chance of succeeding. Of course, this so-called top speed referred to abandoning everything else on the mecha to funnel its entire available power into speed. At first, Xiao Jun was not too sure about following Boss Lan's proposal. He just felt that it was too risky. If there was just the slightest bit of error, he would be KO'd right out of the match and become the person to be eliminated from a match in the shortest amount of time in tournament history. That would be such a loss of face. Noticing Xiao Jun's doubts, Ling Lan had merely said lightly, "If you don't take the risk, you will definitely lose. Take the gamble, and there is the possibility of a draw." Yes, at most, Xiao Jun could only push this match to a draw. The difference between their mecha's levels completely threw out any possibility of victory for Xiao Jun. No matter how much he schemed and plotted, it would all be for the sake of just a draw. Ling Lan's words enlightened Xiao Jun. Yes, if he did not gamble, based on his strength, losing was just a matter of time even if he fought with his life. As such, he might as well take the risk. Wasn't a loss the worst thing that could happen one? In reality, Ling Lan had created this plan with an estimated success rate of 70%. In Ling Lan's opinion, as long as the odds were at 50% and above, it would be a gamble worth taking. In order to increase the chances of success, Ling Lan had even lent her newly bought firmament to Xiao Jun. The typical giant swords used by Mecca were all the broadsword type, heavy and solid, thus making them unsuitable for more agile and dexterous attacks. However, firmament was extremely unique. It was a fine sword and had extremely high resilience, allowing it to do things a typical broadsword could not. So that Xiao Jun would be able to pinpoint the perfect timing to intercept. After they had eaten their lunch, Xiao Jun had been dragged by Ling Lan over to a mecha combat hall for some urgent training. The main purpose of the session was for Xiao Jun to familiarize himself with firmament. The way to use firmament was different from that of other ordinary giant swords. In order to avoid any mistakes, this impromptu training was necessary. Xiao Jun's efforts had now finally come to fruition, and in the most perfect way. In order to ensure success, Ling Lan and Xiao Jun had analyzed all the possible reactions of Jang Xiaoyu in detail, coming up with counterplans for each alternative. Who would have guessed that they would not need to use any single one of those in the end? Right then, Xiao Jun's heart was running hot. He may be able to make history by proving that there was the possibility of a tie in a battle between an ace and special class. However, Xiao Jun did not have the time to really think about all these random things right now. He was staring at Jiang Xiaoyu with his full attention, not daring to miss anything. Boss Lan had said that once Jiang Xiaoyu was injured, he would definitely go berserk. It could be predicted that the following attack would be an overwhelming one, and Xiao Jun's task was to tide over this round of attacks no matter what. When Jiang Xiaoyu found that he was unable to bring Xiao Jun down, his morale would fall, and that moment would be Xiao Jun's chance. Sure enough, Xiao Jun found himself faced with a barrage of wild attacks. The enraged Jiang Xiaoyu's mind was fixated on the thought of killing his opponent. Furthermore, the oppression of the level difference allowed Jiang Xiaoyu to attack without having to worry about so-called skill or technique. He attacked by relying solely on the brute force of his mecha itself, sending punch after heavy punch at his opponent. Xiao Jun desperately protected his most vital spots, slowly being pushed back by Jiang Xiaoyu. He looked bitterly at his slowly dwindling points and sweat flowed uncontrollably from his forehead. Just as Xiao Jun felt that he was unable to hold on any longer, he suddenly felt Jiang Xiaoyu's attack slowing down. Xiao Jun instantly felt the pressure ease, and he managed to catch a break. He then reacted quickly, knowing that this had to be the chance Boss Lan had mentioned. Without stopping to think about it, he leapt, raising firmament in his hands to slash forcefully at the opponent. Jiang Xiaoyu saw Xiao Jun charging over without fear of death again and he sniffed coldly. The difference in their levels made it extremely easy for him to handle the attacks of a special class operator. Seeing firmament coming at him, he casually operated his mecha to lift his own cold weapon to meet the other's attack. Clang! Jiang Xiaoyu's giant sword collided with firmament, but the results were not as Jiang Xiaoyu expected. The swords did not repel each other, but instead became locked tight, unable to part. At this sight, Jiang Xiaoyu stared blankly and then tugged hard to try and bring his sword back. However, he found that when his giant sword returned, that long and narrow sword of the opponent's followed it too. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly sensed danger and without conscious thought, he kicked out a leg at Xiao Jun's mecha that had come even closer following behind firmament. Bang! Snap! Two sounds rang out almost simultaneously. When Jiang Xiaoyu's kick landed on Xiao Jun's mecha, the head of Xiao Jun's mecha suddenly split open to reveal two openings, revealing the two interference missiles contained inside. Due to the force of this kick, firmament finally detached from Jiang Xiaoyu's giant sword, and Xiao Jun's mecha was sent flying back. Excitement was writ across Xiao Jun's brow. He stared at the screen. When the value for the best shooting range Boss Lan had told him arrived, he would be ready to press the launch button. Pow! Two interference missiles shot out from the head area of the mecha, flying straight for Jiang Xiaoyu. Interference missiles were a type of missile meant to draw away and confuse tracking missiles. They were useful when fighting against starships, but in a battle between mecha, these missiles were almost never used by mecha operators. This was because interference missiles did not have much lethal power. Even if a mecha did not evade them and allowed them to hit it as they liked, the mecha would be left completely unharmed by just relying on the defensive power of its beam shield. Thus, when Jiang Xiaoyu saw that Xiao Jun was actually shooting interference missiles at him from close range, his first thought was, is the opponent stupid? His second thought was, the opponent really is stupid. His third thought was, the opponent is an absolute F**king idiot. Faced with these two interference missiles, Jiang Xiaoyu's expression was disdainful and he made no move to dodge them. He wasn't an idiot himself, why should he be scared by these harmless interference missiles? Instead, he raised the giant sword in his hands and flew forwards, thinking to take advantage of this moment to strike the opponent. Right when the interference missiles were about to hit Jiang Xiaoyu, however, an unprecedented sense of danger welled up in his heart. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu did not have time to think, he trusted in his intuition. Without any hesitation, he abruptly swung the giant sword in his hands at those two interference missiles he had been ignoring. If there was danger about, Jiang Xiaoyu's intuition believed that it must be coming from these two interference missiles he had been ignoring. Two loud rumbling explosions rang out. The giant sword struck one of the interference missiles and the missile exploded upon contact. However, the other missile avoided the sword's interception to fly straight at Jiang Xiaoyu's chest. Under this great looming sense of danger, Jiang Xiaoyu's finger speed reached his limits. At the last minute, he managed to tilt his mecha to the side, avoiding a strike to the chest, but the missile still struck his mecha's left shoulder. Right after that, the second interference missile exploded. The explosive power of the interference missiles was beyond his expectations. Jiang Xiaoyu's mecha was instantly sent flying back several hundred meters from the blast. The massive blow caused the blood to roil in his chest, leaving his chest feeling heavy and making him nauseous. If not for the protective mechanisms inside the cockpit, as well as his own tough constitution, the force of this blast would likely have been enough to injure him badly. However, the mecha Jiang Xiaoyu operated was not so lucky. The left arm had been completely blown off by the interference missile. Even the defensive power of an ace mecha was unable to withstand against this explosive force. The horrifying destructive power of the interference missiles which went against all common knowledge caused a rare lull to roll over the audience. It took several seconds for a loud roar to rise up as the venue was filled with the raucous expressions of disbelief. The interference missiles which had been fired from the head of Xiao Jun's mecha had blown apart everyone's expectations. There were even a few missile experts in the crowd who leapt to their feet in excitement. With regards to the weapons stored in the head of Mecca, these experts naturally wanted to add some power to the missiles there while retaining the interference function the missiles were meant to serve. However, due to the low weight-bearing capacity of the head area and the very limited amount of physical space, both the factors of mass and weight had put an end to all possibility of enhancing the offensive power of the missiles. They had not expected a new possibility to rise in this area where they had already given up. This excited them greatly, and they could not wait for the match to just end so they could grab hold of that special class operator and properly take apart his mecha to properly see what in the world those interference missiles were. When Chong Xinyuan heard the spectators around him all discussing what those interference missiles could be, he smiled so smugly that his eyes were slits. He had originally thought that he had created some useless things, but surprisingly, under Boss Lan's arrangement, those trash had actually become treasures, managing to achieve an unexpectedly great lethal effect in mecha combat. At this thought, Chong Xinyuan felt somewhat regretful. Such an unexpected sneak attack had still been dodged by Jiang Xiaoyu. If the opponent had been struck dead-on in the chest, the entire power system of his mecha would have been destroyed, making it a true killing move. However, Chong Xinyuan's regrets very quickly disappeared. On the field, having lost his left arm, Jiang Xiaoyu had insult added to injury. His giant sword suddenly broke with a loud snap, right in the middle. The top half of the blade fell heavily to the ground below, sending up a spray of dust. Jiang Xiaoyu's complexion paled greatly at the sight and he stared in shock at the remains of his giant sword in his mecha's right hand, unusually confused. Even now, he still could not understand how the rather harmless interference missiles could suddenly become so powerful. It was beyond his imagination. 2 interference missiles, one destroyed his left arm, while the other destroyed his sword. Could it be that the Federation had developed some new range of interference missiles? And the opponent had just been lucky enough to get his hands on some? Jiang Xiaoyu naturally could not obtain an answer, because these interference missiles had been created by Chong Xinyuan of Ling Lan's battle clan. Chong Xinyuan had always considered these missiles his failed products, and so he had never spoken of them to outsiders. If Ling Lan had not seen the value these modified missiles had, they would probably still be buried somewhere in Chong Xinyuan's workshop. Seeing the outcome, Xiao Jun was also sighing in regret in his heart. 2 Ultra-NG missiles won, and in the end, he had only managed to destroy one of the opponent's arms. By Boss Lan's estimates, the best outcome was destroying half of the opponent's mecha. Jiang Xiaoyu could not comprehend why things had turned out this way, but he was aware enough to know that he had lost face big time now. A Grand Ace operator actually being pushed to such a sorry state by a special class operator. Even though he had previously managed to deal considerable damage to the opponent's mecha with his powerful torrent of blows, leaving the opponent's mecha covered in scars, the opponent had still retained the overall integrity of his mecha on the surface. In this aspect, he had lost to the opponent. The cheers of the crowd were clearly for the opponent, Jiang Xiaoyu knew. He felt a strong sense of shame. With a snap, in his brain, a chord called rationality broke. With reddened eyes, Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the Mecca before his eyes, and his mind had only one thought in it: kill him. He must kill the opponent. Only then could he wash away his disgrace. Jiang Xiaoyu violently threw aside the broken half-sword left in his hands, and then his Mecca's right arm reached behind his back to pull out the handle of a beam saber. As soon as he flicked the switch, the beam several meters long instantly extended from the handle. At the same time, his Mecca's engines began to rumble loudly, and in the next second, his Mecca streaked forwards like a beam of light, barreling straight towards Xiao Jun, who was several hundred meters away. So quick! Everyone exclaimed. This was the true power of an ace. Before this, due to being absent-minded, Jiang Xiaoyu had not really displayed the strength an ace operator should have. This was also why Xiao Jun had been able to withstand the opponent's wild blows earlier. If Jiang Xiaoyu had used the strength he is now displaying from the start, Xiao Jun would most likely have already lost by now, said Lan Luofong with a sigh, seated beside Ling Lan. Though he said this, he was honestly happy for his good friend over his good luck. Ling Lan nodded in agreement. Frankly, the plan she had designed for Xiao Jun actually had a flaw. Enraging the opponent could indeed make the opponent lose his cool and cause his strength to decrease, but there were actually two other possible outcomes. One was that despite the anger, the opponent would still be able to control his emotions and retain his original combat power, while the other was the one Ling Lan most did not wish to see. Out of anger, the opponent may instead dig deep and unleash his latent abilities, making his combat power burst past his limits. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaoyu had not turned out to be that type of oddball, allowing Xiao Jun to accomplish his goal despite the most dangerous of margins, claiming one of the opponent's arms. However, at this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu's strength had been restored to its original standards. Xiao Jun's luck had come to an end, the match would be over soon. Ling Lan came to a conclusion. From the audience's perspective, Jiang Xiaoyu's Mecca hurtled like lightning towards Xiao Jun. And from Xiao Jun's own perspective, he only saw a flash and the opponent was already right before him, the other's beam saber mercilessly piercing straight for his cockpit. This scene made Xiao Jun's face change drastically. He quickly operated his Mecca to turn to one side, and the opponent's beam saber scraped across his Mecca's outer armor. The power of the beam saber exceeded the maximum tolerance of Xiao Jun's Mecca's beam shield, hence leaving a noticeable scratch on the Mecca's armor. Everyone gasped in shock. Seated in the viewing area, Ling Lan's frigid and stony expression also shifted beyond her control. Her eyes narrowed as rage flashed through them. Xiao Jun, it's time to admit defeat, muttered Ling Lan silently, rather anxious inside. It could not be avoided. She had an extra burden of worry this time. She did not wish for any of her members to meet with any accidents in this tournament. Having avoided that killing blow, Xiao Jun heard the feedback given by the Mecca's AI and his initially enthusiastic expression froze. A surge of rage spread uncontrollably within him. That last blow was certainly no mistake or a simple slip of the hand, it was intentional, the opponent wanted to kill him. Xiao Jun might appear to be a savage brute, the perfect picture of a thug. While he had been with the Wuji Mecca clan, he had also been mistaken for a simple-minded battle freak, but in reality, he had a set code of conduct. He would repay the tiniest drop of kindness with a fountain, and collect a skull for the grievance of a broken tooth too. If Jiang Xiaoyu intended to be underhanded, Xiao Jun naturally would not just take this in silence. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu charging to attack him once more, a cold gleam flashed through Xiao Jun's eyes. His fingers began to dance fervently and his Mecca moved. Firmament was gripped firmly in his right hand as his arm spread out slightly, and the tip of the blade dipped down to a 45-degree angle. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu's beam saber was once again turned towards Xiao Jun's cockpit, his arm abruptly jerked upwards. Inside his cockpit, Xiao Jun roared in anger. Firmament darted out in a dark streak of light, drawing a half-circle in the air, its blade driving up from the base of the opponent's leg towards the opponent's cockpit. Xiao Jun's decision to not avoid the opponent's attack in favor of an internecine outcome made everyone in the audience cry out in shock. Some of the more timid female audience members were even so afraid that they covered their faces with their hands, shielding their eyes in fear of witnessing a tragedy. When Ling Lan, who had already been extremely worried to begin with, saw this scene play out, her face changed drastically and she rose to her feet. Right then, she was unbelievably shocked and angry. She had always thought that Xiao Jun was a calm and discerning person, and that combined with his 4 years of Mecca combat experience, he would not make any errors in judgment. Unexpectedly, he too had bouts of irrationality, actually disregarding his own life and safety like this. Right at that critical moment, a Mecca suddenly descended from the skies above. It appeared in an instant above the two Mecca, immediately pressing the two Mecca which were about to destroy each other onto the ground. A loud boom rang out, and the entire stadium was shaking uncontrollably due to the force behind it. Dust and dirt spread out everywhere, but because there was a shield separating the combat field from the audience seats, the audience was not affected by the dust and dirt. Only after the dust had cleared could the crowd see that a dazzling Mecca was half kneeling on the field. That Mecca was slightly bent over, both arms stretched down to hold both Jiang Xiaoyu's and Xiao Jun's Mecca firmly against the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu and Xiao Jun were like two large tortoises, pathetically pressed flat on the ground. They appeared to still be struggling, trying to climb off the ground, but their opponent's strength was just too much for them. Regardless of how they resisted and pushed back, it was all to no avail. Their struggling merely made them look even more like fat tortoises. The sudden appearance of the dazzling Mecca finally put a stop to this match which might have ended in bloodshed. The audience instantly released a collective sigh of relief. Ling Lan, who had stood up straight in her shock and anger, also calmed down in the face of this scene and sat down again. However, Ling Lan was still frowning deeply, her anger not at all appeased by Xiao Jun's escape from danger. Her eyes narrowed briefly as rage coursed through them. She decided that a while later, she would find a chance to bring Xiao Jun to a combat hall once and let him have a personal taste of the terrible consequences of being rash and irrational. At this time, everyone had recognized that the dazzling Mecca was one of the 5 imperial Mecca the Federation had previously announced. As such, there was no doubt that the operator of the Mecca must be an imperial operator. They were stunned that an imperial operator would appear here, but at the same time, they rejoiced. After all, top-class operators above Ace almost never appeared in this kind of large events. Gradually, the whispered discussion coalesced into a uniform cheer of imperial, a testament of the reverence and love the people of this world held for top-class masters, which was arguably greater than that of some entertainment superstars. By the time the audience's passion calmed, the audience could guess the reason behind this imperial operator's appearance. After all, the Grand Mecca tournament brought together all the most outstanding cadets of the Federation. In order to ensure their safety, to make sure that no one with ill intentions would harm them, as well as to prevent any tragic accidents from occurring during the tournament, the military had specially sent a few imperial masters to monitor the event. Especially since there were 3 ace operators participating in the tournament this time, the number of imperial operators sent here had even been increased by a few more. In fact, the military was also extremely afraid that any carelessness might result in the loss of the talents of the Federation. Mind you, every single prodigy was a treasure to them. After confirming that the two of them would not continue attacking each other, the Imperial Mecca released its hold on the two Mecca and stood up. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyu and Xiao Jun regained their freedom, they instantly climbed up from the ground, glaring fiercely at each other though the other would not be able to see it. Only then did they stand meekly before the Imperial operator, waiting for his verdict. Ever since they broke the rules of the tournament, they had already been mentally prepared to be disciplined. Jiang Xiaoyu, Xiao Jun, for violating the associated rules of the tournament, and for the severity of the transgression, after deliberation of the panel, your punishment is as follows. An instant deduction of 100 points in this tournament. When the team battles begin, Jiang Xiaoyu is banned for 5 rounds, Xiao Jun is banned for 3. After he received the final verdict of the judging panel, the Imperial operator coldly announced the punishment the panel had decided to dole on the two boys. When Jiang Xiaoyu heard the verdict, his complexion paled. He was the absolute main force for his academy in the group Mecca combat competition. This 5-round ban would be an absolutely subversive blow to his academy. That is to say that, before his team entered the top 10, he would not have any chance to be on the field. To win, it would all depend on his teammates' efforts then. If they lost before that point, this would mean that his journey here in this year's tournament would end, and he could only wait till the battle royal on the final day to be involved again. Jiang Xiaoyu did not want things to be like this. He had led his team here to get the title of champion for both the single Mecca combat and group Mecca combat events, and not just for a simple excursion. Although becoming the champion of the single Mecca combat was now out of reach, he still had not given up on the group champion title. Under this heavy blow, Jiang Xiaoyu's mind finally cleared. Recalling how he had struggled so much against a special class operator, he was immensely frustrated and upset, hating how badly he had performed in this match. He had lost his usual standards, falling for the opponent's schemes again and again, becoming a laughing stock. On this end, Jiang Xiaoyu was mired in chagrin, but Xiao Jun on the other side seemed completely unaffected. This was because, in the upcoming group Mecca combat event, he was never the primary force to begin with. He was a substitute for that event, the extreme sixth man. Whether or not he would even get a chance to take the field was debatable. In this manner, as the two contestants were both docked 100 points, this meant that Xiao Jun and Jiang Xiaoyu were eliminated from the match at the same time. After extended discussion, the judging panel ruled that Jiang Xiaoyu and Xiao Jun would both share third place, while the fourth place would be left empty. Learning of this outcome, Xiao Jun whistled loudly at the skies with a wide grin. He had originally just planned to leave several scratches on the opponent's mecha armor to vent some of his fighting spirit as well as pay back a little of the grudge on Luo Lang's behalf. Now, not only had he destroyed one of the opponent's arms, he had also ruined the other's sword. He had truly overachieved in this task. Most importantly, his ranking was the same as the opponent. The thought of being equal to a special class operator would definitely disgust the other. This was stating that he, as an ace, was actually no different from a special class operator. This was an absolute stinging smack to the face, a handful of salt thrown onto the wound in the opponent's heart. At this moment, Xiao Jun's admiration for Ling Lan was indescribable. The plan of action Boss Lan had created for him had considered all possible responses of the opponent, not at all weaker than a scheme hatched by Lan Luofong. Moreover, as an operations expert, Boss Lan's plan was even more suitable for a mecha operator, direct yet amazingly effective. Compared to Lan Luofeng's convoluted plots, Xiao Jun much preferred Boss Lan's plans. Very quickly, the two of them had gone backstage and disembarked from their mecha to land on the ground. Xiao Ting nodded at Xiao Jun in greeting, expressing his approval. Xiao Jun's performance at fighting Jiang Xiaoyu to a draw both surprised and pleased him. After all, the point difference between third and fourth place was still quite significant, and Xiao Ting naturally hoped that their school would rack up more points. This would be very advantageous to their final ranking. Lin Shiao also walked up to Xiao Jun to offer his congratulations. After all, wresting a draw from an ace operator was an achievement Xiao Jun could be proud of. Jiang Xiaoyu saw how Lin Xiao and Xiao Ting were pretty much ignoring him, and the humiliation he felt became even heavier. He huffed coldly and stormed out of the backstage. As for Lin Xiao and Xiao Ting's match after this, he was already in no mood to watch it. Very soon, the staff informed Lin Xiao and Xiao Ting to get ready. It would soon be their turn to fight. Lin Xiao breezily bid farewell to Xiao Jun and left. Xiao Jun looked at Lin Xiao's back as he left, and then turned to glance at Xiao Ting and said, "Xiao Ting, that fellow is very strong in close combat. If he gets close to you, it'll be very disadvantageous for you. Be careful." "Yes, I know," replied Xiao Ting, but when he turned to leave, he said lowly, "Thank you." After experiencing failure, betrayal, and being ostracized, Xiao Ting had become very humble and low-key. This made Xiao Jun hate him less, and so he was willing to talk a bit more with Xiao Ting and remind him to watch out. If this had been the previous Xiao Ting, Xiao Jun would not have said anything even if he was going to be beaten to death. Finally, the two contestants operated their respective Mecca onto the stage that was now theirs. Xiao Ting watched Lin Xiao slowly approaching and he also operated his Mecca to move forwards. Reflexively, he glanced at the sitting area of the other participants. He knew that Ling Lan would inevitably be there watching this upcoming match. Xiao Ting clenched his fists and took in a deep breath, casting aside all the stray thoughts in his mind. Right now, his opponent was Lin Xiao, even though Lin Xiao was very strong, being an all-rounder and so countering him to some extent, Xiao Ting was still unafraid. He would use the victory of this match to tell everyone that he, Xiao Ting, was unafraid of anyone's challenge when it came to mecha control. He was still the number one of all the military academies. Xiao Ting knew very well that only Ling Lan was an exception. Ling Lan was a psychological demon in his path to becoming strong. Only by defeating the Lingtian Mecca clan the other led would he be able to set aside his fixation on Ling Lan and focus on becoming stronger. Otherwise, unable to rid himself of distraction, he would not be able to progress far on this road, and that was something that he absolutely would not allow. The referee checked in with both contestants, and finding them ready, he waved the green flag in his hand. At the very moment the referee's flag moved, Xiao Ting's Mecca slid back several hundred meters, pulling away from Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was indeed strong at both close combat and long-range combat, but in terms of long-range attacks, he was definitely not as good as Xiao Ting who specialized in long-range combat. Xiao Ting's mentor, the elite ace Tang Yu had said before that Xiao Ting was a natural-born sniper king. His innate talent allowed him to be unlike other long-range mecha operators who needed a certain amount of time to lock onto their targets and make adjustments when shooting. Xiao Ting could almost lock onto a target instantly, one glance was enough for him to lock on and shoot. In fact, Xiao Ting's close combat skills were also good, but ever since he had awakened this instant targeting innate talent, under the guidance of his mentor, he had given up on close combat to focus on long-range combat. Xiao Ting's decision was undoubtedly correct, his singular focus had allowed him to enter ace level a step ahead of everyone else. Moreover, this focus had also given him a much deeper and more profound understanding of the nature and intricacies of long-range combat. As such, with regards to long-range combat, he had traveled much further and deeper than any of his peers. Xiao Ting wanted to distance himself and enter long-range combat mode. Lin Xiao, who had done his research on Xiao Ting, did not want to let him do as he wished. As soon as Xiao Ting moved, Lin Xiao reacted quickly, moving along with him. Of course, Lin Xiao did not retreat but moved forwards instead, and his speed was not much slower than Xiao Ting's. Lin Xiao's long-range attack was also very strong and so he would be able to hold his own in a long-range showdown. Thus, even if he could not obtain victory at that time, he could at least remain undefeated till the end of the match, and then the final outcome would be determined by the points each contestant still had at that moment. However, Lin Xiao knew that his chances of winning with this option were not high. Showcasing his long-range attack skills in front of an opponent whose long-range skills excelled over his own was foolish. From the perspective of the judges, the decision would be obvious. Without question, the victor would be Xiao Ting. There was not a single contestant who had fought his way to the finals who did not want to reach the very top. No one would choose an option which they knew for certain would end in a loss for themselves. Likewise, Lin Xiao would not choose that way either. In the afternoon, before the match, he had consulted with his instructors, and they all felt that there was no chance in long-range mode, his only opportunity laid in close combat. Xiao Ting's specialization in long-range combat was no secret. His close combat skills could be said to be good too, but when compared to a true close combat specialist, his skills were really nothing much. And Lin Xiao's close combat abilities were really pretty close to that of a close combat specialist. If the fight was brought into close range, Lin Xiao believed that Xiao Ting would definitely be no match for him. The key was whether he could drag the fight into close range, just like how Xiao Ting's victory would depend on whether he could put some distance between them to attack from long range. Both their objectives were very clear, one wanted a long-range fight, while the other wanted a close-range fight. And so the two of them were in a deadlock, one flying away at top speed, while the other chased him fervently. Originally, Xiao Ting's long-range mecha should have had a certain advantage in terms of speed, but Lin Xiao's mecha just so happened to have been modified to improve its speed, thus, Xiao Ting was unable to wrest free of the other anytime soon. After flying 4 to 5 laps around the field, this stalemate remained unbroken, neither side could do anything to the other. On their 6th lap, Xiao Ting sighed internally. Truly, this Lin Xiao was not that easy to handle, but he had long made provisions for this type of situation. In mid-flight, he drew a short compact gun from the fixed slot at the back of his waist and took aim at Lin Xiao, who was still flying desperately after him. It was a beam handgun, a standard weapon for close combat mecha. Its range was extremely limited, only suitable for close-range shots, barely usable in mid-range, and completely useless at long range. It was a gun so normal that people tended to overlook it, but it now left Lin Xiao in a quandary. The distance between Xiao Ting and himself was precisely the optimal shooting range for this beam handgun. Although the range of a beam handgun was short, its power was decent. In particular, the beam handguns exclusive to Ace Mecha had even greater power. If someone was hit continuously for 3 seconds by the gun, their beam shield would be overwhelmed and their mecha would show signs of damage. 6 seconds of consecutive shooting would deal irreparable damage to a mecha. Hells, why would a long-range shooter have his trifle of a handgun one for close combat mecha with him? Lin Xiao was taken by surprise. He had never imagined that Xiao Ting would have such a weapon on him, which was why he had dared to chase after him without any worry. He just could not understand why Xiao Ting would choose to equip this close combat weapon, a beam handgun which even he did not think much of before this match, as one of his combat weapons. It should be known that for the mecha combat events, both for single or group, the equipment and weapons on a contestant's mecha were unknown before they went up onto the field. Only in the final 10 minutes before the match would the participants decide on the final selection of weapons they would equip and let the staff members help them organize everything within that time. In other words, this beam handgun of Xiao Ting's had never ever appeared in all of the hypothetical combat scenarios Lin Xiao had simulated. To advance or to retreat? Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and pushed his engines to the maximum setting. Following this operation, his mecha's speed surged once more, and his mecha leapt at Xiao Ting with an audible swoosh. Lin Xiao's decision was to advance because he was well aware that if he retreated, he would no longer have any hope of becoming champion. He was unwilling to accept this outcome, so he decided to fight for it. With the surge in his mecha's speed, Lin Xiao once again shortened the distance between him and Xiao Ting. However, this speed was achieved by running his engines to overcapacity and so would not last for long. He needed to get close enough to Xiao Ting before his engines reached their limits, otherwise, defeat would still be the outcome that awaited him. Right at this moment, Xiao Ting finally pulled the trigger and a beam of light shot straight for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao calmly moved his fingers, with his full concentration put into it. Lin Xiao's hand speed was also pushed to the limit. According to his operation, his mecha began flashing to the left and right without any system to it. This was the irregular flicker which only ace operators could learn. However, Lin Xiao had yet to master it. At times, between flickers, some traces of his figure could still be seen. The irregular flicker made Xiao Ting unable to grasp Lin Xiao's movements. His beam shots all struck air. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was once again drawing closer to Xiao Ting. Seeing this, Xiao Ting's brow furrowed. He suddenly changed his shooting style. His hand which had been holding down the trigger began to twitch sporadically. At this time, the beam he fired was no longer an unceasing stream of light but cluster after cluster of beam bullets. Xiao Ting's hand speed also reached a limit, and over the span of several seconds, he had used up all the power inside his beam handgun. But the results were evident. In the air, a massive net of beam projectiles had appeared. Front and back, left and right, from all directions, at almost the same speed, these projectiles were raining down on Lin Xiao. Xiao Ting did not give Lin Xiao any room to evade. Either Lin Xiao backed off, or he would have to rely on his mecha's beam shield defense to forcibly withstand these attacks. No, it should be said that Xiao Ting's objective was for Lin Xiao to eat these attacks, because Xiao Ting knew that Lin Xiao would definitely not choose to retreat. And so, Lin Xiao had no other choice. Sure enough, Lin Xiao instantly activated his beam shield, his mecha charging into the web of beam projectiles. The projectile struck home with muted thuds, and Lin Xiao's initially radiant beam shield instantly dimmed. After its energy had been drained, a beam shield needed 1 second to replenish its power. This was why Lin Xiao dared to forcefully receive Xiao Ting's attacks. As long as the attacks did not break through the beam shield instantly, no matter how much power was drained from the beam shield would be back to normal in the next second. And in this 1 second, Xiao Ting would not be able to shoot any more beams at him because the opponent's gun had already been utterly drained of power. Lin Xiao was well familiar with the characteristics of a beam shield, and so was Xiao Ting. He had so willingly exhausted all the power from his beam handgun to create this beam net, so how could he not have a follow-up move prepared? It should be said that that seemingly pointless beam net had already served its purpose. When the beam projectiles hit Lin Xiao, Xiao Ting operated his mecha to slam its left hand on an ejection installation on its waist. An energy storage unit sprang out, and at the same time, the mecha's right hand deftly swiped at the button at the bottom of the gun, and the drained energy storage unit fell out abruptly. The mecha's right hand then dipped with the handgun, accurately catching the new energy storage unit, letting it slot neatly into place within the gun. The mecha's left hand followed immediately, slapping over the rear end of the gun, locking in the energy storage unit with a click. Quicker than words could say, in less than a second, Xiao Ting was done replacing the handgun's energy block. This series of actions were clean and efficient, each action flowing into the next as smoothly as water. The audience could not help but cry out in shock and surprise. There was no doubt that this display of Xiao Ting's involved a high level of technical skill. On the battlefield, this technique would allow Xiao Ting to live longer than other people. After replacing his handgun's energy storage unit, Xiao Ting did not hesitate to pull the trigger of the gun once more, sending another wave of beam projectiles towards Lin Xiao, who still had not fully recovered from the last round of explosions. God damn it! It was a trick. When the first co-ed military academy students saw this scene, they were instantly pounding their chests in frustration. At this moment, anyone could see the purpose behind Xiao Ting's creation of a beam net. Despite having to drain his gun's power, he had been trying to force Lin Xiao to back off. At this moment, Lin Xiao could also tell that the momentum was gone. Frankly, from the very moment he had not taken the beam handgun into account, he had already been forced into a passive position. He just had not wanted to admit defeat, and thus had walked step by step into Xiao Ting's setup. He could only choose to retreat now, to free himself from the attack range of the beam projectiles. The beam projectile clusters finally ended up hitting the ground. The pow, pow, pow sounds rang out everywhere, as the strike sent clouds of dust and dirt into the air. By the time everything settled, the ground was already covered in potholes of various depth. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's retreat had allowed Xiao Ting to pull away once more. By the time Lin Xiao dodged the beam clusters and began giving chase once more, Xiao Ting had already achieved the distance he wanted. With an audible clack, Xiao Ting drew a huge, long gun from his mecha's back with his left hand. This was his personal gun, a ballistic sniper rifle. It was his key weapon to win this match. At the same time, his mecha's right hand holstered the beam handgun back in the dock at his waist. With a great swing of his mecha's left hand, Xiao Ting's gun flew into the air, and his mecha quickly followed it up into the skies as well. With a clap, he caught the rifle in both hands, steadied it on his shoulders, and aimed for Lin Xiao in the distance. The appearance of this rifle made Lin Xiao's expression change drastically. He had worked so hard to ward off this gun, but in the end, the gun had still appeared. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly inside his heart, but he still operated his mecha to fly forwards rapidly. No matter what, he needed to rush forwards in time. As long as he managed to get within 500 meters of the gun, the ballistic sniper rifle would lose its power. Then, he would still have a chance. However, how could Xiao Ting let Lin Xiao have his wish when he had already obtained what he wanted? Holding the ballistic sniper rifle steady, he kept his sights on Lin Xiao and calmly pulled the trigger. Without much pause, he sent 3 consecutive shots at his opponent. From taking aim to shooting, Xiao Ting's speed was so fast that Lin Xiao was completely flustered and caught off guard. Although Xiao Ting's data had clearly labeled him as a long-range mecha operator, the deepest secret had still remained unknown to the public. No one knew his innate talent was instant lock-on, thus, every person who went up against Xiao Ting would be stunned by his super-fast sniping speed. Could it be that Xiao Ting had fired these 3 shots blindly? This was Lin Xiao's first reaction, but he instantly rejected the idea after that. How could Xiao Ting, such an outstanding person who had been able to ascend to ace level in his 4th year, make such a rudimentary mistake? Lin Xiao did not believe it, nor would the audience believe it. Indeed, their judgment was correct. These 3 shots of Xiao Ting had truly not been indiscriminate wild shots. As the 3 shots loomed ever closer to him, Lin Xiao realized this profoundly. And so, he once again faced another quandary which needed him to make a final decision. A ballistic sniper rifle was not a beam energy gun, it would not fire beams but solid bullets. However, these bullets were not low-powered gunpowder bullets but extremely horrifying magnetic burst energy bullets. The magnetic energy had been successfully condensed into the bullets, and once a bullet hit its target, due to the high-speed collision, the magnetic burst energy inside would smash through the protective layer of the bullet and cause a violent burst of magnetic energy. If the power of the explosion exceeded the defensive capabilities of a mecha's beam shield, then tragedy would befall the operator. The magnetic energy was especially powerful against metal. As soon as it came into contact with the outer armor of a mecha, it would ravage the electrical wiring inside it, causing the control systems of the mecha to malfunction and thus leading to the defeat of the mecha operator. Xiao Ting was clearly well aware of the power of a ballistic rifle. Lin Xiao was likewise well aware, and he naturally would not allow Xiao Ting to hit his mecha if he could avoid it. However, he found that evading was really very difficult because only one of the 3 shots was targeting him, the other 2 shots had sealed off his escape paths on the left and right. If he did not dodge, he would be hit, but if he dodged to either side, he would also be hit. The only directions he could choose to escape from were up or down. Should he go up or should he go down? Lin Xiao knew that he only had one chance. Xiao Ting's limit was most probably 4 shots. If he had the ability to fire 5 shots instantly, he definitely would not have just fired these 3 shots. If he had shot all 5 straight away, Lin Xiao would have had no other option but to admit defeat. Lin Xiao knew that as soon as he chose the wrong direction, he would lose the match. He did not expect that the time to determine the final outcome would come so soon. He had initially thought that, at worst, he would be able to hold out till the time limit for the match almost ran out. This Xiao Ting, he had still underestimated him. Since it was a gamble either way, then he would just have to see how lucky he was. Xiao Ting's hands were very steady, so there was no way to tell from them whether Xiao Ting was going to shoot up or down. Moreover, the 2 of them did not have time to hesitate. Lin Xiao finally made his choice. Just as his body moved upwards, Xiao Ting also fired his 4th shot. Right at this moment, alarms rang in Lin Xiao's mind. Without conscious thought, his fingers reached out for the on-off button for his mecha's engines. Perhaps due to the pressure, his fingers actually vanished from sight for a moment as they moved, and by the time they reappeared, one of his fingers was already pressing down on the button and the engine instantly shut down. The initially rising mecha dropped without the support of its engines, and immediately after that, the engines rumbled once more. In the process, the engines had been recalibrated to 0 level, so Lin Xiao rode the momentum to push the engines to push him down even further. With the addition of the engaged thrust of the engines, Lin Xiao's mecha plummeted even more rapidly. Turning off the engines had both a good side and a bad side. The good side was that one did not need to shift gears to move in the opposite direction, so not only could one save the time needed to change gears, this also would not cause much damage to the engines. If not absolutely necessary, a mecha operator would never switch so rapidly between opposing thrust forces. The bad side was that once the engines were turned off, the initial high gear power supplied to the engines would be abruptly cut off and drop to zero instantly. When the engines were activated once more, due process would have to be taken to restore the engines to its initial high-powered state. But at this time, turning off the engines was really the most suitable choice. Due to gravity, the mecha had already been falling rapidly, so when the engines were activated once more, the speed of Lin Xiao's descent instantly reduced the restoration process of the engine in building up momentum, sending it directly into a high-powered state. Of course, the main purpose of shutting off the engines was to cut short the time needed to switch directions. In a situation where every second counts, where one's life hung in the balance, being able to shorten the time by even just 0.01 seconds could turn the whole situation around. Bong one bong. The author actually uses this sound effect with English text in the ROS. Bong. 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 For bullets grazed by Lin Xiao's mecha, hitting the boundary shield and emitting loud explosions. Everyone could see the 4 large circles of light that had appeared on the shield in the wake of these explosions. The audience members directly facing these light circles were terribly shocked, their faces were pale as they wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads, and only at this time did they notice that their legs were also weak from the fright. When they had seen those 4 bullets heading straight for them, at that instant, they experienced the terror of impending death. Their hearts had stopped beating for about 3 seconds, luckily, the boundary shield had held up, intercepting all the force of the bullets. Thus, their hearts resumed beating again, and they felt as if they had been resurrected. Frankly, the audience members had just been scaring themselves. Any firearm that could appear on the mecha combat field here would definitely have been subject to 6 thorough examinations by the organizers before being approved. As such, the audience's safety was assured, the force of any firearm on the field would never be able to overcome the defensive shields in place and harm the audience. Although Lin Xiao had managed to avoid the crisis of being hit by those bullets, he was still in peril. His mecha was plummeting rapidly. If he could not stop his mecha before it hit the ground, he would have to bear the brunt of the collision. Even with the protection of the cockpit, the resulting intense concussive force would certainly leave him dizzy and disoriented. If he were not in the middle of a match, this might perhaps not be an issue, but now, there was still an eager Xiao Ting beside him, ready to pounce. He absolutely could not make any mistakes. Lin Xiao pulled on his mecha's control stick with all his strength, cutting straight from a rapid descent to the maximum elevation thrust. This type of control method was extremely damaging to a mecha's engines. If unfortunate, the engines might even explode from the strain. However, at this moment, Lin Xiao had no mind to take all this into consideration. With a twisted expression, he yelled, "Get up now." To pull a mecha up from a steep descent was one of the most difficult maneuvers in mecha control. This was also why Lin Xiao had chosen to move up at first. Changing directions after elevation was much easier in comparison to going down first. As for descending, due to the effect of gravity, it was difficult to adjust directions quickly. The engines would have to first offset the pull of gravity before they could perform the operator's intended action. The time needed to offset gravity could very well leave him open to another snipe attack from Xiao Ting. Sure enough, Xiao Ting's snipe attack came once more, but this time, 4 bullets came hurtling at him at the same time. It looked like Xiao Ting also knew that this was his best opportunity and so he was giving it his all, no longer holding back. The audience could also tell that the match had reached its key moment. They kept their eyes glued to the field, waiting for the next scene to develop. Would Lin Xiao be the one to escape successfully in the end, or would Xiao Ting's 4 shots prove effective? Bong! 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 3 shots exploded on the boundary shield as Lin Xiao dodged them. Close after that, another bong rang out, but this time, the explosion occurred at the right leg of Lin Xiao's mecha. All of the audience cried out at this development. Even as they were glad for Xiao Ting, they also felt sorry for Lin Xiao. This scene caused the expressions of the first co-ed military academy students to change. They all knew that Lin Xiao was in trouble now. The exact same scene, however, was greeted with cheers by the 1st Men's Military Academy's students as they jumped around for joy. This successful hit meant that Xiao Ting had gained the upper hand. Although the team members here representing the 1st Men's Military Academy came from various Mecca clans within the academy which were constantly fighting with each other trying to assert their dominance, right here and now, they were one team. They were all sincerely happy at Xiao Ting's success and shared the pride and glory of the moment. Xiao Ting's attack did not end there, he did not ease up on his advantage, calmly pulling his trigger once more. Boom! 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 4 consecutive booms marked 4 more shots from his ballistic sniper rifle. On his end, Lin Shiao was already in a very bad state. Warnings blared in a continuous stream from his mecha's AI. That final bullet had struck his mecha's right leg and, in the subsequent explosion, the control systems of his mecha's leg had been immediately destroyed. Although the systems of the other's parts had not been affected, his overall balance was thrown off due to the malfunction of the systems of his right leg. To resolve this problem, Lin Xiao needed to instantly recalibrate his balance system. However, Xiao Ting did not give him the chance, once again firing 4 bullets at him. At this point, Lin Xiao knew his defeat was certain. Off balance and dependent on his engines to merely stay suspended in the air, there was no more time for him to operate his mecha to dodge. Lin Xiao was a decisive person. Since he knew it was futile to struggle any further, he immediately raised both his hands to signify his surrender. The referee had been closely monitoring the proceedings and so immediately raised his red flag. With that, the Imperial operator watching the fight from an extremely high altitude instantly dived down and intercepted the 4 bullets headed for Lin Xiao with 4 shots of his own, setting them off before they could reach Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's surrender meant that Xiao Ting was now officially the king of the single mecha combat event for this tournament. When Xiao Ting received the championship trophy signifying this special honor, he suddenly found that he was not as happy as he had expected to be. As he walked down the podium to meet his team members, he saw Ling Lan's group leaving, and he abruptly understood. In that fight with Ling Tian, his ace mecha had become broken and battered from the self-destructs of the Ling Tian members before he had clashed with Ling Lan, and thus had been on its last legs. However, even so, he still could not let go of the fact that he had been finished off by Ling Lan in one move. Only by fighting Ling Lan once more and dealing the other a clean defeat would he be able to return to how he used to be. Once again looking down at the trophy in his hands which represented the rank of top person in mecha combat, Xiao Ting then threw it aside carelessly to an admiring team member beside him. With that, he started to walk out of the combat stadium without a backwards glance. "Boss Xiao, your trophy," the team member scrambled to catch the unexpected trophy thrown at him, calling out bemusedly to Xiao Ting who had already moved further front. Xiao Ting turned his head and said lightly, "If you like it, you can have it." Not only was this team member left gaping in shock, but the other members were gobsmacked as well. This was proof of one's status as the number 1 in mecha combat at the military academy level. How could it be given away so flippantly? Though the typically domineering Xiao Ting did not like explaining himself, he had a soft spot for this group of members who had not abandoned him when he was at his lowest. Sensing his team members' disbelief, he thus added, "Not being able to become the number 1 of my own academy, then what use is there in gaining countless number 1s outside?" Xiao Ting's words reminded his team members of their defeat at the hands of Ling Tian. Reflexively, they turned to look at the figures of the Ling Tian group disappearing in the distance. It was as Boss Xiao had said. Without defeating that group, no matter how much glory they earned, they would be unable to cover up the fact that they had lost to someone else. At this thought, their initial joy and exhilaration disappeared. That trophy which they had admired so much earlier had now lost the appeal it had at the beginning. Just like this, Xiao Ting's group also left the venue. However, every member now had a clear goal in their hearts. They would defeat the Ling Tian Mecha clan properly once, and then move on to defeating the Ling Tian battle clan once. And so, the 2 battle clans embarked onto the path of mutual rivalry. The single mecha combat event finally ended with Xiao Ting obtaining first place. This outcome was within most people's expectations, since Xiao Ting was known to be the second Ling Xiao, then he should of course be an undefeatable presence among his peers like Ling Xiao. However, the audience's enthusiasm for more competition was not dampened by much due to the end of this event, because the even more thrilling group mecha combat event would begin the following day. Compared to the single mecha combat event which represented personal glory, the administrators of all the military academies were much more invested in the group mecha combat event. This was because this competition was the one that truly reflected the strength of a military academy. After every tournament, those academies which ranked higher in the group mecha combat event would be able to receive even more resources from the Federation, as well as gain a higher rate of applications from top-notch Scout Academy students. Therefore, the group mecha combat event was one of the most intense events of the entire tournament. Although it could not compare to the chaotic state of the team battle royal, it was not weaker by much. The group rounds were run on a best-of-5 system, first to win 3 matches wins. Each academy could send a total of 6 participants, 5 regular members and 1 substitute member. Unlike with the other events, where the substitute member could sub in at any moment, in the group mecha combat event, the substitute member functioned as a true substitute. Only if a regular member was injured severely enough during the fights that he could not continue on would the substitute be able to replace said member and participate in the matches on his behalf, otherwise, the substitute member would not even have the chance to take the field. Generally, the 5 regular members participating in the group event would be the same 5 members who had participated in the solo event. However, this tradition was broken this year. In the name list submitted by the First Men's Military Academy, Xiao Jun, who had obtained 3rd place in the single mecha combat event, should have been a regular member, but he was instead relegated to being the most powerful substitute which had almost no chance of taking the field. Moreover, his slot was replaced by an unfamiliar name, Ling Lan. The staff member in charge of registration at first thought that the First Men's Military Academy had made a mistake, and so had specially contacted their chaperoning instructor. When asked, the instructor had smiled wryly and replied that everything listed was as it should be. Even as the staff member was stunned by the answer, he was also curious, wondering what kind of sacred being this Ling Lan was to be able to replace Xiao Jun. Due to the principle of confidentiality, the staff member did not speak of this issue to anyone else. Thus, the next day, when all of the participants from the various academies took to the field, the audience on the side of the First Men's Military Academy burst into a commotion. Han Yu and Mu Xiaoyu, who were also regular members for this event, were equally taken by surprise. In particular, Han Yu cast a pitying glance at Xiao Jun standing behind them. In the hands of a clan leader who was so jealous of talent, how could Xiao Jun do well too? At this thought, Han Yu's intentions of recruiting Xiao Jun back stirred once more. Only Zhang Jing'an was unmoved because he knew very well that Ling Lan had always been very aberrant. Back in the Scout Academy, Ling Lan had already been able to give them seniors a serious beating as a 7th grader. If Ling Lan had become mediocre after entering the military academy, only then would he have truly been shocked. As for Xiao Ting, whether it was Ling Lan or Xiao Jun, they were just his temporary comrades in this event. As long as they did not hold him back, he did not care about the details. Of course, deep down, he trusted Ling Lan even more than he trusted Xiao Jun. Ling Lan's figure as he instant killed him was deeply etched into Xiao Ting's mind, and it was a scene that he was constantly working on washing away. Meanwhile, in the VIP area, Lan Luofong, who had only attended the opening ceremony before hiding away all this while in her accommodations, finally reappeared in public. In high spirits, she was holding Ling Xiao's arm as she stared at the field, trying to locate her baby daughter among the crowd of 2,000 people. That's right, the only thing that could draw Lan Luofong out to attend was her dear and adorable daughter Ling Lan. She had long known that Ling Lan would be participating in the group mecha combat event, so she had been waiting for this competition to arrive. Only at this time could she openly watch her daughter and cheer for her. At this thought, Lan Luofong could not help but resent Ling Xiao beside her again. If this bastard had not acted so willfully, how could she have been separated from her daughter? Having to be so sneaky even just to meet up with her, at this painful thought, Lan Luofong did not hesitate to reach out her other hand to give her husband's waist a savage 360-degree pinch twist. That one pinch did not seem to appease her enough. Lan Luofong gave Ling Xiao several more hard pinches. Ling Xiao was in the middle of exchanging a few casual words with the other guests beside him. The corners of his eyes twitched, but he managed to endure the pain and maintain the kind smile on his face. Only after he finished his conversation did he turn around like nothing was wrong, gently grab hold of the jade hand still wrestling with the soft flesh at his waist, smile and say, "Luofong? What's wrong?" Lan Luofong glared at him and moved her lips silently. From the shape of her lips, Ling Xiao managed to make out the word daughter, and he realized that his wife must have recalled the stupid thing he had done with regards to their daughter again. His smile instantly turned bitter and he scratched his nose helplessly, saying nothing further. What else could he say? Lan Luofong wasn't wrong to complain. He was the one who forced his daughter to continue hiding her gender, and though he was not the one who made it impossible for Lan Luofong to visit her daughter openly, who asked Ling Lan to be his daughter. He still needed to take the blame for it and, at the root of it all, he was still at fault anyway for placing Ling Lan in the first men's military academy. He really did have to tolerate Lan Luofeng's anger. On the first day, the morning matches were to determine the top 200. Aside from a few exciting matchups, most of the competition was nothing really worth watching. The first men's military academy easily advanced to the next round. Han Yu, Zhang Jingyan, and Mu Xiaoyu alone were enough to handle their opponents. Even as this disappointed Lan Luofong, who had been eagerly anticipating her daughter's grand debut, she was also comforted. After all, if her daughter did not have to go out onto the field then she would not be hurt. Compared to seeing her daughter perform well, Lan Luofong was definitely more invested in making sure her daughter did not get hurt. Thus, Lan Luofong very quickly adjusted her emotions and continued to watch the afternoon's matches. The afternoon matches were to determine the top 100 from the top 200. The opponents of the first men's military academy were also not very strong, even though Han Yu had some trouble in the first match, fighting his opponent till the end of the time limit to win by point advantage. The subsequent two matches were clean victories by Zhang Jingyan and Mu Xiaoyu. The first men's military academy once again advanced to the next round and yet again, Ling Lan did not have to take to the field. Still, the first men's military academy's successful advancement into the top 100 made Lan Luofong very happy. Ling Xiao was quick to grab hold of the opportunity to be all lovey-dovey with his wife. Ever since coming to planet Qiming, it had dredged up all the old grievances and new grudges of Lan Luofong. And so, Ling Xiao suffered a tragic fate, having to sleep consecutive nights on the sofa. The next day, Lan Luofeng's face was glowing with bliss when she arrived at the combat stadium. With just one glance, Ling Lan could tell that her mum, this not that old flower, had been well nurtured by her dad three and was now radiating her beauty again. The competition today was much busier than it had been yesterday. In the morning, the first men's military academy only had one match, which would let them move from the top 100 to the top 50. This time, their opponent was a military academy from the first-rate planet Tongli 4. Among all the military academies of the Federation, this academy could rank within the top 30. As such, their team members were not comparable to those from the lower-ranking academies. All 5 of their representatives were special-class operators. The match order of the first men's military academy's members had never changed. By the time Han Yu began fighting with the first opponent, everyone knew that things were going to be a bit troublesome this time. The opponent was applying the principle of Tianji's horse racing. The first fighter from the opponent's team was very strong. Han Yu was actually being suppressed. Seeing this, Xiao Ting frowned lightly and said to Ling Lan beside him, "Say, do you think this is their strongest candidate? Or is he just the third strongest?" Xiao Ting had seen how terrifying Ling Lan's abilities were from the 2 rounds of the competition yesterday. Ling Lan was like an encyclopedia. No matter how weak and unremarkable the opponent was, he could spout data on them like reading off the back of his hand. This led to Xiao Ting and the others turning to Ling Lan by habit to ask whenever they had any questions about the opponents. Ling Lan replied calmly, this person entered the top 50 in the single combat event. There is one other in their team who also entered the top 50, but stopped at the top 32, and the other two are out of the top 100. Xiao Ting picked up on Ling Lan's tone and knew she had something more to say. The furrow of his brow deepened. If Han Yu lost this match, they might really be in trouble. The final person, is he in the top 16? If that last member was in the top 16, Mu Xiaoyu's match would be a little precarious. Oh, not to that extent. Their best candidate ranked 19, replied Ling Lan. Mu Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. Mu Xiaoyu had ranked 13 in the single Mecca combat event, so he was still a steady bracket above the other. Han Yu's combat style had probably been thoroughly analyzed by the opponent, although the two fighters were about equal in strength. Caught off guard, Han Yu finally lost the match. The spectators were flabbergasted at this opening loss on the part of the First Men's Military Academy. In their opinion, the First Men's Military Academy should have been triumphant all the way, fighting their way through their opponents unchallenged into the finals, to finally become champion of the group Mecca combat event. That was the way to truly live up to their reputation of the First Men's Military Academy. Han Yu's defeat made him extremely frustrated. He had made it into the top 32 in the singles event, but had now been defeated by someone who ranked lower than him. He felt greatly humiliated, but Ling Lan and the others did not go over to console him. Someone who could become the regiment commander of a Mecca clan would certainly have the ability to self-regulate his emotions. Due to Han Yu's loss, Zhang Jingyan was clearly much more cautious in the second match. However, no matter how cautious he was, he could not hide the change in his expression when he discovered who his opponent was. His opponent was not the candidate who was in the top 50, but was instead the one who ranked 19. Looks like they've given up on the third match. The unexpected appearance of this person here in the second match caused the people of the First Men's Military Academy to frown. What in the world was the other side aiming for? Even if the opponents won this match, there would be no one else capable of rivaling Mu Xiaoyu on their side for the third match. Standing beside Ling Lan, Xiao Jun seemed to have figured out something. He could not help but chuckle and say, "Boss Lan, they seem to have set their sights on you. That top 32 candidate will probably be arranged to fight in the fourth match." Ling Lan fully agreed with Xiao Jun's speculations. She nodded and said, "This battle plan is pretty good. For the next round, we should also make some changes." Tongli's targeted and purposeful lineup reminded Ling Lan that a fixed and unchanging order would make it very easy for others to pick out a flaw. Although they had strength, they would not be able to fend against endless schemes and calculations. Xiao Jun's words pulled Xiao Ting's attention back, and he turned an odd gaze at the few Tongli cadets who were standing not too far backstage watching the fight closely. He did not know whether to give them props for their bizarre way of thinking or offer them a moment of mournful silence. Although Xiao Ting did not think that he had truly lost to Ling Lan in that challenge fight, having exchanged one proper blow with Ling Lan, he knew well that Ling Lan's mecha combat arts were extraordinary. Whether in terms of speed, technique, or judgment, Ling Lan had achieved the pinnacle of a special class operator, and this was why Ling Lan had been able to finish him off in one move. These were the results of Xiao Ting's repetitive study of the battle recording of their fight. He believed that Ling Lan's control ability was actually even stronger than Xiao Jun, who seemed stronger than Ling Lan on the surface. It was also this analysis which made Xiao Ting mentally view Ling Lan as his greatest rival. Just think, had he been as strong as the other back when he was in his second year? Of course, without advancing to ace, no matter how powerful or talented one was, everything would be but a passing cloud. Xiao Ting knew he would continue to keep a close eye on Ling Lan, waiting to see if this aberrant who had already advanced to domain in physical skills at age 17 would be just as aberrant when it came to mecha piloting. On this end, while Xiao Ting was thinking that the Tongli people were asking for trouble, on the other end, Han Yu, who did not know Ling Lan's true strength, was becoming anxious. He could not help but begin to resent Ling Lan, silently blaming the other for coveting the honor associated with the group battles and forcing his way in to make up the numbers, pushing Xiao Jun aside. If not for that, they would never have been put into such a passive state. At the thought that they might be ended here in the top 100, becoming one of the most unexpected losers of this competition, Han Yu could not help but think viciously, wait till they got back to the first men's military academy, let's see how this Ling Lan was going to explain this. At this moment, Han Yu had forgotten that it was because he had lost that first match which he should not have out of carelessness that things had become so passive for them. Sensing the discontent in Han Yu's eyes, a trace of a malicious smile appeared on Xiao Ting's lips. He was not so nice that he would help enlighten his old rival, let him stew in his worry for a while. Ling Lan chose to ignore Han Yu's displeasure and Xiao Ting's indifference. Right then, she was reading through a long document in her mind space. It was the detailed information she had asked Little Four to gather on all the participants of Tongli. It should be this person, said Ling Lan, pointing at one of the names in the document. She had finally found what she was looking for. At her side, Little Four was rather curious. He stretched tall on tiptoe, trying to see who exactly his boss was referring to. Unfortunately, even after 17 years, he was still a little beansprout. His height was not even at the level of Ling Lan's waist. No matter how high he stood on tiptoe, he was still unable to see. Looking up to see that sheet of white paper high above his head, Little Four suddenly hated himself. Why did he have to turn the data into paper documents? If he had just displayed it on a virtual screen, wouldn't he be able to see it then? Right then, Little Four was filled with infinite regret, but he also did not dare to make an executive decision to change formats. He was afraid that his boss would once again shut him up in that small black room. Oh, that small black room. Ling Lan had long noticed Little Four's behavior and was snickering in her heart, but she decided not to make things difficult for him. She dipped the paper low, bringing it right before Little Four's eyes, pointed at one of the names and said, him. Little Four reflexively read it out loud, Duan Lang, Specialization, Military Strategy. Ranked 7 in this tournament's tactical strategy competition, this result is not that good, even losing to Han Jijian. At this point, Little Four was still befuddled, unsure why his boss had gone to the trouble of searching for this specific person among the list of more than 100 people. Little Four's dazed look made Ling Lan smile fondly, and she explained, this match today, Tongli's lineup was probably by this guy's arrangement. I have to say that this battle plan is very good, almost allowing the other side to achieve an upset. Little Four understood then. Abruptly amused, his eyes crinkled into a straight line as he smiled widely, and somewhat smugly with a touch of schadenfreude, he said, sadly, he bet on the wrong person. Ling Lan did not reply, merely rubbing Little Four's head. She ignored Little Four's resultant protests and instructed, in short, send a copy each of this person's information to Jijian and Leopard. Tell them to watch out for him. During the team battle royal, this person might bring us some trouble. After settling all this, Ling Lan turned her attention back to the field. At this moment, Zhang Jing'an's situation was not looking good. He was fighting under the opponent's suppression. This fighter was truly Tongli's ace in the hole. Zhang Jing'an, who was also a special class operator like him, was still no match for him. Senior Zhang is about to lose, said Ling Lan evenly. She reckoned that there would be just a few more moves before the outcome was decided. Based on Zhang Jing'an's condition, he would at most be able to withstand another 10 moves. Xiao Ting nodded and said, yes, it's just uncertain how many more moves he'll be able to take. The opponent is very strong. His ranking of 19 was probably because he was matched against an ace operator early and was defeated prematurely. His strength is about the same as Xiao Jun's. He could have easily made it into the top 8. Zhang Jing'an's loss is not unfounded. Ling Lan was rather taken aback by Xiao Ting's words. She had thought that Xiao Ting, an ace operator like her, would also be able to estimate how many moves were left before the outcome of the match was revealed. Surprisingly, that was not so. Xiao Ting was able to foresee the final outcome, but he could not determine how many moves would be used. Just as Ling Lan was puzzling over this conundrum, things abruptly changed on the field after the two Mecca had exchanged another 7 blows. Zhang Jing'an, who had only been disadvantaged all this while without showing any signs of being defeated yet, suddenly dodged a little too slow and was struck right in the chest by the opponent's cold weapon. The tremendous force behind the blow sent Zhang Jing'an flying. Thrown through the air, Zhang Jing'an had yet to stabilize his mecha when the opponent had already pounced after him like a fierce predator. 3 consecutive hits instantly sent Zhang Jing'an's mecha crashing into the ground below. 10 moves. In the end, the moves needed to determine the outcome was as Ling Lan had predicted, only 10 moves. Why could she make such an accurate judgment call when Xiaoting could not? Ling Lan thought hard on this and was suddenly struck by a fit of inspiration. She had thought of her innate talent, profound insight. Could that be the answer? Thinking closely about it, that was the only possibility. This made Ling Lan begin to take this innate talent very seriously. She had initially thought that profound insight was just an ability that allowed her to hone in on an opponent's weakness, but now from the looks of it, she had underestimated this innate talent. Profound insight probably still had some other wonderful uses for her to uncover. Perhaps, she should really put some serious effort to study it now. In the learning space, instructor number 1 was seated in quiet meditation on a mountain peak. When he sensed Ling Lan's thoughts, he opened his eyes and a cold gleam flashed through them. Immediately after, he huffed coldly before closing his eyes in meditation once more. Instructor number 1 was actually very displeased that Ling Lan was only just showing interest to understand her innate talent, profound insight now. He had already told Ling Lan much earlier before that the profound insight innate talent was one of the best of all innate talents, so how could it be limited to the insignificant ability to identify weaknesses like the lower-level innate talent such as animal instinct? However, instructor number 1 was also satisfied that Ling Lan had been able to notice this point so quickly despite her disinterest. Once Ling Lan had fully mastered profound insight, instructor number 1 did not dare to chase this thought any further. She would definitely become an absolutely terrifying existence. After the 3 combo hits, Zhang Jing'an's points had already been deducted till 0. The referee immediately raised his red flag to prevent the opponent from moving forwards and attacking again. Ling Lan and the rest waited for Zhang Jing'an to operate his mecha to stand up so that the referee could announce the results. Several seconds later, Zhang Jing'an still had not moved from where he had crashed onto the ground. Ling Lan's and Xiaoting's expressions changed. The referee on the field had also noticed this, and he quickly connected to Zhang Jing'an's comlink and called out to him urgently. Then, he could vaguely hear moaning coming from the other end and immediately knew that the situation was not good. He quickly called for the medical team. The medical team immediately rushed onto the scene with several high-level hackers in tow. Zhang Jing'an seemed to have already fallen unconscious and was unable to open his own cockpit, so the hackers were needed to crack the code on the cockpit doors to open them before the medical team could hoist Zhang Jing'an to help him. Seeing this, Ling Lan informed Little Four to lend a hand. After the hackers had begun hacking, Little Four slipped in and broke the code, springing the doors open. Zhang Jing'an was pulled out, his entire body was limp like a lump of mud. The primary doctor stepped forwards to examine him, and his face changed drastically. He immediately placed Zhang Jing'an into the pre-prepared healing pod and swiftly contacted a transport machine on standby outside the stadium to come and move the healing pod out. The competition was declared suspended for an indefinite amount of time. This notification let Ling Lan and the others know that something major must have happened. In the live broadcast they were watching backstage. When Zhang Jing'an was rescued out of his mecha, his injuries seemed off, as if several magnitudes more severe than they had imagined. Worried and suspicious, they watched the video images of the 3-hit combo again and again. The opponent's attacks had been very clean, and there was nothing wrong with the area he had attacked either, fully avoiding the cockpit. Then why was Zhang Jing'an so heavily injured? This matter was just too strange, they could not figure it out. Ling Lan instructed Little Four to secretly sneak into the military comms channels and make sure he found out what this matter was all about. Everyone was patiently waiting for the results of the examination. When Zhang Jing'an's opponent, that Tongli trump card, returned backstage, he too had a look of bewilderment on his face. He could not understand how Zhang Jing'an had been injured so gravely either. The initially bustling backstage had now fallen still and silent. Everyone was waiting for news, eager to know what in the world had happened. Ah, It's General Ling Xiao. In the silent backstage, someone cried out, startling everyone. A commotion broke out as everyone rushed to the big screen to see General Ling Xiao's glory for themselves. The initially heavy atmosphere was swept away in an instant. Ling Xiao had not walked down to the combat field alone. The vice president of the Federation was with him, but everyone's attention was all on Ling Xiao, so the vice president very tragically became part of the background. Expressions grim, they walked up to Zhang Jing'an's Mecca where Ling Xiao then jumped straight into the cockpit with a powerful leap. When he came out from inside, his expression had turned extremely dark. He said a few brief words to the vice president and the latter's expression changed dramatically, a picture of disbelief. Very soon, the two of them re-entered the cockpit together, and when they came out again, the vice president's countenance was even 3 degrees darker than Ling Xiao's. Soon, all of the academies participating in the group Mecca combat event were notified that all of the actual Mecca being used in the competition would be inspected by military specialists. Only after they were verified to be safe would the Mecca operators be allowed to board them and use them in the competition. As soon as this notice was released, there was an uproar. Everyone understood now what had befallen Zhang Jing'an. When they received this notification, Xiao Ting's brows knitted together. After musing over it for a moment, he turned to look at Ling Lan and said, "Regiment Commander Ling, judging from this notification, there must have been some problem with the safety of Zhang Jing'an's Mecca. Could the monitoring system have been compromised? Or is it the control system? Or perhaps," Xiao Ting's expression turned grim and his voice dipped low. "Was there a problem with the Mecca itself to begin with?" By this time, Ling Lan had already obtained the conclusion Ling Xiao and the vice president had come to from her connection with Little Four. Suppressing the rage within her, she replied coldly, "Perhaps. Those are all possible." Ling Lan's words made Xiao Ting turn serious. He was just about to continue discussing the topic with Ling Lan when, right then, the people around the large screen began yelling, "General Ling Xiao, General Ling Xiao is coming." Ling Lan and the others looked over and saw from the video feed that Ling Xiao and the vice president were walking over here shoulder to shoulder. There were also quite a number of officers trailing behind them. Among them, Ling Lan saw a familiar face. It was that Secret Service Secretary He Xiang, who had now become Ling Xiao's 23 RD Division's first advisor. This He Xiang should have already passed Ling Xiao's tests to become one of his confidants. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not have brought him with him to planet Qiming. Meanwhile, that adjutant Xiao who Ling Xiao had once brought with him to the First Men's Military Academy was nowhere in sight this trip. It looked like there must have been something wrong with that adjutant Xiao. The only question was whether her dad had put him on ice one or if he had already utterly dealt with the problem. By this time, that group had already come to the mouth of a passage. This passageway was very familiar to everyone watching the video feed. It was the passage to the backstage area they were at. Ling Lan's mind stirred as she began guessing silently as to why her dad would be headed here. Could it be because she was here? Ling Lan felt that this was truly possible. As soon as Ling Xiao's group entered the backstage, no one there dared to move rashly, afraid to offend General Ling Xiao in any way. Even if they had dared to make any strange moves, the guards who had stepped in ahead of Ling Xiao would definitely have intercepted them. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with reverent gazes, eyes tracking his every step. Ling Xiao's destination was very clear. Without any hesitation, he headed straight for the First Men's Military Academy's area. No one was surprised by this move of Ling Xiao's. It was someone from the First Men's Military Academy who had been injured. It made perfect sense for Ling Xiao to go over and provide some reassurance. Moreover, General Ling Xiao was an alumni of the First Men's Military Academy. It was reasonable for him to go over and show some concern for his juniors. The vice president smiled gently and kept pace with Ling Xiao as they made their way over to the First Men's Military Academy's side. The vice president's destination this time was the First Men's Military Academy anyway. He needed to show some care on behalf of the government. Watching as Ling Xiao slowly approached, Xiao Ting and the rest were extremely excited. When Ling Xiao was finally before them, the 5 of them instantly snapped to attention and raised their hands in a sharp salute, shouting in unison, "General, good day." Ling Xiao returned a salute with a serious expression. When he put down his right hand, his expression instantly gentled and he said kindly, "That student just now, though he is injured badly, he will definitely recover with the healing capacity of the Federation. Do not worry." "Thank you, General," responded the group in unison, hearts settling at Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao's first remark was to inform them about Zhang Jingan's condition. Xiao Ting and the rest were silently grateful for General Ling Xiao's compassion. Knowing what they were most worried about, he had instantly provided them with an answer. General Ling Xiao's gentle gaze swept over the 5 youths there, pausing for a beat on Ling Lan before swiftly turning to the next youth in line. In the end, Ling Xiao's gaze landed on Xiao Ting and he said, You should be Xiao Ting, right?" "Yes, General." Xiao Ting was ecstatic, he had not expected General Ling Xiao to know his name. Suppressing his brimming emotions which were about to overflow, Xiao Ting forced himself to be calm and replied. "I saw you fight in the singles event. Not bad. Keep up the good work," praised General Ling Xiao. Xiao Ting immediately replied, "Yes, General." He really did not expect General Ling Xiao to not only know his name, but to also go so far as to praise him. Xiao Ting was rather thrown off balance by this. He desperately restrained himself, barely able to keep his emotions in check. Ling Xiao's gaze then moved on to the Ling Lan and the others, and he asked with a smile, "Who's up for the next match?" Mu Xiaoyu raised his hand excitedly and shouted, reporting to the general. "That would be me." Ling Xiao looked at Mu Xiaoyu and his first advisor He Shuyang instantly shifted closer to whisper in his ear. After He Shuyang had stepped back into place, Ling Xiao glanced at Ling Lan standing beside Mu Xiaoyu with a smile in his eyes. Truly, a tiger does not father hounds, thought He Shuyang. He still remembered that young Master Lan was only just a second-year cadet. For him to be able to participate in the group Mecca combat event as a second year, young Master Lan's Mecca piloting talent must not be weaker than General Ling Xiao's by much. General Ling Xiao smiled, nodded and said, "Mu Xiaoyu, is it? You all have already lost 2 matches so far. If you lose, the other 2 after you will not be able to take the field, you know. So that you aren't blamed by them, you need to work hard." Ling Xiao's slightly teasing words helped to ease Mu Xiaoyu's nervousness considerably. He loudly replied, "General, I guarantee that I'll complete this mission." He turned his head to look at Ling Lan and Xiao Ting, and lifted his chin to say confidently, "I'll definitely let them take the field." Ling Xiao looked over at Ling Lan, his eyes filled with a kind and loving humor. This look almost made Ling Lan think that Ling Xiao would call her, "my child," but unexpectedly, Ling Xiao merely said, "Fight well." Ling Lan was the calmest among the 5 youths. In response to that, she replied, "Yes, General." Her cold face was an emotionless mask. Ling Xiao was rather discouraged by this. How could his daughter be so calm and collected? Although the others were trying their best to compose themselves, it was obvious at a glance how they really felt. Only Ling Lan had not revealed any bit of emotion whatsoever, leaving Ling Xiao floundering as to how she felt. Did his arrival not make his daughter excited at all? Ling Xiao had a bellyful of resentment at the thought. Seeing that Ling Xiao was done speaking, the vice president followed up with his own words of concern. The First Men's Military Academy group could feel the care from both the military and the government. At this time, the 2 specialist Mecca safety surveyors that had been transferred here urgently arrived backstage, and they began inspecting the Mecca of the 2 Mecca operators about to take the field. Seeing General Ling Xiao and the vice president there, they immediately came over to report. Subsequently, under General Ling Xiao's instruction, they respectively inspected Mu Xiaoyu's Mecca as well as the Mecca of the 3rd participant from the Tongli Military Academy. As the backstage began to bustle with activity, the vice president was just about to suggest they leave when Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and asked the 5 students of the First Men's Military Academy, "Who will be fighting after Mu Xiaoyu?" Ling Lan could not help but sweat drop when she heard this. Hells, she did not believe that her dad had not managed to get his hands on their participant name list. However, she knew that this was probably her dad trying to find a way to speak with her, so she raised her hand and said, reporting, "Sir, that would be me." Receiving the answer he wanted, Ling Xiao turned to the vice president and said, "Sir Vice President, I really want to take a look at the cockpits of the Mecca of the other participants. Why not take this opportunity to look at this student's Mecca as well?" The vice president's face turned stern at his words and he replied, "Suits me." Even as Ling Xiao's and the vice president's words stunned Ling Lan, she felt a surge of warmth suffuse her heart. Ling Xiao's visit backstage was not only to see her but, more importantly, to inspect her cockpit. Ling Lan knew that Ling Xiao was concerned and ill at ease, unwilling to leave his daughter's safety in the hands of others. He wanted to inspect her Mecca personally, and in order to achieve this objective, he had racked his brains, patiently waiting for the most opportune timing. Ling Lan pressed down the warmth in her heart and led Ling Xiao and the vice president to the Mecca she was going to operate later. For this fight, Ling Lan had not chosen an ace Mecca but a special class Mecca which was comprehensively balanced, unlike the typical close combat Mecca she favored. Ling Lan had her own reasons for choosing this Mecca. Over this period of time, she had organized the legacy information she had received from her dad in the virtual space. She found that, on the battlefield, the more cards someone had up their sleeves, the easier it was for them to survive. This prompted her to reflect upon herself, wondering if she was too biased towards close combat and had neglected her long-range skills. Putting one's full focus on one aspect would indeed allow one to reach a pinnacle much easier. Besides that, many people who ambitiously tried to develop both sides often ended up moving towards mediocrity, lost among the masses. In human history, with regards to Mecca, of all the people who had managed to ascend to God-class operator status, Ling Xiao was the only one who operated a balanced-type Mecca. Not everyone was Ling Xiao. Ling Lan too had this self-awareness. She would not be so bold as to think she could do as her dad had and become proficient at everything. She was only planning to train up her long-range combat skills a little more so that it could become one of her reliable cards in a crucial moment. It was precisely this consideration which made Ling Lan choose this balanced Mecca. There was no problem in terms of operating it. In the learning space, instructor number 3 had not simply made her pilot just one series of Mecca. She had had training in all the Mecca types, it was just that her talent laid in close combat, so her long-range combat paled in comparison. In Ling Lan's battle clan of 10, Ling Lan's long-range abilities could at most rank her at number 5. Lan Luofong, Han Jijian, and Lin Zhongqing were all better than her, and even Li Shiu, who did not focus much on Mecca piloting, was better than her by a hair in long-range combat. Ling Lan's long-range combat skills were only better than Qi Long, Xiao Jun, and Xie Yi, who specialized in close combat, as well as Chong Xinyuan, whose piloting talent was terrible to begin with. As for Luo Lang, it depended on which personality he had activated at the time. If the personality in control was one suited for long-range combat, then his long-range skills would also be stronger than Ling Lan's. Thus, Ling Lan's talent in long-range combat could only be considered above average, absolutely nowhere close to top-notch. However, giving up just like that was not like Ling Lan. She decided to spend a little more time training up her long-range combat skills. No matter what, she would make it so that she could squeeze into the top 3 of her battle clan. When Ling Xiao saw this Mecca, he looked at Ling Lan contemplatively. Ling Lan noticed the satisfaction and smugness in her dad's eyes, and she instantly realized something and began screaming in her heart. "Oh Dad, get over yourself. Me choosing a balanced Mecca has nothing at all to do with you." Did Ling Xiao really have nothing to do with it? In the mind space, Little Four cheekily morphed into Ling Xiao's image and asked in a stern tone. Also inside the mind space, Ling Lan rolled her eyes at this and with a flick of her finger, she made Little Four turn back to his original form. Fine. So there was that little bit of connection. After all, she had inherited Ling Xiao's legacy. Ling Lan admitted this honestly. The news that Ling Xiao would be personally inspecting Ling Lan's Mecca thrilled everyone. They all gathered close, if Ling Xiao's guards had not stopped them, they would most probably have come right up to the bottom of the Mecca. Ling Xiao spent more than 10 minutes inside the cockpit of Ling Lan's Mecca. This duration greatly exceeded the time the experts used to inspect Mecca. The specialists who were inspecting Mu Xiaoyu's Mecca were already done with it and had moved on to inspect Xiao Ting's Mecca. When Ling Xiao finally climbed out of the cockpit, his face was somewhat pale. This instantly made the vice president anxious and he asked, "General Ling, is there a problem?" The malfunction of one Mecca could be explained as an error, but one more malfunctioning Mecca would be a dereliction of duty. That would definitely cause a great upheaval within the entire Federation in both the military and political world. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "No big problems, just some minor issues." As soon as Ling Xiao said this, the staff member in charge of this Mecca found sweat beading his forehead. However, he did not dare to wipe the sweat away. He quickly rushed over to stand before General Ling Xiao, bowed his head and took the blame. "General, I did not do a good job. This doesn't have much to do with you." Ling Xiao's words lifted the staff member's heart from hell up to heaven. He raised his head in pleasant surprise. Ling Xiao did not notice this. He pointed at some parts of the Mecca and began describing the problems. The staff member quickly opened his communicator and began taking notes. The issues Ling Xiao pointed out were largely effects of wear and tear, which would affect the performance of the Mecca. Of course, there were also a few very hidden spots which, if not discovered in time, would have caused some insensitivity in the controls of the Mecca. However, these had nothing to do with the main focus of the inspection this time, as they would not threaten the life of the operator inside the cockpit. Hearing Ling Xiao's detailed narration on the issues down to the smallest screw, all the people at the side stared with envy, jealousy, hate at the owner of this Mecca, Ling Lan, who was currently standing behind Ling Xiao with a composed expression. Everyone was thinking, why couldn't it have been their Mecca that was chosen for inspection by the general? Who would have guessed that General Ling Xiao's inspection would be so thorough, not even letting a single minor issue go? On the surface, Ling Lan was as calm as ever, but in truth, when she heard Ling Xiao listing out the issues of her Mecca one by one, her heart throbbed once more. Was this what was meant by comparing fatherly love to a mountain too? Ling Lan was well aware that Ling Xiao had not simply conducted a surface inspection, but he had also used his spiritual power to envelop the entire Mecca, which was how he had managed to ferret out all these little problems. This method was a huge drain on Ling Xiao's spiritual power. No wonder his face had been that pale when he had exited the Mecca cockpit. At the same time, Ling Lan was silently shocked at the frightening realm her father's control over his spiritual power had reached. Even she had not noticed him using his spiritual power. Ling Xiao's abundant birth of fatherly love made Ling Lan's self-erected barrier abruptly collapse. If they had not been in a public place, Ling Lan believed that she would have easily called out, "Daddy," at this moment. Unfortunately, Ling Lan's gaze flickered. She finally reined in the shifting warmth in her heart, once again reverting back to the usual cold and seemingly emotionless Ling Lan. If Ling Xiao had known right then that he had missed the chance to be called "Daddy" by Ling Lan because this was the wrong place and time, he would certainly be pounding his chest in frustration. However, it was also fortunate that he did not know, so it did not affect his mood. With a serious demeanor, he instructed the backstage staff to fix each and every one of those problems. Ling Xiao's serious attitude spurred everyone into nervous action. The problems that originally would have taken 1 to 2 hours to fix were completely resolved within half an hour. After Ling Xiao once again entered the cockpit for a reassessment, when he came out, he nodded at the staff to show that everything was fine now. Having obtained General Ling Xiao's approval, all of the staff members could not help but break out into celebratory applause. This shook Ling Xiao out of work mode and a smile appeared on his lips. Now that the Mecca was free of possible issues, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. However, this joyous atmosphere was soon broken by the news that the specialist inspecting one of the Mecca of the Tongli Military Academy had found some problems with it. When Ling Xiao and the vice president heard the news, their expressions changed. Sharing a quick glance, they walked over to that Mecca. After listening to the specialist's report, Ling Xiao boarded the Mecca to recheck it, and when he came out, he nodded at the vice president to show that the specialist's inspection results were not wrong. The vice president's countenance darkened instantly. He knew that this was most likely a case of collusion between officials and businessmen, a major incident of corruption, bribery, and dereliction of duty. General Ling Xiao, this matter, can you leave it to us government officials to resolve? The vice president waited till General Ling Xiao alighted from the Mecca before pleading softly. At this moment, there was no sign of Ling Xiao's previous warmth and gentle manner. He glanced at the vice president, his gaze so sharp that sweat began to run from the vice president's forehead. The vice president then heard Ling Xiao reply coldly, I will need to report this matter to the first marshal. I beg your pardon, vice president. Just thinking about how many of his comrades, who were fighting with their lives on the line on the battlefield, could have lost their lives due to this, Ling Xiao's rage burned. He would not let this rest. The vice president knew that his request had been a little too much, so he could only nod bitterly and say, as you should, as you should. I did not think it through. I beg your forgiveness, General Ling Xiao. Only then did Ling Xiao's tense expression ease and he said sincerely, Vice President, we can only do things by the book. What happens next is not something we can meddle with. The vice president smiled wryly at those words. Compared to Ling Xiao, he was much more worried. If this matter was not handled properly, the government this round may very well have to resign collectively. He hoped that the skies would not be torn asunder by this three. After settling the concern in his heart, Ling Xiao led his men away from the backstage. Meanwhile, the vice president returned to his accommodations with a mind full of worries. At this time, how could he still have the heart to continue watching the group Mecca fights? He needed to convey this news at soonest notice to the president. As for Ling Xiao, he returned to the rostrum area and nodded lightly to the worried Lan Luofong. Only then did Lan Luofong relax. If Ling Xiao said that everything was fine, then everything was sure to be fine. With regards to Mecca, Lan Luofong had the utmost trust in Ling Xiao. In the meantime, Ling Xiao's first advisor He Shuyang was already on the road back to their accommodations. He had been sent by Ling Xiao to report what had happened here to the first marshal. As for what would follow, it was just as Ling Xiao had said, those were not things he could control. Of course, if someone was found to have engaged in malpractices for selfish ends, he, Ling Xiao, would not mind intervening. The Mecca defense systems which could impact the survivability of a warrior absolutely could not be allowed to be treated lightly by anyone. Very soon, the group Mecca combat event resumed, and Mu Xiaoyu operated his Mecca onto the field. His opponent from the Tongli Military Academy was significantly weaker than him, so it only took a few moves before the opponent could hardly fight back under Mu Xiaoyu's attacks. After resisting for 10 more moves or so, the opponent felt that he could not go on and so immediately found time to make the motion for surrender. The referee immediately waved his red flag and ended the match. The Tongli team backstage did not show any signs of disappointment at this loss for Tongli. Instead, they seemed even more eager and energetic in their preparations for the fourth match. This also confirmed that the opponents were indeed hedging their victory on the fourth match. They were putting their hopes on defeating Ling Lan, who had not participated in the single Mecca combat event, but had unexpectedly shown up to participate in the group event. Xiao Jun was the only one backstage who knew Ling Lan's true strength. His boss was a bona fide ace operator. Even if he was operating a special class Mecca, a special class operator would still be no match at all for him. By this time, Ling Lan had already boarded her Mecca and was conducting her pre-match checks. She found that after Ling Xiao's repairs and adjustments, her Mecca's functions had become 1 to 2 points more responsive. It could be said that its responsiveness had doubled, skirting around the edges of the limits of special class Mecca, just a hair's breadth away from an ace Mecca. Ling Lan was filled with silent admiration. Her dad's mastery over Mecca had already reached an amazing pinnacle. Only with that was he able to instantly come up with the best modifications for this Mecca on the spot. Yes, modification. Although Ling Xiao seemed to have only been replacing the worn parts of the Mecca without touching on the roots of the Mecca itself, it was precisely these unassuming small parts which had brought earth-shaking changes to Ling Lan's Mecca. It was not at all overboard to say that this was a modification. Ling Lan's mind stirred and she immediately asked Little Four to record down the process of Ling Xiao adjusting the mecha as well as all the parts he had highlighted for fixing. She then sent the information to Chong Xinyuan. She believed that this might be a chance for Chong Xinyuan to evolve. Finally, Ling Lan's match began. Lan Luofong, who had been awaiting this moment for so long, could not help but grip the sleeves of Ling Xiao's clothes tightly. Her grip was so forceful that Ling Xiao was almost pulled into her arms. Ling Xiao clasped Lan Luofeng's hand which was holding onto his sleeve and pressed down lightly. Lan Luofong raised her head, her eyes filled with worry. Her daughter was actually going to operate a mecha to fight with another mecha operator. Ling Xiao consoled her in a low voice, "Luofong, it'll be fine. Believe in her." Under Ling Xiao's comforting words, Lan Luofong gradually relaxed and looked towards the combat field. One of the mecha operators operating a special class mecha, there was her daughter Ling Lan. She should probably be the first ever female mecha operator to participate in the mecha combat tournament. Lan Luofong felt both proud and sorrowful. If at all possible, she did not want to see this scene. The mecha the Tongli operator was piloting was a close combat mecha, while Ling Lan was piloting a balanced mecha. The spectators could not help but begin guessing if this would be a mixed battle of long range and close range, or if it would just be a direct all-out close combat match. In fact, Ling Lan really wanted to push for close combat immediately and KO the opponent cleanly. However, she still pressed down this notion of hers, deciding to first try long-range attacks. When the referee waved the green flag, before the opponent could react, Ling Lan had already operated her mecha to retreat several hundred meters. This extreme speed made everyone cry out in shock. They all turned to look at the referee's flag, trying to determine if this action of Ling Lan's was a foul. This was because there had been contestants before who had moved before the referee had waved his green flag and declared the start of the battle. In the end, those contestants had been judged to have committed a foul and were deducted a whole half of their points. Not only that, the match had been restarted and those contestants were warned that if they made the same foul again, they would be judged to have lost instantly. The referee panel monitoring the match very quickly gave their verdict. All of the referees on the panel judged that Ling Lan's operation was legal and within the rules. When the referee on the field received the referee panel's conclusion, he immediately waved his green flag around to indicate that everything was fine with the match. Ling Lan's operation had not broken any rules. The audience applauded enthusiastically at this outcome. With just this move alone, Ling Lan had shown that her control skills were not mediocre. As expected, someone from the First Men's Military Academy could not be much worse than the other representatives from the school even if he had not participated in the solo event. Ling Lan's remarkable operation skill standards immediately dispelled the doubts the people had against her. She was able to participate in the group mecha fights due to her own strength and not because of anything else. The two fighters on the field were completely oblivious to the situation involving the audience and the referee panel. This impressive bit of operation by Ling Lan had left her opponent, the Tongli mecha operator, scrambling. His first reflex was to chase after his opponent. He could not let his opponent pull away till the optimum distance for long-range attacks. However, he was already a step late. Even though he tried his hardest to make up for it, he found that no matter how hard he tried, the distance between them just kept growing. The inherent difference between the speeds of their mecha gave him no chance at all. The Tongli mecha operator only chased for a few seconds before he realized this. He immediately slowed down and began to think about how he could deal with the opponent's long-range attacks. In truth, in a mecha competition, the chances would always be equal regardless of whether one excelled in close combat or long-range combat. For a long-range attacker to obtain a safe distance within a match to conduct long-range attacks, they would need to find opportunities to pull away from their opponent and extend the distance between them. On the other hand, if a close combat mecha operator did not want to passively react to long-range attacks, they would have to try their best to prevent the opponent from pulling away right from the start. And now, in this current situation, the Tongli mecha operator had lost the first opportunity to do so. He could only hope that the Tongli strategists were correct in their speculations that the opponent's skills were just average, then, he might still be able to salvage the situation and turn things around, otherwise, the outcome would be unpredictable. Ling Lan finally pulled away till the optimum distance for long-range shooting. Without any hesitation, she drew a giant gun from her back. It was a long-range long-barreled beam gun. Without any special weapons, such as Xiao Ting's ballistic sniper rifle, the standard equipped weapon of long-range Mecca would be the long-barreled beam gun. It was characterized by its long range, but its weakness was that its firepower was a little weak. To break through the beam shield of a Mecca at the same level, it would need at least 5 seconds of shooting time, and this was a difficult thing to achieve. Normally, those who could become special-class Mecca operators all had very good operation abilities. They would not so easily let someone else shoot at them for 5 seconds or more. However, Ling Lan was not at all concerned about this. If she had wanted to use a long-range gun with greater firepower, she had plenty of ways to obtain one. Her greatest objective in using this gun was to train her long-range skills further. Even if firepower was a problem that would stop her from defeating the opponent quickly, she was not bothered by it. Ling Lan decisively steadied the long-barreled beam gun in her Mecca's hands and aimed at the opponent who was currently trying to use irregular movements to try and disrupt her shooting. Judging by the speed of the opponent's Mecca, she only had a chance for 3 shots before the opponent would pass over into close range and the target locking function of this long-barreled beam gun would be rendered useless. At that time, if she still wanted to shoot, she could only rely on pure instinct. A beep indicated that the long-barreled gun had locked onto the target successfully. Ling Lan did not hesitate to pull the trigger, and a powerful beam shot out of the muzzle of her gun towards the opponent. Fixed-point shooting. This motion of Ling Lan's made everyone exclaim. Fixed-point shooting was not any advanced shooting technique, it was a basic technique that every Mecca operator would know. The more advanced a Mecca was, the harder it was to see these kinds of basic techniques being used. The average Mecca operator believed that these basic techniques were no longer enough to cope with the more difficult Mecca combats. Just before the beam was about to hit the opponent, as if being refracted, it suddenly grazed by the Mecca's side. Anyone could have predicted this outcome. As expected, basic techniques were completely useless in a battle between special-class operators. The audience could not understand why a student participant from the First Men's Military Academy would use such a technique. Could it really be that he had just paid lip service and was here to get a share of the glory won? Was the remarkable operation previously just a misperception on their end? Or was it just a flash in the pan? It's not just irregular dash. Instead, it's more like irregular flicker. Ling Lan was not at all anxious at her missed shot. She calmly analyzed the situation and instantly saw that the opponent's footwork was not what it seemed. TSK, well, it can't be considered a true irregular flicker either. I can only say that it's something in between the two. This Tongli student is no slouch either, actually already beginning to learn the advanced footwork that initially only ace operators can learn. Unfortunately, the lock-on function is already useless against this kind of footwork which is bordering on irregular flicker. Beep beep beep, sure enough, the lock-on alert of the gun kept ringing to signal that the long-barreled gun could not lock onto the opponent. It would probably be pointless to shoot again this way. Ling Lan hesitated for a moment, and the opponent took this chance to once again draw even closer. Ling Lan was rather chagrined by this. She had initially had the opportunity for 2 more shots, but now, due to her hesitation, she had only 1 shot left. If she hesitated any further, the chance to take this last shot may be lost as well. Ling Lan was the type of person to become even more focused and settled the more critical a situation became. Having just 1 final shot left, she entered into a state with no distractions whatsoever. Fully focused, she stared at the opponent. The target lock was now useless, so she needed to rely on her own judgment to decide when to shoot. Ling Lan began calculating frantically inside, the opponent's speed, possible flight paths, as well as his operation habits. Only by factoring in all of this would she be able to predict the opponent's potential landing point, and that would be the spot she would shoot at. There. While Ling Lan was still calculating, she suddenly felt as if she could see a target point. Without conscious thought, she instantly pulled her trigger. Boom! The beam hit the opponent accurately. The powerful suction force of the beam made it hard for the opponent to move for some time too. However, how could a special class operator be stuck for long by this? At the 4th second, the opponent managed to operate his mecha free of the attack radius of the beam. Although he had broken free of the beam, his initially bright outer shell had already become somewhat dull and dark due to the steep drain on his beam shield's power to deal with the attack. Awesome! The audience clapped and cheered. How contemptuous they were at the start was precisely how thrilled they were now. Being able to land a successful hit on an opponent with the basic technique fixed-point shooting, this completely overturned the people's general knowledge. Mind you, in all of the previous mecha combat competitions, no one would use fixed-point shooting. Even if someone had used it, no one had succeeded before. In general, in order to maintain their distance from a close combat mecha, long-range mecha operators would always utilize the tactic of shooting while moving. And while they were moving around, it was impossible to shoot accurately, so the mecha operators would use ranged attacks to intercept their opponent. Or they might do as Xiao Ting had and use advanced shooting techniques to seal off their opponent's paths of escape, leaving their opponent with no place to hide. The audience was used to seeing advanced techniques being used this way, so when they suddenly saw a basic technique being effective on the combat field instead, everyone's interest was raised. Ling Lan's success in using a basic technique to strike the opponent with one shot caused the two Imperial operators monitoring the field to nod silently, becoming very interested in Ling Lan. This achievement proved that Ling Lan had already attained a pinnacle in her foundational controls. Oftentimes, only when one arrived at the late stages of ace level did one learn of the importance of the basics. Unfortunately, at that time, it was already futile to consider starting over. Without solid foundations, their futures were limited, and even if they managed to advance to Imperial level, they would still be the worst among the Imperials. Ling Xiao felt pride spring up within him at this scene. His daughter truly did not disappoint him. The essence of his legacy had been completely mastered by her, only flawless foundations could support the construction of towers reaching up to the skies. This scene also made Lan Luofong very excited. She did not know anything about foundations or no foundations, no matter what, her precious daughter had managed to hit the opponent. That was the most important thing. She tugged on Ling Xiao's hand and asked somewhat incomprehensibly in her excitement, Lan Lan has hit the opponent. Why hasn't the opponent been declared the loser? Why does the fight have to continue? This one shot is not enough to deduct the opponent's points to 0, explained Ling Xiao, feeling rather regretful. If the shot had been able to hold the opponent down for just one more second, this match would have been over. After her hit landed, and once Ling Lan saw the opponent escaping from the attack range of her beam shot, she did not even keep her gun, instantly piloting her mecha to dash backwards. Good timing. One of the Imperial operators in the air above who had still been able to maintain his composure could not help but exclaim in surprise when he saw Ling Lan's move. And it's also seamless control. The shift between the two actions has almost zero excess, added another Imperial operator with an equally amazed tone. This unknown boy below from the First Men's Military Academy was impeccable both in terms of timing and operation. He was even more precise in his movements than the widely known Xiao Ting. Right then, the Imperial operators were somewhat envious of this mecha operator's instructor. That person must be very proud to have such a student. They did not know that this aberrant Ling Lan was not the product of one person. She was the oddball result of the combination of the rich experience of Ling Xiao's legacy, the divine command techniques from the divine command sect, and the prolonged and extensive training of the learning space. At this moment, at the rostrum, even the outwardly composed Ling Xiao could not help but cheer loudly in his heart. Ling Lan's operations were even more refined than they had been a year ago, already showing signs of her own operation style. This style was still in its embryonic stages though, not yet matured. Once it fully matured, perhaps his daughter would truly have the chance to touch upon the realm of Imperial level. Sensing Ling Xiao's excitement, Lan Luofong shot a puzzled look at him. In Lan Luofeng's eyes, Ling Lan's motions to escape were not as dashing and beautiful as her shot which had hit the opponent. She had no clue that that series of actions was an embodiment of perfection in the eyes of a top-notch mecha master. The situation on the field also began to worry the Tongli students backstage. They found that the person they had targeted as a soft persimmon was in fact not soft at all and was in fact rather prickly and hard to handle. Right then, they could only hope that their companion on the field would do a little better and chase up to the opponent to drag him into a close-range fight, and thus win the match. They never imagined that Ling Lan could also be a close combat expert. He was already so amazing at long range, if he was also amazing at close combat, even though the opponent was operating a balanced mecha, Tongli vehemently refused to entertain this conjecture in a very ostrich-like manner. 3. Xiao Ting too witnessed Ling Lan's series of actions and his expression became shadowed. He found that Ling Lan existed to rain blows on his self-esteem. This long-range basic attack was even more solid than his own. *MN, was this still a close combat operator? He could not help but turn his head around to look at Xiao Jun and ask, "Your regiment commander, is he really operating a close combat mecha?" They must have been lying to him, right? In truth, Ling Lan was actually a long-range expert. Xiao Jun stared blankly at the large screen. Boss Lan's series of long-range operations had also deeply shaken him. When he heard Xiao Ting's inquiry, he nodded after some hesitation, saying uncertainly, "He should be. I've never seen him operate any other mecha other than close combat mecha before." Xiao Jun was rather confused himself. He really did not know anymore what type of operator his boss Lan was. Could it be that boss Lan was in fact a comprehensive operator? He had just hidden this fact all this time. Just considering the possibility sent chills running down his back and Xiao Jun shivered. Hells, this was too terrifying. The close combat skills of a balanced operator actually being stronger than them pure close combat operators, how were they supposed to continue living? Humph, he hid that real deep. He's probably really an operator of a balanced mecha, snarked Hanyu, a quick flash of envy passing through his eyes. He was secretly hateful that such excellent long-range control talent did not belong to himself. Hanyu was a long-range mecha operator. He knew in his heart that Ling Lan's operation was better than his by not just a little bit. However, right then, Ling Lan, who was rapidly flying backwards, was contemplating another matter. She was wondering what that target point she had seen earlier was all about. Ling Lan was well aware that that target point had not been something she had managed to calculate and deduce on her own. It had appeared out of thin air in her mind, just as if someone had specifically told her about it and was just waiting for her to carry it out. Could this also be an ability of her innate talent, profound insight? This was the first thing that came to Ling Lan's mind, and her intuition would not be wrong. In truth, Ling Lan was still unclear what the innate talent profound insight was truly capable of. In the past, during close combat, profound insight was able to penetrate and see the opponent's fatal weakness at a glance. While watching from the sidelines, it could clearly determine the outcome of a battle, and now, if she was not wrong in her speculations, profound insight could accurately predict effective target points for long-range attacks. Ling Lan decided to try it once more and see if her speculations were correct. At this time, she was flying at high speed to pull away from the opponent, and then, with a sudden twist, she turned to face her opponent. Her mecha's engines abruptly shifted from forward thrust to reverse thrust. Although this operation was extremely damaging to the engines, it helped Ling Lan maintain her original speed and flight path, allowing Ling Lan to swiftly enter attack mode. Right then, Ling Lan had cut loose. In order to prove her speculations as soon as possible, she did not care if she had to pay some price. Facing that Tongli mecha chasing after her, Ling Lan's gaze once again turned ice cold. She had entered an extremely cold and focused mode. This was an ability she had obtained after going through countless massacres inside the learning space. Her mind was cleared of all distractions, the opponent's mecha was all she could see. Ling Lan's finger moved. A string of operations was carried out under her hands, dazzling everyone's eyes with their speed. At one point, her fingers actually disappeared under the layers of afterimages. All of the audience could see the right arm of Ling Lan's mecha hitching up and flicking down, and that low-hanging giant long-barreled beam gun drew a semicircle through the air under the mecha's arm movements. Immediately after, her mecha's left hand lifted up. With a pop, the giant gun's lower half was hitched up by the mecha's left arm and its muzzle pointed straight at the mecha running towards her. Will it be a ranged interception? Or perhaps, like Xiao Ting, Ling Lan would display advanced target-locking arts and seal off all of the opponent's possible avenues of escape. When everyone saw this, they began guessing at Ling Lan's next attack. In rapid flight, the gun art that could be displayed were limited to just a few. Ling Lan aimed at the opponent but did not shoot blindly, nor did she try to calculate or deduce anything. She only concentrated and stared intently at the opponent's mecha, just waiting for that sudden chance to appear. Right there. Several seconds later, as expected, Ling Lan saw an extremely clear shooting trajectory. This was not the result of careful calculation, she had just been able to see it just like that. For no reason whatsoever, and a reason just could not be found, she had simply been able to see it. Without any hesitation, Ling Lan pulled the trigger. Whether or not this opening was accurate, the facts would have to prove it. This shot was of the utmost importance. A beam shot out from the muzzle, so dazzling that it seemed almost able to split the air above the combat field into two parts. Ling Lan constantly adjusted her shooting position and the target point of her beam shot in accordance with the opponent's movement. All this showed that Ling Lan's attack method was still that basic technique, fixed-point shooting. Everyone was in an uproar. The reason why fixed-point shooting was called fixed-point shooting was that it was used to attack an opponent during situations of absolute stillness, with a fixed and accurate target lock to ensure a one-hit kill. On the battlefield, it was the best ambush method. Due to its ambush-like qualities, fixed-point shooting was actually not suitable for a mecha combat match. Ling Lan's previous successful shot with it had already wowed the audience, and now, this current shot had once again shattered the people's understanding of fixed-point shooting. Could it be that fixed-point shooting could also be effective while on the move? Several experienced mecha operators could not help but shake their heads, thinking that Ling Lan had let the previous success go to her head. Actually audacious enough to try creating a new record and a new form of gun art, but how could those things be so easy to achieve? What a nonsense move one. The two Imperial operators monitoring from above instantly swore out loud at Ling Lan's unreasonable actions. Ling Lan's previous outstanding performance had earned Ling Lan their admiration, but his deluded efforts to break the mold now by using a completely unsuitable gun art to deal with his opponent made them very angry and disappointed. Witnessing this, Ling Xiao could not help but clench his fists tightly. He knew his daughter, so he believed that Ling Lan definitely would not do anything crazy for no reason, she must have some degree of certainty for her to have done this. Some hard-to-conceal pleasant surprise in his eyes, he waited to see the final outcome. No one believed that Ling Lan could hit the opponent, that final landing point of the beam she was shooting was obviously wide from the perspective of the onlookers. Ah! At this moment, the audience burst out into exclamations. The Tongli mecha operator who had obviously been traveling along a safe flight path had suddenly changed the direction of his mecha's flicker movement and had actually ended up crashing into the range of Ling Lan's beam. This suicidal action left everyone in the audience gaping in astonishment. The Tongli mecha operator had just finished his flicker action when he suddenly found that he had charged right into the path of a beam attack. His mecha was instantly consumed by the brilliant beam of light. Ah! The Tongli mecha operator could not help but scream in shock. Being hit under this type of circumstances, caught completely unprepared, anyone would have panicked like him. Boom! The mecha exploded with great force. Although the Tongli mecha operator had tried his best to change his mecha's flight path once more to escape the range of the beam attack, unfortunately, when he had jumped into the target zone of the beam attack, his motion was still in progress. To abort the half-complete action, a new command had to be given to first clear the original command. Only after the first command had been erased could the system accept a new motion command. Not just that, when aborting an incomplete action, regardless of how fast an operator's hand speed was, a special class mecha would still have some freeze time, and the transition to the new action would also require some buffering time. This series of complicated controls was impossible for a special class operator to complete in just 5 seconds. And so, the Tongli special class operator was doomed to tragedy. It hit. It hit. The audience members scrubbed at their eyes vigorously, unable to believe what they had just seen. The dissipating smoke and half-destroyed mecha turned their disbelief into acceptance. With a great furor, everyone took to their feet. Could it be that they would have the honor of bearing witness to the naming of a new mecha technique? They could not help but be excited. Mind you, the last time a technique had been named after its creator was over 50 years ago. It had been so long that the people of the Federation had almost forgotten that the Federation still had this naming channel for newly created skills and techniques. In the Federation, there were 2 types of naming with regards to mecha techniques. One was for official skills and techniques developed by the Federation Military Mecha Skills Research Department. These techniques would all be given an official name, such as fixed-point shooting, endpoint blockade, chain combo art, etc. etc. And the other type was for those techniques which had been created by an individual mecha operator. If these techniques were proven to be fully developed and effective in combat or battle, the skills would be named after their creator. Examples of these include the Thomas full spin, Yelu's semi-flight, Lewis double cut, etc. etc. And now, Ling Lan had created mobile fixed-point shooting, building a new gun art on top of the original fixed-point shooting. According to Federation law, the name of this technique would carry her name. Sitting beside Ling Xiao was the attending military representative, the main organizer for this grand mecha tournament. He abruptly stood up and said emotionally to Ling Xiao, "General Ling, a new technique has appeared. I must report this to headquarters." Ling Xiao suppressed the exhilaration he was feeling, smiling gently as he nodded and said, "Well, congratulations. You all have a new personal name technique." Personal name techniques were in fact also a means to display the might of a nation. It signified that the Federation was filled with talent. The military would certainly use this opportunity to glorify their nation to the rest of the world. Even as he felt proud of his daughter, Ling Xiao was silently mourning this new headache. The more famous Ling Lan was, the harder it would be for him to free Ling Lan from her current identity. Ling Xiao smiled wryly. He really wasn't sure whether his blunder in sending his daughter to study at the First Men's Military Academy was doing her a service or harming her. Watching the military representative hurry off excitedly to report to his superiors, Ling Xiao began to fret over how he could protect his daughter. He felt that things were spinning further and further out of his control, yet he was filled with joy and pride inside. He even thought that, if he was given the chance to do it all again, he would still choose to let his daughter study at the First Men's Military Academy, otherwise his daughter's exceptional control talent would have been wasted. This kind of thinking made Ling Xiao feel rather guilty. He carefully peeked at Lan Luofong, hoping that she had not noticed his little selfish thought. At this moment, however, Lan Luofong was completely lost. She had not understood the conversation between Ling Xiao and that military representative. The fact was that she really did not understand much about mecha even though she had married a god-class operator. What's going on? What is personal name naming? Lan Luofong would always ask directly if there was something she did not understand. This was also one of the things Ling Xiao liked about her. She would not pretend to be more knowledgeable than she really was. That last attack by Lana has created a new shooting technique, which is why this technique will be named after her. It'll be called, Ling Lan Shooting Art. Ling Xiao's gaze shone with pride. This was his daughter. How lucky was he? Ah! Lan Luofong covered her mouth in her joy and surprise. She stared disbelievingly at Ling Xiao, and when Ling Xiao nodded once more to confirm, Lan Luofong started shaking Ling Xiao in her excitement. If not out of consideration for the time and place, she would definitely have leapt up to scream and shout. Ling Xiao smiled as he embraced Lan Luofong, letting the other calm down in his arms. He looked towards Ling Lan still floating in the air, and the growing smile at the corners of his lips could not be suppressed. Backstage, Xiao Ting and the rest were gobsmacked. Xiao Jun slapped himself harshly and then asked Xiao Ting non-stop, "Am I dreaming? Am I dreaming? Xiao Ting, that's a new technique, right? 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 Right?" Xiao Ting took in a deep breath and looked searchingly at Ling Lan on the field. He then said in a low voice, "You're not dreaming. That technique, it should count as a new technique." Xiao Ting did not voice it. He was afraid that if he did, he would not be able to maintain his nature. That was personal name naming. It was something all Mecca masters dreamed of obtaining, but how many people would ever truly earn this honor? Throughout human history, techniques that fell under personal name naming numbered less than 60, and most of them were from the early days of Mecca development. Excluding those people, in the past 1,000 years, only a small number of 12 people have attained this honor successfully. How lucky was Ling Lan? Having done what countless people could not, even if that technique could not be widely promoted, it was still envy, jealousy, hate inducing for Ling Lan to have an exclusive technique belonging to him. Xiao Ting could not suppress the tendril of bitterness that welled up in his heart. This era should have been his, but Ling Lan's performance today was enough to put them equal ground. Profoundly, he wondered why fate had chosen to give birth to both of them in the same time frame. Meanwhile, on the field, the referee saw the Tongli Mecca being destroyed in one shot by Ling Lan and his expression changed greatly. He quickly waved his red flag vigorously, suspending the fight, and then piloted his mecha over quickly to check on the condition of the Tongli Mecca. Stunned, Ling Lan lowered the gun in her hands. If a quick flash of thought had not struck her at that instant when she had taken the shot, making her subconsciously raise her gun's muzzle by a few inches, she would absolutely have hit the opponent's cockpit directly. That shooting trajectory she had visualized was not merely an effective path to hit the opponent, it was a fearsome trajectory which would have resulted in a one-hit kill. Ling Lan was instantly gripped by a pang of belated fear, the sweat on her back felt cold. If she had not had that flash of insight and made some minor adjustments at the instant, perhaps her opponent might be dead right now. Profound insight is one of the top-class innate talents in the Mandora star system. It is the best innate talent for mecha piloting. Cherish it, and use it well. The words instructor number 1 had said to her that year once again rang out by Ling Lan's ear. Instructor number 1, before this, I have probably disappointed you. Thought Ling Lan with a dry mental chuckle. She had never really paid much attention to this innate talent of hers, thinking that it only provided a little more accuracy to her piloting through its predictive ability. This lackadaisical attitude towards it had made her neglect profound insight, thus wasting a lot of time. Still, Ling Lan's frustration only lasted for an instant. She very quickly rallied herself, thinking, luckily, it's not too late. I will definitely master all of the abilities of profound insight. Just solely excavating that little bit of its abilities had already proven to be so heaven-defying. Ling Lan had the feeling that perhaps this profound insight innate talent was the true cheat she had been given in her transmigration, the true foundation which would allow her to stand at the pinnacle of strength in this world. When the referee came up to the Tongli Mecca, he found that the upper half of the Mecca had already been battered by the beam shot, becoming extremely dilapidated, but the cockpit area was perfectly untouched. This meant that the situation was not too terrible, the referee's heart settled. That scene just now had caught everyone off guard, even if someone had had the heart to help and save the Tongli contestant, they would not have made it in time. The referee instantly made contact with the mecha operator inside the cockpit, and when he heard the other respond back that he only had some minor injuries and that everything else was fine, the referee instantly let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he announce the end of this mecha fight, with the winner being Ling Lan of the 1st Men's Military Academy. Leaving aside the fact that the Tongli Mecca was no longer fit for battle, even if the Mecca had been completely undamaged after that last encounter, that shot of Ling Lan's alone was enough to reduce the opponent's points to 0. After his initial surge of emotion, Ling Xiao calmed down, and confusion settled in. That shot of Ling Lan's, the execution of it was incongruent with her actual age and experience. Logically, Ling Lan should not have been able to make such an accurate prediction. It should have been impossible for that sure-kill trajectory to be discovered by anyone below Imperial level. Predictive judgment was a skill which Mecca masters had to learn, but the extent to which the ability can stretch completely depends on the Mecca master's own strength and experience, and of course a keen intuition was also indispensable. Ling Xiao believed his daughter's intuition was not weak. He had already known this from when he had sparred with her before, but Ling Lan logically should not have been able to achieve such a step at her current level of strength and experience. How had Ling Lan, his baby daughter, discovered this trajectory? Was it luck? Or had she really seen it? For some unknown reason, Ling Xiao believed deep down that his daughter must surely have seen it. It looked like his daughter still had secrets unknown to him. A subtle smile appeared on Ling Xiao's lips. He was not planning to delve any further into the matter. No matter what secrets his daughter was keeping, he did not care, unless his daughter herself was willing to tell him. The parenting Bible had clearly stated that one of the taboos was trying to dig into all the secrets of one's child and trying to control them. This would make a child very resentful, angry, and unhappy. The child may even become hateful of the parent, affecting the relationship between father and son, father and daughter. As a wise and intelligent father, he would never make such a low-level mistake. Ling Xiao thought proudly. Ling Lan returned victorious and was welcomed back by 4 gazes filled with envy, jealousy, hate from the other contestants of the First Men's Military Academy. Ling Lan smiled bashfully and alighted using the elevator platform. Striding up to the 4 people, Ling Lan looked at Xiao Ting and said calmly, "To complete the mission, it all depends on you now, Senior Xiao." Xiao Ting stared at her meaningfully and said in a tone steeped in connotation, "I will not lose." He moved past Ling Lan to the area below his ace Mecca and stepped onto the elevator platform before finally walking into his cockpit. Right then, Xiao Ting already knew that Lin Shiao or Jiang Xiaoyu or whomever were all not the people he needed to watch. His greatest rival in this life was this currently still inconspicuous Ling Lan, whose name would spread far and wide later on following the creation of this shooting art. Actually, from the start, from the moment Ling Lan had turned Lei Tang on its head, they were destined to be lifelong rivals. As soon as Xiao Ting left, Mu Xiaoyu smiled, raised a big thumbs up, and said in a low voice, "Regiment Commander Ling, awesome too." Mu Xiaoyu's words made Han Yu beside him harumph coldly before turning to walk away. Mu Xiaoyu could not help but smirk coldly and say, "Don't worry about him. This fellow's pettiness is acting up again." As a long-time rival, Mu Xiaoyu knew Han Yu too well. Han Yu had always thought that his mecha control was better than Ling Lan's, but reality had just slapped him in the face. Among the 6 people who were participating in the group mecha combat event, other than Zhang Jingyan, Han Yu had proven to be weakest of the bunch. He found this hard to swallow right at that moment. "It's fine. I've only defeated a top 32 opponent. It's nothing worth mentioning," replied Ling Lan nonchalantly. Ever since she had stolen Lan Luofong and Xiao Jun from Wuji, her relationship with Han Yu could not be described as friendly. If her own regiment members had been stolen away by another regiment commander, Ling Lan believed that she too would not be big-hearted enough to still play nice with the other. "Not worth mentioning." Mu Xiaoyu gaped. "Regiment Commander Ling, you are the first to have created a mecha technique in over 50 years. I believe that from tomorrow onwards, no, maybe from now onwards, you will be renowned throughout all of human society." Created a technique? Renowned throughout all of human society? What does this have to do with me? Ling Lan frowned and cast a cold glance at Xiao Jun, asking him what Mu Xiaoyu really meant. Was he actually mocking her? Xiao Jun quickly explained, "As long as a heretofore unseen technique appears, if it was created by an individual, the technique would be named after the individual. Boss Lan, that shot you sent at the opponent as you were flying will be named after you, boss." In the mind space, Little Four abruptly clapped a hand to his head. He seemed to have, probably, forgotten to tell his boss about this. As Xiao Jun explained, his entire face was filled with envy and respect. Them cadets were at most fighting to be the number one within their respective academies. Creating a new technique? That was not something they even dared to think of. In their minds, this was something much too distant from them and so had nothing to do with them. Who could have guessed that his clan leader Ling Lan would actually manage to do this right before their eyes? And so easily too. Ah, is that a new technique? Xiao Jun's words surprised Ling Lan. Isn't it? Xiao Jun was dumbfounded. It was obviously a new technique, right? He had not seen wrong, Xiao Ting had not seen wrong, none of the others had seen wrong. What do you say? Ling Lan cast a cold glance at him. This senior Xiao, did he not learn his basic controls properly? She had obviously just used the fixed-point shooting technique in basic controls, so what did this have to do with a new technique? Xiao Jun became rather flustered by Ling Lan's oppressive gaze. Could it be that he had really made a mistake? He asked carefully, Boss Lan, may I ask, what technique did you use earlier? Feeling tentative and unsure, Xiao Jun actually began speaking more formally. Fixed-point shooting. You really couldn't tell? Ling Lan was even more worried now, which made the chill surrounding her body become even colder. It looked like Senior Xiao Jun's basic controls were really not solid enough. She needed to think of a way to help him fix that as quickly as possible. The higher her level, the more Ling Lan understood the deeper meaning behind her dad's legacy, which had emphasized the importance of the basic controls. This was because once one had entered ace level, the basics were the key to advance to the next realm. And yet, after one had entered ace level, one's personal operation style would gradually begin to form. By the time they reached the late stages of ace realm and wanted to advance to the next realm, the Mecca master would find that this problem was an obstacle restricting their advancement. At that time, it would already be too late to turn back and train up their basic controls. Having already formed their own operation style, they would not be able to develop their basic controls any further. Only if their brains were switched so they would forget their own style, then perhaps there would still be a chance to do so. Ling Lan had already come to a decision in her mind. Before Senior Xiao Jun left the academy, she would use basic controls to have a few good spars with him. She had to make sure his foundations became a little more solid. Xiao Jun could not know that just by asking such a simple question, he had signed himself up for a great amount of torment under Ling Lan's hands before he would enlist into an army division. He would be tortured so badly that he would almost lose all confidence to even board a Mecca to fight ever again. Right then, still blissfully ignorant, Xiao Jun once again asked tentatively, but fixed-point shooting can only be used in a stationary state. Fixed-point shooting while running, is it still fixed-point shooting? Isn't it essentially still the same? I merely applied it more flexibly, answered Ling Lan blithely. It really isn't a new technique. When instructor number 3 had been teaching her, he had said so very clearly, there was no technique which would never change. Only by incorporating techniques into real battle would techniques become truly useful. She had merely adapted a stationary fixed-point technique for use during motion, there was no difference in the nature of the technique. If this counted as a new technique, Ling Lan really did not know how many new techniques she had then. Basically, with the guidance and assistance of instructor number 3, she was now able to make some changes to every single basic technique. Sensing that his boss was speaking the truth as Ling Lan was so calm and indifferent towards the whole new technique naming business, Xiao Jun found himself awed and speechless. The great and supreme honor of having a technique named after him was actually unable to move Boss Lan. He really did not know what else could successfully crack Boss Lan's ice block face. In truth, all of the members of the clan secretly wished to see this happen. They were even betting with each other, betting to see who would be the first to see Boss Lan's expression change. Just now, he had really thought he was about to win, but reality proved that he had still underestimated Boss Lan and had been gleeful for nothing. On this end, Ling Lan and Xiao Jun were discussing about whether the technique was or was not a new technique, while on the other end, Xiao Ting was already operating his mecha onto the field as prompted by the staff. Ling Lan and the rest saw this and turned their attention to the combat field. As for whether that move of Ling Lan was considered a new technique, there was actually no need to argue over it. In the end, the final decision would depend on the military. If the military felt that it was, then it was; if they felt it wasn't, then it wasn't. In reality, among the general public, there were many extremely unique and dangerous Mecca techniques spread around in secret. Due to some problems and flaws here and there, or perhaps some doubts with regards to their safety, these Mecca techniques had all been unable to receive official military recognition in the end and had been relegated to pseudo-techniques. Xiao Ting's opponent was the weakest of the Tongli Mecca operators. The outcome of this match was already clear even before it started. If not for the fact that giving up without a fight would disgrace their military academy, the Tongli Mecca operators might have just chosen to raise their hands up and surrender right at the start. The match officially began with the downward swing of the referee's green flag. Xiao Ting instantly pulled away from the opponent. His speed was comparable to Ling Lan's, leaving the audience exclaiming in awe. Only some top-class operators noticed that there was still some gap between the reaction speed of the two. Likewise, Xiao Ting himself noticed it too. After he pulled away, the corners of his lips tilted downwards in disappointment. At the instant when he had moved his fingers to control his mecha, Xiao Ting already knew he had still been a beat slower than Ling Lan. It was not that he did not want to start piloting from the very moment the flag swung down, but his fingers had still slowed a little beyond his control in the instant that he had intended to move. And this brief pause had made him slower than Ling Lan by 0.1 seconds. With regards to mecha piloting, even the difference of 0.01 seconds was enough to change the tide of a battle. What more this delay of 0.1 seconds? This amount of difference in their reaction times was enough for him to die more than a dozen of times. At this moment, Xiao Ting deeply admired the strength of Ling Lan's heart. How bold did this person have to be to dare to execute such seamless operation right on the line? Was he not afraid of committing a foul? Xiao Ting's opponent did not hurry to chase after him when Xiao Ting pulled away. Instead, he stood his ground, calmly waiting for Xiao Ting to pull away till the optimum long-range attack distance for him, looking for all the world like he was resigned to his fate. No one booed him for his decision, because the audience was well aware that up against an ace operator several times stronger than him, even if he chased after the other with all of his might, he would not be able to close the distance. At most, he would only be able to buy himself some time. The outcome would not change. In that case, he might as well wait calmly and use these brief few seconds to properly think about how he would handle what comes next. As soon as he achieved the distance he needed for his long-range attack, Xiao Ting drew a long-barreled gun from his back. This gun was not Xiao Ting's favored weapon, the ballistic sniper rifle, but the same weapon Ling Lan had used, the standard equipment of long-range mecha, a long-range long-barreled beam gun. With a snap, the long-barreled gun arced through the air to hitch securely on his shoulder, held up by his left hand, sight aimed at the opponent. A bang, and a beam shot out from the muzzle. From setting the gun into place and aiming to pulling the trigger, the entire series of actions had been completed in just 2 seconds. Xiao Ting almost gave his gun no time to lock onto the target. This time frame startled cheers out of the audience. Compared to Ling Lan, Xiao Ting's actions had been even more well-practiced and compact, his posture was more elegant and natural, and the time he used was so short that it made the people's eyes bulge. With a boom, the beam accurately landed where the Tongli Mecca had been standing, instantly creating a shallow pit. As with Ling Lan's first shot, the Tongli Mecca master accurately dodged this shot. When Xiao Jun saw this, his expression shifted and he whispered to Ling Lan, "Boss Lan, Xiao Ting seems to be replicating your movements." Right then, Ling Lan was standing before the large screen and watching the match with her arms folded across her chest. When she heard what Xiao Jun said, she nodded calmly and said, "HN." The same fixed-point shooting, from taking aim to shooting, this shot of his took at least 1 second less than mine did. In terms of long range, he is indeed better than me. Ling Lan was not afraid to face the truth. If her innate talent, profound insight had not been so nature-defying, she would still be unable to compete against these aberrant prodigies with long-range innate talents at long range. Xiao Jun chuckled, not at all taking Ling Lan's words seriously. Frankly, Xiao Jun did not think Ling Lan was weaker than Xiaoting by much. Speed did not mean anything, managing to hit the target was what really mattered. After evading this first shot, the Tongli Mecca operator did not act like his teammate had and try to close the distance between him and the opponent. Instead, he continued to stay in place, cautious, waiting for Xiaoting's next attack. He knew very well that even if Xiaoting's close combat abilities were very bad, with the distance between their mecha now, he had no chance at all of winning. In that case, he might as well maintain this distance and carefully deal with the opponent's long-range attacks. Perhaps that way, he might still be able to hold out for some time. The Tongli Mecha Master's thoughts were quickly seen through by Xiaoting. He frowned lightly and shook his gun's muzzle, and then... bang! 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 3 shots rang out. These 3 consecutive shots of Xiaoting's landed in sequence at different positions. The first shot landed where the Tongli Mecha operator had been standing at the start, and the subsequent 2 shots landed where the Tongli Mecha operator had moved to after he had dodged that first shot. The Tongli Mecha operator could only keep dodging, dodging, dodging. His figure flashed 3 times in quick succession, but he was unknowingly moving forwards as he dodged. Some of the top-class mecha masters could already see the real purpose behind Xiaoting's 3 shots at this time. They felt speechlessly amused at Xiaoting's youthful competitiveness, and some were shaking their heads, thinking silently that he was still too young, not able to keep himself grounded. On the rostrum, Ling Xiao saw this and quirked an eyebrow. Was this a challenge towards his daughter? He looked at Xiaoting's mecha with interest and wondered how exactly this youth who was known as the second Ling Xiao would perform. After the Tongli mecha operator evaded those 3 shots, before he had a chance to stop to catch his breath, Xiaoting had followed up with another 3 shots, forcing the Tongli mecha operator to dodge once again. These 3 shots of Xiaoting still did not manage to hit the opponent, but the Tongli mecha operator was again forced to fly forwards because of the 3 shots. Unconsciously, he had already moved forwards by 300 meters. After once again safely dodging the 3 shots, the Tongli mecha operator had already sensed that these last 6 shots of Xiaoting's were different from his first shot. That first shot had obviously been intended to hit the opponent, and so it was outstanding in terms of both speed and accuracy. However, the subsequent 6 shots after that were not intended to hit the opponent, they were meant to force the opponent to a specific target point. The Tongli mecha operator was not stupid. How could he miss the meaning of these 6 shots of Xiaoting? A strong sense of humiliation jabbed at his heart. The Tongli mecha operator was infuriated and also extremely aggrieved. The power difference between them left him no choice but to move according to the opponent's plans. Fine, since you want to do things this way, then let me see if you, Xiaoting, can also carry off an attack like the one your teammate had. The Tongli mecha operator no longer wanted to be forced by Xiaoting. He decided to go for broke and, as Xiaoting wished, he piloted his mecha to fly forwards at a frenzied pace. Perhaps his fury had reached its limits because, despite operating his mecha in a rage, his mecha's speed did not decrease but seemed instead to be even a level higher than before. Seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Xiaoting's lips. This was what he wanted. Yes, Xiaoting wanted to reproduce the move Ling Lan had used to defeat her opponent. He wanted to tell Ling Lan that, whatever the other could do, he could it too. Just when the opponent was about to enter close range, at that final shooting point within long range for fixed-point shooting, Xiaoting finally fired that shot he had long had ready. With a boom, a bright beam of light leapt at the opponent. The Tongli mecha dodged with all its might, but the beam still managed to hit it. However, the opponent soon broke free, though the power of his mecha's beam shield had been drained considerably, the shield becoming dull and lightless. Sure enough, Xiaoting is trying to completely reproduce your attack methods. After this, it should be that running fixed-point shooting of yours, Boss Lan. I wonder if he'll succeed. Xiao Jun's expression was rather grim. Regardless of whether Xiaoting's running shot worked or not, his behavior could be labeled as provocation. This shot. Xiao Ting held back. Ling Lan saw things differently than everyone else. Her eyes were telling her that Xiao Ting had not gone all out. Perhaps Xiao Ting did not want to end the match like this. Like Xiao Jun said, Xiao Ting wanted to try that in-motion fixed-point shooting of hers. When she was done speaking, Ling Lan turned back to look intently at the screen. Xiao Jun did not dare to say anything more, afraid to disturb Ling Lan. Xiao Jun did not know that Ling Lan seemed very focused on the match, but she was actually analyzing everything she had just seen in her mind. Were all these information also given to her by her innate talent, profound insight? As soon as Xiao Ting's shot ended, as expected, he did exactly as Ling Lan had, turning around to fly swiftly forwards. This obvious movement clued the audience in as to what Xiao Ting was planning to do. In the resulting commotion, they eagerly anticipated the outcome. Could this number one of the military academies replicate his teammate's attack? Was it coming now? When the Tongli Mecca operator saw the opponent turning to glide swiftly away, he clenched his teeth and slowed down. Even though he was very angry, he still remembered what his teammate had said after his match. He had said that the reason he had been hit by that shot was that he had been flying too fast. By the time he noticed he had flown into the range of the beam shot, there was already no more time for him to change his motions. If he had been a little slower, perhaps the outcome would have been different. He would learn from this lesson of his teammate. Since the opponent wanted to try that move, then he might as well slow down his speed. He too wanted to know whether Xiao Ting could still hit him after he slowed down. Could it be that everyone from the First Men's Military Academy knows this move? Or maybe this move was created by Xiao Ting to begin with. And that person just used it first. In the audience, some people had begun their wild speculations, contemplating this possibility. They felt that their guess was very likely to be true. After all, Xiao Ting was the number one of the military academies, and he was also the supreme prodigy known as the second Ling Xiao. It was much more convincing for him to be the creator of this new technique rather than that unknown youth earlier. Of course, they also did not dare to claim their conclusions were true just like that. Their speculations had to be established upon the premise of Xiao Ting's success in executing this move. When the distance between the two combatants was once again stretched far enough for fixed-point shooting, Xiao Ting operated his Mecca to turn around swiftly. This series of operations were almost identical to Ling Lan's in the previous match. The seamless operations left the audience gasping in awe and also made the top-class Mecca masters nod silently in approval. Even one of the two Imperial operators monitoring the match from up above could not help but praise, "This kid's pretty good." Almost copying the previous one's movements exactly without making any mistakes. Not bad. The title of second Ling Xiao, he's still worthy of it. The other person seemed to be a little pickier with regards to Xiao Ting. His tone was extremely indifferent. His companion's words surprised the first Imperial operator who had spoken. Ah, so he's the one. General Ling Xiao was renowned throughout the entire Federation. Ever since that Imperial operator had returned to the Federation and found out that it had such an amazingly talented God-class operator, he had been filled with admiration. Speaking of General Ling Xiao, I heard that there is no technique he doesn't know. They say he's a complete comprehensive talent. His companion was stunned by his words. Do you not know that General Ling Xiao's innate talent is duplication? In the Federation, this was practically an open secret. In response, that Imperial operator said somewhat embarrassedly, "You've forgotten where I'm from." His companion was suddenly enlightened, recalling the other's background. He said apologetically, "Sorry, I had forgotten you are from the Lawless Lands." The Lawless Lands was one of the 3 ungoverned zones at the fringes of human-populated star systems. It was hundreds of thousands of light-years away from the Federation. The resources there were extremely scarce and the climate was frightful, even worse than that of fourth-rate planets which had been labeled by the Federation as possessing the worst living conditions for human beings. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible for someone to live there. The Lawless Lands was a place of sin. Aside from the rare aborigines, all who stayed there were criminals and fugitives from the various nations. At the lawless lands, war and strife reigned all year round, different factions warred with each other, vying for their own territory. There, ace operators were as common as dogs. Anyone who was not an ace just could not survive, and only imperial operators could live like actual people, obtaining a secure place for themselves. Of course, once someone in the lawless land succeeded in ascending to imperial operator level, they would have the chance to start anew and choose their future path again. They could choose to return to the world of human order. War criminals and refugees mostly chose this option, and their past crimes would be wiped clean. Of course, they could also choose to continue remaining in the lawless lands. The aborigines mostly chose this option, and become a duke in their own right. That imperial operator was originally a deserter from the Federation. When he had advanced to imperial level, he had chosen to return to the Federation and become a member of the foreign deterrent forces of the military. However, when he had run away to the lawless lands back then, Ling Xiao had not been born yet, and there had always been an embargo on news and material goods enforced by the various human nations against the lawless lands. Thus, it was impossible to hear news of Ling Xiao there. The imperial operator had only heard bits and pieces of General Ling Xiao's exploits after returning to the Federation, and so he really did not know some of these open secrets. His companion's apology swept away the imperial operator's awkwardness. He continued to say, duplication for an innate talent, that's insane. So this innate talent can fully duplicate an opponent's techniques after seeing it just once. Yes, you can say that. That's why everyone says that he knows every technique. Even for those he doesn't know, he just needs to see others perform it once and he'll know them, said his companion in an envious tone. It should be known that the average Mecca master needed multiple rounds of tough training to fully comprehend and master an advanced technique and make it their own. In contrast, this innate talent of Ling Xiao was like a cheating device, greatly shortening the time needed to acclimatize. As long as Ling Xiao wanted a skill, just observing it once would do. What's even more frightening was the fact that video recordings of many of the existing present-day Mecca techniques could be found in the virtual world. Therefore, as long as Ling Xiao wanted, there really was no technique he could not obtain. Of course, this did not rule out the fact that some secluded elite families would have their own secret techniques. These definitely could not be found in the virtual world, but they had to be very careful and remember to never display these skills before General Ling Xiao, otherwise these top-secret techniques which symbolize the sect and family clan would become General Ling Xiao's too. Perhaps, this is also why General Ling Xiao was able to ascend to God class, said the imperial operator from the lawless lands enviously. At their level, they could already tell what their limits were. They had already exhausted their potential to become imperial operators, and so they were destined to be imperial operators for life now. Not fated to become God-class operators, it had to be said that this was their regret. The two of them only chatted casually a bit more before their attention was drawn to Xiao Ting's strange condition. In mid-flight, Xiao Ting had adjusted his shooting direction several times, and just when everyone thought he was about to shoot, he did not move, holding back. From the time he had turned to fly in the opposite direction till now, 3 minutes had passed. In contrast, from turning around till shooting, Ling Lan had only used 1 minute. There was no doubt that the time Xiao Ting was using had already exceeded Ling Lan's by double the amount. Xiao Ting's gaze was tightly locked onto the opponent within the sight of his gun. He could almost see the chance to shoot again. His finger could not help but twitch, but in the end, he still eased the pressure off his finger and endured, once again choosing to give up. He clearly felt that there was a chance, but he did not have the courage to take the shot because he was not 100% certain, no, he was not even 50% certain he would succeed. Otherwise, with more than half the chances, he would have been willing to take the gamble. Only at this time did he know that he had still underestimated this seemingly simple mobile fixed-point shooting. Should I give up now? Sweat started to flow down from Xiao Ting's forehead, sliding over the curves of his eyebrows to drip down along the bridge of his nose. He, who had always been confident, began to doubt himself for the first time. Could he really recreate that move of Ling Lan's? Perhaps he should have used a more stable shooting art to complete this sure kill. No, I cannot give up. Once I give up, that would mean I have admitted defeat to Ling Lan. Another stubborn voice in Xiao Ting's mind leapt out to stop him. If you cannot complete that move, you would still have lost to Ling Lan. Rationality once again calmly asserted the facts. In that case, you might as well do what you should. Should I really just end things like this? Xiao Ting was very reluctant. Even a decade is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge too, and besides, your true battle with Ling Lan is a year later. Why are you in such a hurry to suppress the other now? Envy will not let you improve. Rationality once again won the upper hand. Xiao Ting's gaze settled and he made his decision. The time is fast approaching 4 minutes. Compared to that teammate of his, he has already used almost 3 minutes more. It looks like that mobile fixed-point shooting has stumped him. The Imperial operator from the lawless lands could not help but grin and say. Xiao Ting's abnormal state naturally could not fool the eyes of the two Imperial operators up above. He is still a little too young and willful, thinking that his control skills cannot be weaker than the other, conceitedly thinking to replicate the other's special technique. Unfortunately, this special skill is not something one can learn with just one look. Even if he knew all the numerical data and operation methods, to perfectly execute it would still require countless practice runs, his companion sighed and said, shaking his head. Xiao Ting's Mecca operation innate talent was indeed very outstanding, but that alone was not enough. The only question now was whether this Xiao Ting would realize this in time. The Imperial operator hoped that Xiao Ting would not disgrace the title of second Ling Xiao. There is only one General Ling Xiao, said the lawless land's Imperial operator. Similarly, he too was not optimistic about Xiao Ting's decision to replicate the move. Xiao Ting's hesitation was very quickly discovered by the audience members. They all began discussing among themselves. Some who had initially thought that the mobile fixed-point shooting was created by Xiao Ting had also decisively discarded this notion at this time. Right then, they were no longer concerned with the final outcome. Instead, what they wanted to know was whether Xiao Ting would take that shot at the end and whether that shot would succeed. Xiao Ting had been a decisive person from the start, he only hesitated out of self-doubt for an instant. Once his mind was firm once more, he no longer hesitated. He quickly changed his shooting stance. This shift threw the audience into an uproar. They had not expected Xiao Ting to choose to give up after hesitating for up to 4 minutes. Good. Daring to ignore any taunting and giving up decisively to choose the most accurate method of attack, this Xiao Ting's future is immeasurable. Unlike the audience, the eyes of the top-class Mecca masters in attendance as well as the representatives from the various army divisions lit up. The current Xiao Ting, compared to before, had grown again in terms of mentality. Moreover, within this extremely short time frame, he had been able to decisively make the most accurate judgment. Even if he was put into a battlefield, he should be able to live a little longer than others. The Federation truly valued ace operators, but they valued this kind of ace operator who could live longer even more. This was because only ace operators who survived could climb even higher and higher peaks to become the Federation's ultimate weapon and become a deterrent against other countries. Without question, this performance of Xiao Ting's had proven that he was likely to be this type of person. Several army division representatives even decided that they would return to report to their commanders to fight for Xiao Ting to join their divisions. Xiao Ting very quickly corrected his stance and once again reverted to his most proficient attack method. That feeling of having everything within his control returned, and he quickly took aim at the opponent, locked on instantly, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Almost without any pause, for shots were fired simultaneously. In the end, Xiao Ting had still chosen his best advanced shooting art, the endpoint blockade. The endpoint blockade could fire up to 9 bullets simultaneously, sealing off all possible landing points of the opponent at the same time. To begin with, this shooting art combined with the extraordinarily powerful ballistic sniper rifle was a match made in heaven, capable of instantly strangulating the opponent in its web. Now, executed with a long-range long-barreled beam gun, although its power had been reduced by n levels, it was still exceedingly easy to land hits on the opponent and deal damage with this technique. The Tongli Mecca operator had not expected Xiao Ting to not display mobile fixed-point shooting in the end and choose instead to use his best shooting art, so the Tongli operator's slow speed made things even easier for the endpoint blockade. The Tongli Mecca operator was unable to dodge these 4 shots. 3 beam projectiles successfully hit his mecha one after the other, causing his beam shield to once again become dull and dim. Before the Tongli Mecca operator could recover from the shots, Xiao Ting pressed his advantage by suddenly bringing his mecha into a rapid stop in the air with only a slight shake to show for the strain. Xiao Ting quickly counteracted the issue with his controls. And then, he once again changed his shooting stance, and a powerful beam shot out from the muzzle of his gun, heading right at the opponent. Fixed-point shooting. This stance that Xiao Ting had shifted back into right before shooting was all too familiar to the crowd, causing almost all of the spectators to exclaim in surprise. Having already been hit by 3 shots from the endpoint blockade, the Tongli Mecha operator had yet to stabilize his mecha when he was struck by this powerful beam. With a loud boom, his mecha's beam shield was instantly destroyed by the beam. Without the protection of a beam shield, the mecha suffered an intense explosion and a thick cloud of smoke rose into the skies. The referee quickly waved the red flag in his hands, suspending the match. In his anxiety, he was also quietly taken aback at how ruthless the students of the First Men's Military Academy could be, actually blowing up yet another mecha. He could only hope that this time, the Tongli cadet was also safe and unharmed. After checking on the mecha, the referee sighed in relief. Like his teammate earlier, Xiao Ting's final attack had only struck the opponent's head and not the cockpit. After the referee made contact with the contestant inside the mecha, the contestant's safety was confirmed. Who'd have expected that after Xiao Ting had given up on mobile fixed-point shooting, he would still use fixed-point shooting to finish the match? Looks like he's very persistent, Xiao Jun was amused. Ling Lan also smirked silently at those words. She had not expected Xiao Ting to be so persistent, really. Although his provocative actions were very annoying, Ling Lan did not have any strong negative feelings towards Xiao Ting. Just as with the previously arrogant and haughty Ling Xiao, even though she felt that he was rather troublesome, she still did not hate or dislike him. The referee very quickly declared Xiao Ting the winner. Overall, the First Men's Military Academy defeated the Tongli Military Academy with a score of 3-2 and advanced to the next round. With the end of this round's matches, the First Men's Military Academy moved into the top 50. However, the morning's matches were not done yet. After this, there was still an additional round for the competitors to advance from the top 50 into the top 32. However, not all the military academies would participate in these extra advancement round matches. The military academies in the top 10 of the last tournament would directly advance to the top 32 in this tournament, unless any of them were unexpectedly eliminated during the top 50 advancement round. Consequently, not long after, the First Men's Military Academy was once again informed by the organizers that they had successfully advanced to the top 32. This meant that their morning matches were done. Now they only had to prepare for the top 32 into 16 round. Right then, Xiao Ting had already operated his mecha to return backstage. He returned the mecha to its spot and then walked out of the cockpit, stepping onto the elevator platform to slowly descend to the ground. Expression stern, he walked over, and when he passed by Ling Lan, he gave her a deep stare. Ling Lan thought Xiao Ting had something to say, but surprisingly, Xiao Ting just walked on by with that one look, moving over to a chair in a corner to sit down. That Tongli mecha operator whose mecha had been destroyed by Xiao Ting had also returned from the field. Of course, he had only returned in person as his mecha had already been broken by Xiao Ting and had been taken directly to the repair shop. When he saw Xiao Ting sitting in the corner, he could not hold back his immense frustration and so he scoffed loudly and said, "Hee, this match was really too god**mn irritating. Clearly not one's style, yet insisting on doing things that way, clowning around in front of a true expert, this is a self-inflicted loss of face." He seemed to be talking about himself, but anyone with a clear mind could tell who he was alluding to. Everyone could not help but turn to look at Xiao Ting in his corner, wanting to see how he would react. Xiao Ting did not seem to have caught the other's illusion, still remaining seated, his expression glacial. Compared to these trivial sarcastic remarks, Xiao Ting was more concerned about having been shown up by Ling Lan in long-range combat. This had put him in a very bad mood. If Ling Lan had shown this strength in close combat, Xiao Ting would not have felt this way, but this had just so happened in long range. Xiao Ting had been very confident that there was no one in the military academies who could rival him in long range. When he found that Ling Lan's skills in long range were no weaker than his, even good enough to forge a special move when he could not, his initial sense of superiority was blown to pieces and he found that he could no longer maintain his composure. Han Yu glanced over at Xiao Ting with schadenfreude in his eyes. He was very happy to see Xiao Ting fail to reproduce Ling Lan's attack method and lose face. In the same year as Xiao Ting, he had been so frustrated from being suppressed by him for 5 years. Just seeing Xiao Ting suffer and lose face gave him a sense of catharsis. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoyu looked contemplatively at Xiao Ting and then glanced at Ling Lan. He decided to maintain the high ground and not get involved in this mess. Xiao Jun was grinning widely. With his tough and built appearance, combined with his smile, he really had the look of a silly giant, looking for all the world like he did not have a single deep thought in his head when he did not have a single deep thought in his head. The original phrase here is, no heart no lungs, which can sometimes mean someone doesn't have any feelings/compassion, but here I took it to mean that Xiao Jun looked like he had no depth. An empty big well-built husk of a body. This appearance of his made quite a number of people think that he might really not have understood the illusion that had been made. Only Ling Lan turned a piercing cold gaze over when she heard this. The Tongli Mecca operator had originally wanted to throw another verbal jab at Xiao Ting, but Ling Lan's sudden and unexpected cold glance made him shudder violently. Ling Lan could already control her force of presence freely, so although she still gave others a very cold impression, she already no longer gave others the same oppressive feeling as before. This was also why she had been overlooked at one point during the tournament. However, Ling Lan had threaded this stare of hers with her force of presence, stabbing directly at the other's mind, inflicting terror so the other no longer dared to say anything more. The other observers were waiting for the Tongli Mecca operator to continue mouthing off, but unfortunately, after just that one opening salvo, his expression had changed and he had suddenly fallen silent. The observers felt it was a bit of a shame, they had wanted to see some drama unfold. With nothing to see, the crowd's attention dispersed. Only then did Xiao Jun's smile retract, and then he asked quietly, "Boss Lan, why did you help?" This was clearly a chance to deal Xiao Ting a blow. Why did Boss Lan want to prevent it? Ling Lan glanced coolly at Xiao Jun and said, "We're representing the First Men's Military Academy." That said, she turned and walked away. This statement jolted Xiao Jun's heart. He was abruptly enlightened, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. His apprehension towards Xiao Ting had made him forget that right now, he and Xiao Ting were not opponents but comrades in arms. When a comrade had been insulted by someone else, he had just stood on the sidelines and watched. This had completely tarnished the term comrade. Xiao Jun felt very ashamed. Standing to one side, Mu Xiaoyu had also heard what Ling Lan had said. He too was stunned to awareness, and like Xiao Jun, he was silently ashamed at himself. Watching Ling Lan's upright back, his emotions were complicated. He had not expected that he would lose to a junior 3 years younger than him in terms of magnanimity to magnanimity, literally, heart and chest capacity and general air of bearing. Generally used to refer to one's ability to be a bigger person. I like this definition by the Merriam-Webster Dictionary for magnanimity, which explains the concept being conveyed here pretty well. IMO. Loftiness of spirit enabling one to bear trouble calmly, to disdain meanness and pettiness, and to display a noble generosity. Likewise, Han Yu had also heard Ling Lan's words. His expression changed, and even as he felt frustrated and regretful, he also could not help but begin envying and hating Ling Lan. Who was Ling Lan to say this? They were the seniors, the seniors. Did he think they did not already know this? Did they need him to teach them this? Unable to face the darkness in his own heart, he could not help but push the blame onto Ling Lan and get angry at her instead. Xiao Ting had also heard every single word Ling Lan had said. He snapped his head up and looked towards Ling Lan's back, his gaze dark and difficult to fathom. After a good long while, he sighed heavily and said with a wry smile, "Having such a junior is really an unpleasant thing." Xiao Ting's dejected mood after coming off the field was completely gone. He stood up and prepared to leave, and as he passed by Xiao Jun and Mu Xiaoyu suddenly called out to him, "Xiao Ting, sorry for earlier." Xiao Ting glanced at him calmly and asked, "Sorry? What for? We're not gossiping aunties. Why should we quibble with others?" He had not been bothered by the opponent's words to begin with. This type of low-level methods, he, Xiao Ting, did not think much of it. Xiao Ting's words made Xiao Jun and Mu Xiaoyu laugh, and there was a sense of the tension of unresolved emotions dissipating. At this time, Han Yu also walked over and with a hint of pride on his face, he said, "Xiao Ting, during this time, I am no longer the regiment commander of Wuji." The connotation being that he would cooperate in playing the role of being purely a member of the First Men's Military Academy for this duration of time. Although Han Yu's attitude was not the best, his words truly showed that he was willing to lay aside all grudges for now to work together. This result pleased everyone else there. The rather motley group which struggled to cooperate thus far had finally stepped onto the right track. Ling Lan did not know that her offhand remark would lead the First Men's Military Academy to be united like never before. She had set down solid foundations for the final battle royal. Very quickly, the afternoon arrived. Xiao Ting, Ling Lan, and the rest once again came to the combat field to wait for the organizers to announce the name list for the matchups of the top 32. The announcement time was set as 1 p.m., Ling Lan peered at the time displayed on the large screen and saw that there was still about half an hour before then. As all the participating students of the top 32 round had come to the backstage to wait, the initially empty and spacious backstage was now rather crowded. In particular, it was packed 3 layers thick on top of another 3 layers thick before the large screen. We still came too late," said Mu Xiaoyu regretfully, looking at that large pile of people before the screen. He really did not have the confidence to squeeze his way through that many hulking stout men. Nonchalantly, Xiao Jun said, "We'll definitely find out what the results are eventually. We don't have to rush it down to this minute and this second." Ling Lan had even less interest to go squeeze with the crowd and be squished. She immediately sought out an empty corner and sat down. With little four around, even if she did not stand watch in front of the large screen, she would still be able to get the matchup lists at soonest notice. Seeing Ling Lan find an empty spot and sit down, Xiao Ting also found a spot 3 seats down from her and sat down. Seeing that both their public leader and secret leader had chosen to sit down and wait, the other 3 very quickly found seats as well and sat down. Soon, half an hour had passed. In their drowsiness, they heard someone shout out, "The name list is out." In her seat, Ling Lan was resting with her eyes closed, utterly still, just as if she were completely unmoved by this, her expression calm and centered. This patient and unruffled demeanor affected Xiao Jun and the others as well. They saw that the area around the screen was even more crowded now due to that shout, and so they did not stand up either. They decided to wait till the crowd dispersed before going to take a look. In reality, Ling Lan did not move because she had already received the matchup list. Little Four was as reliable as always, stealing a copy of the name list as soon as it came out. The First Men's Military Academy's opponent was the Military Academy from Planet Tianyu 3. Planet Tianyu, well, if I had to translate it out, this would be Planet Skyward, which is meh. So, I chose to leave it in pinyin. The Tianyu Military Academy was ranked number 32 in the entire Federation, thus making it the weakest among all of the military academies, even worse than the Tongli Military Academy. For them to win 3 matches against the super-strong First Men's Military Academy, unless the First Men's Military Academy dropped the ball themselves, it would be completely impossible. It should be said that as soon as the matchup list was out, the First Men's Military Academy already had half a foot into the top 16. On the other end, when Jiang Xiaoyu from the Second Men's Military Academy found out who his academy's opponent was, his brow furrowed lightly. Their opponent was the rank 22 academy whose Mecca operators were all pretty strong. He would have to think well on the matches to win 3 of them. Jiang Xiaoyu had been feeling very stressed in the past few rounds, having been banned for 5 rounds. He was very afraid that his academy's team would encounter a strong team early on. The First Men's Military Academy had been thoroughly studied by the other schools, but they still managed to enter the top 32 with little trouble due to their formidable strength. In contrast, the Second Men's Military Academy had had to take great pains to change their lineup and come up with versatile arrangements to avoid pitfall after potential pitfall, shakily making their way into the top 32. There had even been a few matches where there was a certain element of luck to their victory, making Jiang Xiaoyu's heart rate swing high and low, enduring quite an ordeal. Without him to hold the fort, the strength of the other Mecca operators of the Second Men's Military Academy was just too average, not much different than that of the other military academies. This was another reason why the Second Men's Military Academy was finding it difficult to advance. Jiang Xiaoyu then went on to inquire about the opponent of the First Men's Military Academy. When he learned that it was the Tianyu Military Academy, he could not help but envy and hate the First Men's Military Academy for their amazing luck, actually being matched against the weakest academy of the top 32. Barring any accidents, they were almost confirmed to advance into the top 16. Reality turned out as Jiang Xiaoyu had predicted. Against Tianyu, the First Men's Military Academy won a clean set of 3 straight matches to advance to the top 16. It should be said that this kind of outcome did not surprise the audience. What did surprise the audience was that the First Men's Military Academy's thus far fixed and unchanging battle lineup had changed. The first to fight had actually been Xiao Ting. When the large screen displayed the pair for the first match, the appearance of Xiao Ting's name had gobsmacked the entire audience. In everyone's impression, Xiao Ting had always been the one to hold the fort and fight last. They had never expected to see the day where he would play the role of vanguard. As Xiao Ting being the first to take the stage had shocked the audience so much, whoever took the stage after that could no longer shock the audience as much. Even though the second to take the field was Ling Lan, and the third was Xiao Jun, and the 2 of them were nothing to sneeze at, the audience was still not as stirred up after that. For this round, the First Men's Military Academy had seemed to be using a regressive lineup, with the strongest coming out first and the weakest coming out last. In the eyes of the audience, this kind of arrangement was an extremely retarded move. If not for the fact that the members of the First Men's Military Academy were overall stronger than the opponents by a head, this kind of retarded arrangement might have caused them to be eliminated right in the top 16 round. The afternoon matches did not end there. Once the top 16 were determined, the round for the top 16 into the top 10 began immediately after. First, the 16 remaining academies were matched up to fight to determine the top 8. From there, the losing 8 academies would again fight against one another until the final 2 spots in the top 10 could be determined. This time, the First Men's Military Academy's opponent was the Federal Defense Military Academy, which was part of the top 10 in the past. Compared to the Tianyu Military Academy, the Federal Defense Military Academy was much stronger. Due to the First Men's Military Academy lineup in their last round, after much consideration, the Federal Defense Military Academy decided to arrange their lineup in the following sequence of strength: 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. However, the lineup of the First Men's Military Academy had changed again this time. The first to fight was Mu Xiaoyu. With his strength at the top level of special class operator, he felt no pressure at all against his opponent, who was someone who had just advanced to special class operator level. He managed to gain the upper hand right from the start, and after 30+ moves, he had completely whittled away all of the opponent's points to clinch the opening victory. Many of the audience believed that the First Men's Military Academy had regained their reason and would now arrange their lineup in a logical order, but the second person to step out once again upended this view. Xiao Ting had been sent out again. This unexpected opponent here left the Defense Academy students beating their chests in frustration. Their second fighter was the one they had pinned their hopes on to win their first match for them. He was the strongest special class operator in their military academy. However, even the strongest special class operator had no chance of winning against the ace operator Xiao Ting. Here, the Defense Academy cadets were even a little suspicious. While they had been arranging their lineup, had there been a First Men's Military Academy's spy by their sides who had stolen this intel for the opponent? Of course, this was impossible. The Defense Academy cadets were well aware that this was just a spur-of-the-moment insight on the part of their opponents. It could only be said that the First Men's Military Academy was just too lucky, having calculated things so accurately. Having lost 2 matches in a row, the Federal Defense Military Academy had their backs to the wall now. Their only hope was that the third person to fight for the First Men's Military Academy would be their weakest member. This way, they could still win 1 match with their second strongest operator and save some face. However, reality was cruel. When Xiao Jun stepped up, they knew that their hopes were dashed. Xiao Jun, who was a special class operator endlessly close to breaking through to ace level, the 3rd rank of the single mecha combat event, how could he be someone the second strongest of their military academy could defeat? Sure enough, once the 2 contestants started fighting, the Federal Defense operator was completely suppressed by Xiao Jun. After struggling to hold out for around 10 moves, he was defeated by 3 combo hits from Xiao Jun. Just like this, the First Men's Military Academy won 3 straight sets, easily entering the top 10. This also pushed the Federal Defense Academy, who was initially part of the top 10, into the extra round, where they would have to fight with the other 7 military academies who had lost to fight for the final last spots in the top 10. However, another military academy that was initially considered no weaker than the First Men's Military Academy unexpectedly lost as well, and that was the Second Men's Military Academy. This was the 5th round of Jiang Xiaoyu's ban. As long as his academy could weather this round, Jiang Xiaoyu would be able to officially take the field for the rest of the tournament. But the Second Men's Military Academy's luck seemed to end here. Their opponent was the 7th strongest in the last tournament. Their individual mecha's strengths might perhaps not be as good as Xiao Ting's or Jiang Xiaoyu's or Lin Xiao's, but their overall strength was rather substantial. All 6 participating members were all at the top tier of special class. Although Jiang Xiaoyu tried all kinds of methods to hold out for 5 rounds, his school still lost with a score of 2-3 in this latest round, resulting in the greatest upset this tournament thus far. Fortunately, they still had the opportunity to participate in the additional round to fight for the final 2 spots in the top 10 along with the other 7 defeated academies. In all this bad news, the Second Men's Military Academy still had the consolation of one piece of good news: Jiang Xiaoyu would be able to officially take to the field again in the extra round. This significantly increased the chances of their school advancing into the top 10. It should be said that Jiang Xiaoyu's ban had lifted at a very timely moment. In the extra round, due to the presence of Jiang Xiaoyu, after several tough matches, the Second Men's Military Academy obtained one of the final 2 tickets into the top 10 along with the Federal Defense Military Academy. The finalization of the top 10 also marked the end of the second day of the group mecha combat competition. The night passed in silence, and then it was the 3rd and last day of the group mecha combat competition. On this day, the top 10 military academies would decide the final champions and runner-ups, as well as the rest of the ranking. The top 10 academies were rubbing their metaphorical palms in anticipation, prepared to go all out to bring honor to their school. In the morning, the top 4 would be decided. The original top 8 would be paired up to compete against one another, with the winners becoming the tentative top 4. At this time, the 2 academies who had obtained the final 2 spots in the top 10 would be able to challenge any of the defeated 4 academies. If they succeeded in their challenge, they would be able to continue on to challenge one of the top 4, and if they succeeded in that challenge as well, they would replace their opponent to become a top 4 candidate. Likewise, if any of the 4 defeated academies managed to defend and hold their ground against that first round challenge, they would also earn the right to challenge any of the top 4 academies again. If their challenge succeeded, they too could replace the opponent as one of the top 4. Thus, a first round win here at this stage of the competition did not mean that the winner would be able to laugh till the end. Very soon, the top 8 into top 4 matches begun. The closer to the end of the competition, the narrower the gap between the strengths of the respective academies became. It was possible for either side to win or lose. The first men's military academy's opponent was the Jingan Military Academy, ranked number 6. The Jingan Military Academy was very strong, but when they found out that their opponent was the first men's military academy, their expressions became very troubled. No matter when, the first men's military academy was not an opponent any military academy would like to meet early on in the competition. It could not be helped. In terms of Mecca piloting, the first men's military academy was clearly ahead above all of the other military academies. Even though the first men's military academy had always ended up ranking second in the Grand Mecca tournament overall, they had still never lost the championship position in the Mecca combat competition for both single Mecca combat and group Mecca combat. This also showed that the first men's military academy was holding absolute dominance in the arena of Mecca combat. The Jingan Military Academy did not pull anything strange in their lineup. They arranged their members from the weakest to the strongest in ascending order. The first men's military academy's strange and unfathomable lineups in the previous 2 matches had made the Jingan Military Academy give up any thoughts of trying to take advantage of an opportunistic lineup. Backstage, the 5 members of the first men's military academy were huddled up together. With a sour expression, Mu Xiaoyu asked, "Are we still going to continue using this method to arrange our lineup?" Xiao Jun grinned and said, "Mu Xiaoyu, don't you think this is very interesting?" Xiao Jun was very willing to play along with this. He felt that this way of arranging their lineup was very fun. Han Yu's expression was filled with displeasure, just eager to get on with things. He tugged harshly on his own sleeves and said impatiently, hurry up, hurry up. It's almost time to submit our lineup." Xiao Ting frowned at Ling Lan and asked, "Will it be fine?" Ling Lan quirked a brow and answered calmly, "We just need to win 3 matches." The implication being that she did not really care. Xiao Ting glared pointedly at Ling Lan. This idea had been his to begin with, and now he was acting like all this had nothing to do with him. It was really quite irritating. Xiao Ting turned to look at the other 3 there and said, "Let's do it." He definitely would never admit that he too found this way of arranging their lineup rather exciting. Ping, Ling, Pang, Lang, Kai for Ping, Ling, Pang, Lang, Kai. Think of this like the utterance for a kid's game, like Inaminamanamo or Alakazam, Walakazu, etc. It doesn't particularly mean anything. Following this cry by Mu Xiaoyu, the 5 of them put out their hands. This time, I'll be the first to fight." Xiao Jun raised his scissors hand up high, laughing gleefully. The other 4 had actually all chosen to throw paper this round, and so he had managed a one-hit kill. TSK, this guy is just too lucky, getting to be among the first 3 to fight for 3 times in a row. Han Yu was unbelievably annoyed. He had already been unable to fight for 2 rounds already and was about to be bored to death. Tenaciously, Han Yu rolled his sleeves up high, and with the air of a gambler intent on turning things around, he shouted, "Once more." The 4 of them once again put their hands forwards. Han Yu stared with red eyes at the scissors his hands had formed, so angry that he wished to just chop it off. "Why did you play scissors? Why did you play scissors? Damn *T, couldn't you have stretched out 3 more fingers?" His entire face a rictus of violent fury. Passers-by who inadvertently looked in their direction were instantly sent scurrying back 3 feet away in fear. My luck is just too horrible. Han Yu was so frustrated he was gnashing his teeth. The other 3 had all played rock, he was the only one to play scissors. According to the rules, he was instantly relegated to the final spot, becoming the last person to fight this round. It sounded great, as he would be the finale act, but the problem here was that the 4 people before him were all like God *MN bloody wolves and tigers. Would they even give him the chance to come out and fight? Would they? Would they? Would they? Even thinking with but you would know that this was absolutely impossible. This round doesn't count. All worked up, Han Yu demanded this outcome be repealed. Having lost so badly, he had long stopped acting like a gentleman who would never regret a play he had made. Mu Xiaoyu and Xiao Ting, who had been standing beside Han Yu, did not hesitate to grab Han Yu when he displayed such petty behavior. They summarily tossed him out of their circle. Since you have lost, then scram and stay at the side and be quiet. What do you think you're doing blabbering nonsense here? They were not so stupid as to let a competitor who had already been defeated have a second chance to overturn the results. Xiao Jun, who already had the right to the opening fight in hand, consoled him with some unholy glee in his tone. "Oh Han Yu, let it go. You'll still have a chance next round." This sort of insincere consolation was like sprinkling salt on an open wound, instantly enraging the already sullen Han Yu. With a roar, he leapt at Xiao Jun. The two of them did not use any physical skills, relying solely on the strength of their bodies to grapple with each other. That stance and that momentum, it was truly the epitome of classical wrestling. Xiao Ting, Mu Xiaoyu, and Ling Lan all wore calm expressions, completely indifferent to the ruckus beside them. The gazes of the three were extraordinarily cold, radiating with powerful fighting spirit. No one was willing to give up on the 2 slots left among the first 3 to fight in this round. They all knew that no matter who would be the first 3 to fight, those 3 would definitely not show any mercy and give the 2 members after them the chance to take the field. Ping, Ling, Pang, Lang, Kai, shouted the 3 of them in unison, playing their hands at the same time. Drawl. 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 10 consecutive draws were enough to show how fierce the battle was among the 3. None of them were willing to ease up and take a step back. "Senior Qiao, you are the number 1 of our military academy. You are most suited to be the last to fight." After a long fruitless struggle, Ling Lan threw a cold glance over at the stern-faced Xiao Ting beside her and began to prod at him verbally. In order to obtain victory, Ling Lan had made a sneaky move. "Yeah, Xiao Ting, you've already fought for 2 consecutive rounds already. You can't keep all the good things for yourself, that'll incite the wrath of the heavens. It's time you take a rest. It's our turn now." Mu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up at Ling Lan's words and he immediately jumped on board to put pressure on Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting's gaze narrowed at their words, revealing a flash of coldness. He asked in return, "Junior Ling, as a junior, you should know how to respect your elders. How can you fight with your seniors?" Yes, Junior Ling, just cede these 2 matches to your seniors, okay?" Mu Xiaoyu also felt that what Xiao Ting said made sense, so he instantly jumped ship to stand on Xiao Ting's side, turning against Ling Lan. Fight, fight. Only this way would he be able to sneak profit amidst danger one and obtain a spot among the first 3 to fight. Mu Xiaoyu's eyes glittered, glee blooming in his heart too as he did his best to fan the flames between his other 2 competitors. Xiao Ting and Ling Lan had already locked horns, their sharp gazes clashed against the others, neither willing to back down. Just as Mu Xiaoyu thought that the 2 would definitely decide a winner between the 2 of them, they both suddenly turned to look at him and shouted in unison, "Rock!" Mu Xiaoyu's reflexes were extremely fast. Without conscious thought, his hand had already stretched out to obediently play rock. Looking down at the paper Xiao Ting and Ling Lan had both played, Mu Xiaoyu was livid. He pointed a shaking finger at the 2 of them, looking to be on the verge of fainting as he said, "You 2 actually tricked me. That's too shameless." Sob sob sob, and these 2 were their public and internal regiment commanders too. Where was their moral integrity? Where? Mu Xiaoyu was bawling in his heart, silently berating himself for having such quick reflexes, accidentally falling for their trick just like that. Idiot! Xiao Ting and Ling Lan glanced coldly at Mu Xiaoyu, scorn in their eyes. With that standard of his, actually thinking to fan the flames between them and benefit from their discord 3? Mu Xiaoyu was an old rival of Xiao Ting's, so Xiao Ting was naturally well aware of Mu Xiaoyu's strengths and weaknesses. As for Ling Lan, after this period of observation combined with the data little 4 had gathered, she too had learned of Mu Xiaoyu's characteristics. Xiao Ting and Ling Lan both knew very well that, among the 3 of them, the easiest person to handle would be Mu Xiaoyu. If the 2 of them really went after each other, it would definitely end with an internecine outcome. which would just ultimately benefit Mu Xiaoyu. The two of them were intelligent people, of course they would not give Mu Xiaoyu the chance to profit from their discord. When the two of them had locked gazes, they had already come to a mutual agreement to work together and trick Mu Xiaoyu. Reeling back their disdainful gazes, their eyes met once more as they focused on the final battle between themselves. Xiao Ting and Ling Lan were completely ignoring him now. Knowing that the outcome had already been set in stone, Mu Xiaoyu mournfully squatted in a corner in the backstage area, comforting his poor little wounded soul. He silently bit on his little handkerchief poking at the ground grumpily, thinking, villains, villains, they're both villains. Ling Lan and Xiao Ting's contest proceeded in a tense silence. Together, they threw out their hands and both of them played rock. Ling Lan raised her head and said, Senior Xiao should play paper. Xiao Ting's eyebrows lifted, when did this junior Ling become so kind, willing to let him win? And then Ling Lan continued to say, I'm very interested in scissors. D***mn you and your scissors, aren't you just trying to beat me? Xiao Ting replied with a stony expression, well, I like to play rock. Got you. Punk. Ling Lan raised her head to look calmly at Xiao Ting, her eyes so bright that Xiao Ting's heart was already shouting that things were not good. Senior Xiao is too kind. Actually, I like playing paper. And with that, Ling Lan did not wait for Xiao Ting to respond, immediately walking over to the staff member to report their lineup for this round. This punk. Xiao Ting's teeth were aching from his frustration. He was so bloody irritating. Actually setting up a verbal trap, just a moment of inattention and the other had taken advantage of it. Still, he was still part of the first three to fight, so Xiao Ting wasn't all that displeased. He just felt that it was a shame that he had not managed to suppress Ling Lan a little. Seeing that Ling Lan had gone up to submit their lineup, Han Yu, who was already tired from fighting, finally stopped, and Mu Xiaoyu had also recovered from the mental blow he had received to stand up once again. The two of them shared a commiserating look, mourning their misfortune together. They knew very well that they would not have any screen time again this round. The three people before them, leaving aside Xiao Ting, who needed no mention, even if they did not want to admit it in their hearts, they had no choice but to acknowledge that the other two were indeed stronger than they were by a little. It was a very remote possibility for them to make a mistake and lose. Just like that, amidst the sorrows of Han Yu and Mu Xiaoyu, the curtains rose on the matches between the First Men's Military Academy and the Jinggan Military Academy. On the large screen, the names of the first pair to fight appeared. When they saw Xiao Jun's name, the Jinggan Military Academy could not help but curse mentally. What in the world was up with the First Men's Military Academy's lineup? Sending their second strongest to fight right off the bat. In the audience's eyes, Ling Lan, who had been hiding her true strength all this while, ranked third or fourth among the 5 representatives of the First Men's Military Academy for this group Mecca combat event. They believed that she was only a little stronger than Han Yu, at about the same level as Mu Xiaoyu but weaker than Xiao Jun by a little. And of course, she could not be compared at all with the ace operator Xiao Ting. This misperception of the audience was due to Xiao Jun performing so well in the single mecha combat event, forcing a draw with an ace operator at just special class operator level himself. This result was just too shocking, leading everyone there to believe that Xiao Jun as a special class operator was in existence who had no rival below ace level. As such, it made complete sense for Xiao Jun to be considered the second strongest in the First Men's Military Academy after Xiao Ting. Xiao Jun's appearance crushed the hopes of the Jinggan contingent for the first match. How could they compete against someone who could force a draw with an ace operator? With this fearful mentality before the fight had even begun, the Jinggan Mecca operator behaved extremely cautiously from the very beginning of the match. Initially quite strong, he actually only managed to display 70 to 80% of his true strength due to this negative mindset. This caused the difference between Xiao Jun and him to be highlighted even more starkly. Xiao Jun, who had initially intended to have a grand all-out fight, efficiently struck the opponent's cold weapon from his mecha's hands after only 20 moves, easily obtaining the first victory of the round. Having lost the first match, the Jingan Military Academy could only place their hopes on the second match. For this match, they hoped that Xiao Ting would be the one to appear because they had placed their second weakest member there in hopes of wasting the strength of the strongest mecha operator of the first men's military academy. Then again, they also hoped that the first men's military academy would send out someone of average strength so they could win a match first. After a 15-minute recess, the dark large screen finally lit up again to display the following words: the first men's vs Jingan, second match, Ling Lan vs Zhu Jing. It's Ling Lan. That super newbie who created a new technique. The appearance of Ling Lan's name caused a commotion among the audience. The response of the audience was even more passionate than when Xiao Jun had taken the field. It looked like the appearance of a new technique had indeed earned Ling Lan some degree of fame within the Federation. The Jingan Military Academy saw who the first men's military academy had sent and their hearts sank. Compared to Ling Lan, they really wished that it could have been Han Yu or Mu Xiaoyu instead, because they were very familiar with those two, having studied their operation style and attack methods very thoroughly, even having conducted targeted training with them in mind. Up against them, Jingan was confident that there was the possibility of victory. But this Ling Lan was very mysterious. He had not participated in the single mecha combat event, and in the group mecha combat event, he had only come out to fight 2 times thus far. These 2 times had shown Jingan his excellent long-range skills as well as his perfect foundational attacks, but that was all. Everyone knew that a special class operator could not only have mastered some basic attacks, they must have some sure-kill special techniques which were a mark of being a special class operator. This was undoubtedly a dangerous thing. If they did not know what special moves the opponent was proficient in, they would not be able to prepare any special defenses. Therefore, it would be very easy for the opponent to flip the tables on them at a critical moment. This was another reason why Jingan was so apprehensive of Ling Lan. I hope Zhu Jing can perform well and win us this match. Jingan's strongest mecha operator, who was also their representative team leader, finally placed their hopes on Zhu Jing. If Zhu Jing could successfully take this match, then they would have hopes of obtaining the final victory. Zhu Jing was a long-range attacker. Because he was familiar with all methods of long-range operation, he was even more aware of how impressive Ling Lan was. Although Ling Lan had shown very little in her 2 matches, Zhu Jing could already tell that Ling Lan was definitely a formidable opponent. However, despite taking Ling Lan very seriously, Zhu Jing did not think he had no chance of winning. No matter how perfect the other's basic controls were, that did not mean that they would be able to seriously contend with advanced techniques. Advanced techniques were developed from basic techniques, birthed from basic techniques. Their power was several, perhaps even several multiples of 10 times stronger than that of the basic techniques. This was also why mecha operators would often abandon basic techniques in the later stages to focus on studying advanced techniques to form their sure-kill techniques. In mecha combat, the ones who most often survived were those who had more advanced techniques under their belt. From this, it could be seen how important advanced techniques were to mecha operators. Zhu Jing felt that those advanced techniques he knew would be enough for him to contend with his opponent. Under the guidance of the staff, the 2 contestants walked out onto the field from 2 separate passages. Seeing the 2 mecha appear on the field, the audience broke out into raucous cheers. After checking to see that both contestants were ready, the referee swung his green flag, signaling the official start of the match. As soon as the green flag moved, the 2 mecha zoomed backwards almost simultaneously. Zhu Jing was piloting a long-range mecha, so he naturally wanted to attack from long range. Meanwhile, although Ling Lan was piloting a balanced mecha, she intended to hone her long-range operation, and so ended up sharing a common goal with Zhu Jing to bring the fight into long range. This made the atmosphere less tense than it had been in Xiao Jun's match. Right then, the top-class mecha masters watching the fight could not help but frown as they observed Ling Lan's operation. They found that Ling Lan had not displayed that wonderful on-the-line operation she had performed yesterday. Even though her speed was still very fast, those with keen eyes could still see the difference. Ling Xiao had been watching the field all this while with a slight smile, and at this moment, his smile became even more noticeable. Last night, after the matches for the day had ended, as soon as the joyful Lan Luofong had returned to their living quarters, she had stared mournfully at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao very resolutely turned to leave. As a general and a god-class operator, how could he lose to his wife's harmless gaze? Hubby. The undulating tones of this cry made Ling Xiao's body shudder uncontrollably. The gaze on his back was searing, causing cold sweat to break out all over his body, but he was still determined to pretend he had not heard anything. Knowing Lan Luofong well, Ling Xiao knew what would be waiting for him if he turned his head. Lan Luofong would definitely make an extremely difficult request that he just could not refuse. Experience told him that he must muddle through this somehow. Ling Xiao. Seeing that being sweet and petulant was not working, Lan Luofong instantly morphed into an angry lioness and roared angrily. Hells, so brave now, eh? Daring to ignore me? Ling Xiao rubbed his forehead helplessly. After a brief hesitation, he finally turned around and asked with a wry smile, Luofong, did you want something? I want to see Lan. Hands on her hips, Lan Luofong put forward her request imperiously like a queen. As expected. Expression gentle, Ling Xiao coaxed softly, okay. Wait till after the battle royal and I'll find a chance for you two to meet. I mean that I want to see her right now. How could Lan Luofong let Ling Xiao muddle his way through this? Just as Ling Xiao knew her well, she too knew what Ling Xiao was plotting under that gentle smiling face of his. Lan must be tired after today's fights. Let's not disturb her and let her rest. Ling Xiao's face was a picture of concern as he attempted to shake Lan Luofeng's resolve. That's why I want to see Lan. Every time Lan is tired, she will always want to eat the young chun noodles one I make. Lan Luofong secretly crossed her fingers in her heart. Please forgive her for stealing Auntie Nan's credit, but she was the one who had instructed Auntie Nan to cook it anyway, so it was not too much to ask for some of the credit, right? Cook young chun noodles. When he heard this, Ling Xiao almost did not manage to keep the smile on his face, thinking about the end times Lan Luofong almost burned the kitchen down. Ling Xiao thought to himself, wife, could you be any more fake? Knowing that her excuse was untenable, Lan Luofong decided she might as well go for broke. In any case, I want to give our daughter a bowl of young chun noodles no matter what. If you can't get it done, then don't even think about stepping one foot into the bedroom. This move again. God mit, this was the move he was afraid of. Resigned and helpless, Ling Xiao could only agree. Of course, Ling Xiao also believed that, with his skills, smuggling a person over was still doable. However, in truth, Ling Xiao was not only smuggling a person over, but he was also bringing along a bowl of yang chun noodles which Lan Luofong claimed to have made. As for who was the one who had truly made the bowl of yang chun noodles? The truth of the matter was only known by the Ling Xiao couple themselves three. Ling Lan took a soothing shower and loosened her joints, and then she finally laid down on her bed to rest. But only several minutes later, Ling Lan suddenly sprang nimbly off the bed and with a quick dash, she was standing behind the door. It's me. Her father Ling Xiao's voice rang by her ear, and Ling Lan instantly relaxed. She quickly opened the door and after a streak of shadow dashed past her, she immediately shut the door after it. This late, father, why are you, mom? Ling Lan's initially calm voice turned into a cry when she saw the woman inside Ling Xiao's arms. She was startled. Hi, Lan. In Ling Xiao's embrace, Lan Luofong lazily lifted the bag in her hands, shaking it softly in Ling Lan's direction. A smug smile hung on her lips as she said happily, I've brought you yang chun noodles. Yang chun noodles. Wasn't that the noodle dish that her mom just could not learn no matter how hard she tried to teach her, which had become a specialty of the housekeeper Ling Nani in the end? I made it, you know. Lan Luofong jumped out of Ling Xiao's arms and pulled Ling Lan by the hand to sit down on the sofa. She carefully opened the bag to reveal a piping hot bowl of yang chun noodles. Ling Lan cast a critical eye over the bowl of yang chun noodles. It really looked pretty good. However, her mum was a culinary killer, even pigs would turn their snouts up at the things she made. With a solemn expression, Ling Lan accepted the chopsticks Lan Luofong passed over, and under Lan Luofeng's enthusiastic urging, she finally gathered her courage enough to pick up a strand of noodle and then, with the determination of staring death in the face, she took a bite. Ling Lan's eyes lit up and she looked down at the yang chun noodles before her with astonishment. It tasted very good. Even better than the noodles housekeeper Ling Nani made. There was a unique flavor to it, so warm, like rippling sunlight, making her feel completely relaxed. Mummy, you made this? Ling Lan could not help but be suspicious. When had her mum transformed from a culinary killer to a master chef of an imperial kitchen? At this time, Lan Luofeng's eyes had narrowed into a single line. When she heard Ling Lan's question, she nodded excitedly once more. Yes. Isn't it very delicious? I tasted it too and was very surprised. For the first time making such a delicious taste. First time making it. Ling Lan had caught Lan Luofeng's slip. She was sure that this bowl of yang chun noodles had not been made by her mum. Even if her mum had been sent back to the forge to be remade, she would not have been able to turn into a culinary master, she just was not born with any talent in cooking. Ling Lan involuntarily turned her gaze to Ling Xiao, perhaps her father could give her some hint. Ling Xiao shiftily avoided Ling Lan's searching gaze, the fingers of his right hand unconsciously rubbing against each other. Ling Lan noticed that the pads of Ling Xiao's shifting fingers were somewhat red, as if they had been scalded. Ling Lan decisively turned her head to place her attention back on Lan Luofong. She did not dare to confirm her suspicions. If it ever got out that a God-class operator's precious hands which were used to operate a God-class Mecca were scalded while cooking noodle for his wife and child, would she and her mother become the public enemies of the entire Federation? Contemplating the possibility, Ling Lan shuddered. Once again, she was sure that she really did not know anything at all, and as for this bowl of yang chun noodles before her which was the evidence, she would demolish it with relish. Ling Lan suddenly lifted the large bowl and the chopsticks in her right hand flew. Within the span of several seconds, the yang chun noodles had been completely gobbled down, with not even a single drop of soup remaining. She burped loudly before setting down the large bowl in her hands. Catching sight of the still smugly smiling Lan Luofong, Ling Lan was crying in her heart. Oh mum, this time, your daughter was perceptive and caught this early, completely destroying all the evidence. Next time, you must definitely remember to never let dad cook. That's just asking for some major trouble. How could Lan Luofong know about the mental anguish Ling Lan was going through inside? When she saw that her daughter had finished all of the noodles, she threw a smug look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao saw it and a fond and deeply affectionate smile spread all the way to his eyes. There was also a trace of satisfaction in his eyes so subtle that it was almost imperceptible. Since Ling Lan was done eating, Lan Luofong clasped Ling Lan's hands and began nattering on. Of course, everything she said was centered around her care and concern for Ling Lan. She told Ling Lan not to be reckless in the tournament and to be careful and so on. Ling Lan listened to it all patiently, assuring her mom every once in a while that she would do as she said. Ling Xiao looked at the mother-daughter pair before him and his smile deepened even further. He wished dearly that he could move forwards to envelop these two people he loved most in a hug, to convey his happiness and contentment. Ling Xiao had never ever been disappointed that Ling Lan was not a boy, even if he had no other children in this life, he would never regret it. In the end, Lan Luofong was finally satisfied with her nagging. Before saying goodbye, Ling Xiao said seriously to Ling Lan, in a battle not involving life or death, there is no need to push things to the limit. Leave yourself some hidden trumps. That is what a Mecca master should do. Today, you shown too much for. Ling Xiao's words made a jolt run through Ling Lan's heart. She thought about how she had indeed kept nothing back in her efforts to prove the limits of her long-range capabilities. With a serious expression, Ling Lan said, "Father, don't worry. I will take care." When he heard this, Ling Xiao was reassured. He brought Lan Luofong away again with him from Ling Lan's accommodations. No one knew that General Ling Xiao had ever visited the accommodation area of the First Men's Military Academy more than once. The noise of the audience brought Ling Xiao out from his memories of last night. Lan, looks like you've already figured things out. Ling Xiao looked down with satisfaction at the two mecha dashing in two opposite directions at roughly equal speeds. In this match, Ling Lan had remembered what he said and held back. Ling Lan's restraint also gave the audience the mistaken impression that the standards of the two mecha operators on the field were similar. Some of the special class operators and ace operators were even beginning to suspect that Ling Lan's brilliant on-the-line operation yesterday was just a lucky fluke. Of course, there were also those with keen perception who would not underestimate Ling Lan just because she had shown some restraint. Very soon, the two mecha had pulled the required distance away for long-range combat. The seemingly relaxed atmosphere at the start vanished completely at this moment. Everyone sat up straight in their seats, waiting for the first attack from either one of the combatants. Zhu Jing abruptly raised the M9 long-range projectile sniper rifle in his hands. This was an extremely special long-range sniper rifle which was capable of instant kills. The weight of the gun was 3 times heavier than that of the average long-range long-barreled beam gun. Any long-range mecha operator with a slightly weaker physique would not be able to use this heavy fellow. The M9 long-range projectile sniper rifle's bullets were made with concentrated in gunpowder 1, and its firing mode was set to a double-shot setting. As long as the bullets managed to make contact with a mecha, they would explode violently. The shock wave generated by the explosion of just one bullet was enough to destroy the defense of a beam shield. The double-shot setting was just so the mecha master using an M9 long-range projectile sniper rifle could achieve a one-trigger kill. Of course, at present, the bullets in the M9 long-range projectile sniper rifle had already been substituted with extremely low-power hollow bullets which would not cause any dangerous damage. However, as soon as the opponent was successfully hit, the referee would not hesitate to declare an end to the match. Ever since Zhu Jing had advanced to special class operator, when he had chosen the long-range weapon he wanted to specialize in, he had chosen this extraordinarily heavy and powerful M9 long-range projectile sniper rifle which also had an extraordinarily powerful recoil as well. He had dared to select this weapon because he was confident that his built physique would be able to fully withstand the M9 sniper rifle's kickback when it was fired. In reality, Zhu Jing's body was extremely strong and tough. When he had first been assessed, his physical constitution had been graded as an S+, so he was naturally suited to be a close combat operator. In the end, when it had come time for him to decide his future path, he had chosen long-range mecha. His instructor had been unable to understand until he had chosen the M9 long-range projectile sniper rifle as his specialized long-range weapon. Only then did his mentor discover that Zhu Jing had not wasted his exceptional physical constitution. Instead, with this constitution, he was better able to bring out the potential power of the M9 long-range projectile sniper rifle. Under the careful guidance of his mentor, Zhu Jing had gained a profound understanding of how to use the M9 long-range projectile sniper rifle. His mentor had once asserted that as long as he continued to work hard, Zhu Jing could certainly become the most outstanding assassin in future. And right now, this future assassin had finally spread his fangs in an attempt to devour his opponent in his first fight. "Boss, this is an M9 long-range projectile sniper rifle." At this point, Ling Lan's initially silent and seemingly standardized mecha AI suddenly spoke with Little Four's voice. Ling Lan had just lifted her long-range long-barreled beam gun to take aim. Little Four's sudden interjection caused her actions to slow for a moment, and so her gun did not stop at the most optimum position. Ling Lan quickly rushed to remedy that, even as she asked, "Little Four, why are you here?" "It's an M9 long-range projectile sniper rifle." Little Four had no mind to answer Ling Lan's question right now, merely repeating his warning shout at her. Little Four could not be blamed for worrying. That was a horrifying sniper rifle notorious within the Federation for its ability to instantly destroy mecha. "I know," replied Ling Lan calmly. "One shot can kill us." Little Four was very nervous, afraid that his boss did not know how scary that weapon was. One moment of distraction and it would be game over. I know. Ling Lan repeated calmly once again. Ling Lan's composed behavior calmed Little Four down. Boss, you're not nervous. Nervous about what? The Grand Mecca tournament would never allow an overly powerful weapon to appear on the field. Since this weapon is here, then the bullets inside must have already been adapted, explained Ling Lan. Oh, that's true. Little Four was enlightened. Besides, even if it's real, so what? You should know that we'll one day go onto a real battlefield. There'll be all kinds of things, quite a number of them even more frightening than this weapon. If we're afraid now, then how can we survive the battlefields then? Asked Ling Lan. So, we're fortunate to be able to encounter these kinds of weapons beforehand. As Ling Lan spoke, she continued moving her fingers unhurriedly, carrying out a whole series of operations. She adjusted her long-range beam gun to aim straight for the opponent. In this match, Ling Lan decided that she would listen to her dad and restrain herself a little. She no longer took the initiative, choosing to defend passively instead even though this mode was unlike her usual personality. When Little Four heard what Ling Lan said, he instantly fell silent. At this time, the AI began reporting the numerical data after Ling Lan had applied her adjustments. The moment Ling Lan heard the mechanical tone of voice, she knew Little Four was not in control of the mecha anymore. Ling Lan did not stop to worry about Little Four's sudden appearance and disappearance, and this nonchalance was also what caused her to overlook the changes in Little Four. Little Four was acting less and less like an intelligence entity, and more like a real growing child. He was now showing signs of possessing the 7 emotions and 6 desires, as well as personal thinking and judgment. Zhu Jing spent some time calibrating his M9 long-range projectile sniper rifle. This was yet another flaw of this weapon other than its clunky weight. The time needed to calibrate it was longer than that which was required for the average long-range gun. This also proved that the M9 long-range projectile sniper rifle was more suited for covert assassinations and not open-up-front battle. That Ling Lan of the 1st Men's Military Academy is just waiting for the Jingon mecha operator to attack. Isn't he being too overconfident? The audience saw that the already prepared Ling Lan was not taking the initiative to shoot, instead choosing to wait patiently for her opponent. This rather contrary behavior made the audience break out into murmured discussion. Ling Xiao helplessly put his palm to his forehead, feeling that things were not good. Wasn't his daughter holding back too much now? Right at that moment, the situation abruptly changed. Just when everyone believed that Ling Lan would wait for her opponent to start shooting first, Ling Lan, who had been still all this while, suddenly pulled her trigger. A beam of light shot straight at the opponent. It was Ling Lan's memorable fixed-point shooting. This attack came on too suddenly. Everyone looked towards Zhu Jing, waiting to see what he would do. Would he be hit or would he dodge the attack successfully? Zhu Jing's mecha suddenly shifted to one side, instantly drawing out a stack of afterimages. Light and shadow skim. Those in the audience who knew their mecha techniques could not help but cry out. This was an advanced technique that only advanced mecha warriors could learn. It and irregular dash were the 2 top-tier footwork operators below ace level could learn. The evolved version of irregular dash was the irregular flicker that only ace operators could learn, and likewise, the light and shadow skim also had its ultimate version, unshakable shadow. This version was said to have even higher requirements. One had to at least be at elite ace realm to learn it. In short, this light and shadow skim was an extremely remarkable evasion footwork. Zhu Jing performed it perfectly, allowing him to easily escape Ling Lan's shot. Zhu Jing did not just end things by defending. When his mecha's figure was finally restored from the countless stacked shadow images, he pulled the trigger on his gun. Bang, bang. 2 shots rang out. Due to the M9 projectile sniper rifle's powerful recoil, Zhu Jing's mecha was sent tilting back beyond his control, and the muzzle of his gun was also driven up a little as well. The entire audience held their breath as they stared at the field, wanting to know the outcome of this shot. Had the shots hit the opponent, or had they been dodged? Ling Lan calmly observed the opponent's movements, and at the very instant the opponent made his shot, Ling Lan once again entered that mysterious world where she could see the two bullets suddenly slow down, allowing her to clearly see their trajectories. Right there. Ling Lan saw a way to handle them, a chance to evade. She quickly pulled her trigger. A bang rang out, and Ling Lan returned from the mysterious world back to reality. The bullets regained their regular speed, and at the same time, the beam gun in Ling Lan's hands fired a dazzling beam of light, which met one of the bullets head-on. Amidst the energy of the beam, the bullet melted swiftly, finally ending up as a drop of liquid metal to dissipate into the air without a trace. Meanwhile, the other bullet brushed past the range of the beam shot to fly straight at the chest area of Ling Lan's Mecca. Ling Lan's eyes were as calm as water. Her fingers danced, becoming countless blooming flowers on her control panel. Under her control, her Mecca swiftly dragged out a streak of residual shadow towards the right. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as Ling Lan successfully evaded that bullet. The bullet had exploded after striking the earth below, sending up a large spray of dust and dirt, blocking the audience's view for a time. When the dust settled, the audience could see that where Ling Lan had been standing initially, there was now a deep pit. It was obvious how powerful the bullet was still despite having been adapted for the tournament. After testing, that explosive power reaches up to 30 TNT. If we're hit by 2 consecutive bullets, the Mecca's beam shield will be on the brink of collapse. Little Four's voice rang out from the AI once more. Understood. Ling Lan replied calmly. Boss, that explosion has caused your points to be deducted by 20. Little Four immediately alerted Ling Lan after secretly stealing the latest intel on the referee panel's ruling. Ling Lan was at first taken aback, but she immediately realized the reason for this penalty. The bullets had been adapted to lower their power, so her Mecca had not been affected by the explosion at all. However, in reality, the bullets would generate an explosive force of 60 to 70 TNT, so her Mecca had not dodged far enough to escape the blast radius. If the explosion was judged according to real-world standards, her Mecca would definitely have been damaged severely. Even if the defensive power of her Mecca's beam shield was not destroyed, it would still probably be on the verge of collapsing. Thus, the referees all agreed that that bullet of Zhu Jing was considered an effective attack, so it was reasonable for Ling Lan to have points deducted for it. She had forgotten to take that into account. Ling Lan felt somewhat regretful. She had initially planned to win the match without losing any points at all, but now it looked like there was no hope of that anymore. She once again lifted her beam gun and aimed at Zhu Jing. Although Zhu Jing's gun was n times more powerful than her own, the time needed for her to calibrate her gun was significantly shorter. This was her advantage. Ling Lan had taken so long to prep her first shot only because she was trying to show restraint, and at the same time, she had also thought to catch Zhu Jing off guard with an unexpected attack. That was why she had waited so long, only to shoot right before the opponent himself was about to shoot. However, the outcome was not perfect. The opponent was someone who was well prepared. Even as he had been calibrating his gun, he had been keeping his guard up against her. In that case, Ling Lan might as well dispense with these pointless psychological tactics. She had decided to attack with full force. It was not difficult to defeat an opponent, the difficult thing was how one could do so inconspicuously. Her dad's warning had been on point. Before she had grown up enough to deal with all schemes and plots, she needed to conceal herself appropriately. Even though she had already had a turn in the limelight due to the matter with the new technique, the fame gained from having a skill named after her would not harm her much, because that technique of hers had only been a minor adaptation on top of a foundational skill. This was just a manifestation of proficiency through practice, not enough to prove that she was remarkable enough that others needed to be apprehensive of her. Compared to Xiao Ting's advancement to ace level in his 4th year, that was just a minor thing. Of course, if someone found out that she had advanced to ace level in her 2nd year, the countries that were eyeing the Federation predatorily would most certainly send out countless killers after her to snuff out this future star in the cradle. Ling Lan was lucky. Right now, she could still mingle around freely within her military academy without anyone the wiser. This was completely thanks to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had protected her very well so that no one knew she was his child. This proved that Ling Xiao had not suffered for no reason 18 years ago. While she had been growing up, Ling Xiao had already become strong enough to protect both his wife and daughter. With such a large and towering tree to shield her from the elements, Ling Lan would be able to live freely and vivaciously. Even if there were some slip-ups every once in a while, Ling Xiao would be there to help her smooth things over. In fact, if Ling Xiao had not intervened, she would have long been exposed before the masses. How could such impactful news as hijacking a military vessel be so easily suppressed? All of this had been settled by Ling Xiao, allowing her to remain concealed among the crowd. Although Ling Lan was unclear on the details, unsure what Ling Xiao had done behind the scenes, she could still fully appreciate the love Ling Xiao had towards her and the pains he had taken to keep her safe. And so, she naturally had to listen to Ling Xiao. Even as she won, she needed to make it so that others would not be able to distinguish anything from her victory. Having made her decision, Ling Lan resolutely pulled the trigger of the long-barreled beam gun in her hands. Beam after beam of light was sent shooting out at very clever timings, forcing Zhu Jing to run about desperately. Although he had trained how to adjust and calibrate his gun while moving, Ling Lan's shots were even quicker, interrupting him every single time. Crap! Zhu Jing once again gave up on fixing the aim of his gun, evading yet another shot by the opponent. He knew that he could not continue on like this. He did not want to be chased all around the field by the opponent until the end of the match. Even if his first shot had been judged effective, he could not be certain that the referee panel would award the victory to him in the end. In order to be certain of victory, he needed to hit the opponent one more time. Test 1. Calculate the opponent's gun's power usage. After evading the shot, Zhu Jing calmly ordered his Mecca's AI. Yes. Captain, replied the AI icily. Very soon, several seconds later, after Zhu Jing had evaded yet another shot, his AI reported back. Till present, the opponent has fired 27 shots. Calculating based on a rate of 8 calories per shot, in theory, the opponent can still fire another 22 to 23 shots. Theoretically close to 50 shots. Zhu Jing frowned. He was not pleased with the numbers reported by the AI. The opponent had only used about half of his power thus far. He would still have to dodge for a good long while to exhaust the opponent's remaining power reserves. Was there no better way? After some careful thought, Zhu Jing found that there really was no other way. The opponent's speed was very fast, and his operations were pretty much perfect as well, with almost no flaw to be found. Shot followed shot, connecting almost seamlessly. Right then, Zhu Jing was silently admiring of how the opponent's basic controls were honed to the extreme, endlessly close to perfection. There was practically no hope for him to find an opening there. In that case, then let him try his best to exhaust the opponent. Zhu Jing was confident that with his control skills, he would be able to exhaust the power of the opponent's gun. At that time, it would be his turn to counterattack. After shooting 4 or 5 consecutive shots, Ling Lan noticed Zhu Jing's strange behavior. The opponent was no longer trying to adjust his gun, putting his full focus into dodging instead. A spark of insight flashed through Ling Lan's mind, and she instantly knew what Zhu Jing was planning. A slight smile appeared on Ling Lan's lips. Perhaps this would be her chance to defeat the opponent. Little 4, how many more shots can the energy storage unit inside the gun support? Compared to the Mecca's AI, Ling Lan trusted Little 4's judgment more. Approximately another 25 shots. Little 4's spirits rallied when he heard Ling Lan's question. Ever since Boss had said that she wanted to get used to the Mecca AIs of this time period, she normally did not let him take over for the Mecca AI to work with her. This left Little 4 sad and bored. He actually wanted to do something practical to help his boss too. How many shots in total? Ling Lan continued to ask. Little 4 replied gleefully, after my optimizations, the time needed for the AI program for hand area sensing has reached optimum levels. Each shot would only consume 7.27272727272727. Stop. Just tell me how many shots I can fire altogether. Ling Lan sweat dropped. She had not asked for such a detailed breakdown, right? You can go up to 55 shots. Little Four said petulantly to his fingers. He had said so much all because he wanted to show off a little in front of Boss, to let her know that that rubbish Mecca AI was no match for him, this clever intelligence entity. With such an excellent him, Little Four, around, what use was that rigid program? Fine, Little Four was actually filled with resentment towards Ling Lan's decision to use AI instead of him. This was obviously depriving him of his joy of living. A typical mecha master can only fire 46 shots. These extra 9 shots are enough. Ling Lan did not know what Little Four was thinking, when she learned that her long-barreled beam gun could shoot an extra 9 shots compared to others, her mind instantly hatched a plot. There was no change in the situation on the field. Ling Lan continued to fire shot after shot at the opponent, while Zhu Jing continued to concentrate on dodging. How many shots have been fired? Quite a few top-class mecha masters had already realized Zhu Jing's objective. They were keeping count of Ling Lan's shots, knowing that the moment Ling Lan's beam gun ran out of power would be the moment Zhu Jing launched his counterattack. Many believed that that would be the critical moment when the outcome of the match would be decided. 46 now. It looks like the energy block in the gun of this mecha operator from the First Men's Military Academy is about to run out soon. The mecha masters all had excellent memories, they very quickly came up with the detailed numbers. Everyone's spirits rallied and they focused even more intently on the match. This was because the energy block of Ling Lan's gun might be completely drained right the very next second. Mind you, the energy storage unit of a standard long-barreled beam gun equipped on special class mecha was not constant in the number of bullets it could support. There was a certain degree of variance involved, typically between 46 to 54 shots. This difference of 8 shots was influenced by many factors, such as the quality of the energy storage unit itself. The better the quality of the energy storage unit, the more likely the energy it stored would reach the upper limits. The basic amount a standard energy storage unit could store was 400 calories, but in reality, energy storage units could never hit this number. Even the most perfect top-quality energy storage unit could only store between 380 to 390 calories. Aside from this, a mecha operator's control standards and the programming of a mecha's AI would also affect the energy consumption of an energy storage unit. Imprecise controls would cause each shot to drain even more energy than usual. And then, there were the issues with the AI's system responsiveness to account for. No matter how good your operations were, if your AI was unreliable, that would also result in a certain amount of power drain to the beam gun. A qualified special class mecha master could fire 46 beam shots as a basic standard. Beyond that, whether an operator could use the power in an energy storage unit to fire more beam shots would depend on how skilled the operator was, as well as how well maintained their mecha was. Of course, the theoretical maximum of 54 shots was almost impossible for anyone to achieve. Perhaps the 12 God-class operators could do it, but they would never lower themselves to operate a special class mecha. Clack! On the field, Ling Lan's long-barreled gun suddenly jammed. This sound made everyone sit up straight and exclaim, even as they peered eagerly towards Zhu Jing on the other end of the field. Everyone knew that the opportunity Zhu Jing had been waiting for was here. This sound also made the expressions of the members of the First Men's Military Academy waiting backstage change. Even though Mu Xiaoyu and Han Yu were lined up behind their comrades, waiting for their chance to take the field, they did not really wish for their comrades before them to fail. On the rostrum, Ling Xiao's brows raised at the sound. He did not believe that Ling Lan would commit such a low-level mistake and lose track of the power consumption of the gun in her hands. Therefore, the greatest possibility here was that his daughter was plotting something. Ling Xiao cast a sympathetic glance at Ling Lan's opponent. Zhu Jing had been waiting for this chance all this while. When he heard this sound, his eyes shone with fervent joy. His fingers danced, and his mecha which had been evading at high speed all this time suddenly jerked to a stop, and his initially low-hanging M9 long-range projectile sniper rifle was raised up once more to aim at Ling Lan. Meanwhile, at that moment, the arm of Ling Lan's mecha slapped down sharply at its waist and a new energy block sprang out from the secured dock there. Emergency wartime power replacement technique. Seeing Ling Lan use this move, everyone became worked up. Every second counted now. If Ling Lan could replace her energy storage unit a step ahead of Zhu Jing, then the outcome would still be unpredictable, but if Zhu Jing was a step quicker, then this match would end with Ling Lan's defeat. The energy storage unit bounced out of the secured dock, and the left hand of Ling Lan's mecha swept downwards to grab it. Right at this moment, perhaps out of nervousness or perhaps just due to a control error, Ling Lan actually missed the grab. The energy storage unit slipped through the gaps between the mecha's left hand to fall towards the ground. Ah! Witnessing this, everyone cried out in shock. Meanwhile, when Zhu Jing saw this, his heart settled. He put his entire focus on adjusting his gun, prepared to give Ling Lan one final attack. There was a loud boom. Zhu Jing, who had just finished calibrating his gun and was about to shoot, had yet to pull the trigger when the screen of his mecha turned black. Immediately after, he felt a tremendous explosion rock the outside of his mecha, and his entire mecha spun out of his control. His mecha's AI was instantly blaring with loud alarms, prompting him to swiftly eject himself from his cockpit. Zhu Jing slammed a hand onto his control panel in anger. Extremely unwillingly, he pressed the button to eject himself from the cockpit. Even now, he still had no idea why his mecha had suddenly exploded. Could it be that his mecha had malfunctioned? He recalled the Zhang Jing'an incident a few days earlier and the little bit of news that had been revealed after that. Everyone was wondering if some problem had been found with this batch of mecha with regards to safety. Meanwhile, on the field, Ling Lan calmly lowered the long-barreled gun in her hands. Right as Zhu Jing had been focused on adjusting his aim, she had already been prepared to launch her sure-kill technique, one-point sustained shooting. One-point sustained shooting could barely be considered an advanced technique. It was extremely common, a relatively low-difficulty technique that almost all advanced mecha warriors knew. But at this moment, before the completely unguarded Zhu Jing, it had worked perfectly, instantly destroying Zhu Jing's mecha. His limit was not 46 shots. How many shots were in that final one-point sustained shooting? Everyone was exclaiming in shock. Had there been 5 shots or 6 shots in that string of shots? If there had been 6 shots, then Ling Lan would have made 52 shots in total. Even though it was not the theoretical maximum of 54 shots, this was still not a number the average mecha operator could achieve. The two Imperial operators monitoring the match from the air hesitated. One of them asked, "There were 6 shots, right? Why do I feel as if something is off?" The other Imperial operator rewatched Ling Lan's final attack again and again on his screen and finally confirmed, there were 6 shots. Maybe there was just a problem with the lighting. That final shot wavered a little, so many people did not manage to catch it. He had only managed to confirm it after lowering the brightness on his screen. Then there's no mistaking it. 52 shots. This number is truly astounding. It should be almost close to perfect, exclaimed that first Imperial operator in awe. Yes, according to the top-secret files of the Federation military, only General Ling Xiao has managed to get so close to the perfect number with 53 shots. There are a few others more who managed 52 shots, but they are all extremely exceptional mecha prodigies. In fact, from the perfect operation of that kid from the First Men's Military Academy, we should have known that he absolutely would not have only been capable of 46 shots. We were all fooled by him. What a sneaky fellow, said the other Imperial operator gruffly. When Ling Lan had failed to catch hold of the energy storage unit earlier, he had really been shocked. After all, having seen Ling Lan perform so well just yesterday, he did not wish to see him lose. The Imperial operator's words received his partner's approval. Ling Lan's amazing performance had moved the two initially unperturbed and indifferent imperial operators, making them reconsider taking in students themselves. Yes, maybe next time, when the first men's military academy took in new students, they could go over there to see if there were any good seedlings. In the meantime, a heated debate of whether 51 shots or 52 shots had been fired had broken out among the audience. Ling Xiao, who had been quietly seated at the rostrum, showed no change in his expression, but those familiar with him realized that the corner of his lip was slowly but surely tilting upwards, the smile on his lips becoming increasingly tangible. This meant that he was in an extremely good mood. Of course Ling Xiao would feel good, because he had seen, and he was the only one who had seen, that there was a trick behind Ling Lan's last shot. Using a special class mecha, she had successfully gone beyond the boundaries of her level to pull off a skill that could only have been executed by an ace mecha, synchronous shooting. Synchronous shooting was a skill that allowed an operator to shoot two beam shots at the same time. Besides the muzzle of the gun being lighted up just that little bit more while shooting, the posture and shooting frequency looked exactly as when shooting an ordinary single beam shot. As such, synchronous shooting was one of the hardest long-range offensive skills to detect. It was just so stealthy that even the most experienced mecha masters could not confirm for sure whether someone was actually performing synchronous shooting or just shooting a single shot. This was also one of the reasons why synchronous shooting managed to become an ace-level top-class skill. It was just too hard to deal with, truly a technique that just could not be effectively defended against. Another reason synchronous shooting managed to become a top-class ace-level skill was that it was very difficult to execute. To successfully use synchronous shooting, a mecha master's hand speed needed to be at the peak of ace level. Without that level of hand speed, the mecha master would not be able to perform synchronous shooting even if he wanted to. Of course, even with the required hand speed, the skill might still fail. The mecha's AI must also be reliable, even a delay of 0.1 second could cause an attempted synchronous shot to end up as two ordinary beam shots. Ling Lan's success made Ling Xiao feel both proud and a little helpless at the same time. His daughter seemed to have already entered the rebellious phase his parenting book had mentioned. Ling Xiao had long known that Ling Lan had already advanced into ace level. Still, executing synchronous shooting with an ace mecha versus executing it with a special class mecha were two completely different concepts. With a special class mecha, the demands on Ling Lan's finger speed was much more stringent, because the AI of a special class mecha was a hair weaker than the AI of an ace mecha. Do not underestimate this thin hair's breadth of difference. It required an operator to pay several magnitudes the cost to execute an ace technique. Since Ling Lan managed to successfully execute synchronous shooting, in the end, her 1-point sustained shooting had successfully fired 7 beam shots. In other words, Ling Lan had fired 53 shots in total and not the 52 or 51 shots as everyone else believed. This number had drawn even with the record set by Ling Xiao in the past. How could Ling Xiao not be proud? This amazing genius mecha operator was none other than his very own daughter. Who said girls could not match up to boys? Ling Xiao believed that his daughter would definitely create a miracle. However, after the pride he felt subsided, Ling Xiao began to fret. For his daughter's own safety, he had advised her to show a little restraint. On the surface, Ling Lan had indeed seemed to have listened, but in actual fact, this move had displayed her rebellious streak. Even if she had to show restraint, she would show it in her own domineering way. Right then, Ling Xiao's thoughts could not help but stray. Was his daughter trying to prove to him that she was no longer the child that needed him to protect her from the winds and rains? That she had grown up enough to independently face the storms of the outside world? Thinking of this possibility, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a little crestfallen. The absence of 16 years was not that easy to make up for, especially now when he had come to the realization that his daughter increasingly did not need him anymore. This fueled his fury against the people that sabotaged him, for making him miss the most precious childhood period of his daughter. It's about time to collect some of the interest on the grudges of that time. A cold glint shone in Ling Xiao's eyes. There was a brief trace of killing intent, but between blinks of an eye, Ling Xiao had returned to his usual kindly demeanor, still as mellow as jade and as smiley-faced as ever. Ling Lan saw the opponent eject successfully out of his cockpit and instantly relaxed. That final synchronous shot had been unintentional. At that time, while she had been focusing on the operations for one-point sustained shooting, she had actually entered a rare state of harmony between man and nature. This state had reached a peak during her sixth shot, blasting through the bottleneck on her finger speed that had already been stalled for a full half a year to enter a whole new stage. And it was at precisely that moment when she had naturally performed synchronous shooting. In the end, she had succeeded. That extra beam shot had been like the final straw that had broken the camel's back, causing the opponent's Mecca, which should only have been half destroyed in the attack, to be completely destroyed. Fortunately, she had been shooting at the upper half of the Mecca then, giving the opponent time to eject out of his Mecca. It was truly a great blessing that tragedy had been avoided. Seeing that the other was alright, Ling Lan calmly instructed Little Four to handle any evidence which could easily expose her secret and her strength. For instance, her long-barreled beam gun and her energy storage unit had to be destroyed. If it was ever discovered that there was still enough calories inside for 2 more beam shots, she would definitely be pushed to the forefront of danger. At that time, even her father Ling Xiao would probably be unable to ensure her safety. Little Four was very efficient, instantly destroying the electrical circuits of the energy storage unit. He also applied a little cover-up to make the energy storage unit look like it had shorted due to having been overdrawn on calories. At the same time, he also modified the saved records on the AI. Data on Ling Lan's operations would be saved on the AI. This was initially a function meant to help Mecca operators review their own operations to identify their shortcomings and fix them, but it was now a potential source which could expose Ling Lan's true strength. Little Four naturally would not overlook it. Little Four only needed 1 or 2 minutes to deal with all of these things. The reason why he even needed that much time was that it was a little more troublesome to edit the saved records on the AI and still keep things reasonable. If he could have just formatted it to wipe everything, he would have been done in just 1 second. However, if he really did that, it would be too conspicuous and would have certainly aroused suspicion even if there had not been any suspicion to begin with. Still, a minute or 2 was not very long. By the time Ling Lan's Mecca was descending slowly towards the ground, Little Four had already reported back to Ling Lan that everything was okay. When Ling Lan alighted from her Mecca, Xiao Jun raised 2 thumbs up high, cheering for her. 52 shots. That was the number which almost every special-class long-range operator aimed for. Unfortunately, this number was not so easily achieved. Those who managed it and survived till now were all Imperial operators of the Federation without any exceptions, and some had even achieved God-class status. Xiao Ting looked at Ling Lan striding over to them and his fists clenched so tightly that his fingernails were practically digging into his flesh. Despite that, Xiao Ting felt no pain, only a powerful sense of danger creeping over his heart. He even wondered if such an outstanding person would enter ace level earlier than he had. Thinking of the possibility, it was like a fire was burning in his chest, leaving him feeling extremely uncomfortable. He took in a deep breath to suppress the agitation within him. Perhaps after he returned from this tournament, he should really contemplate how he could best conserve his power calories while shooting so he could increase his number of shots to the utmost limits. I will not lose. Xiao Ting once again threw down these words like a promise to himself before boarding his Mecca and preparing for his match. This left Ling Lan quite speechless. It seemed as if every time she returned victorious, Xiao Ting would come and throw this phrase at her. How proud did this Xiao Ting have to be so tenacious in his desire to beat her? Even willing to go to the extent of replicating her attack methods to compete against her. Should they not walk their own paths like the saying, let the 4 winds blow as they will, I will remain standing steadfast still one. The Jing'an Military Academy had lost the second match as well now, and in such a miserable way to boot. Even though Zhu Jing had not been injured because he had ejected himself in time, after a staff member had examined Zhu Jing's Mecca and declared that there was nothing wrong with it, the expressions of the Jing'an contingent turned sour. They felt as if they had been given a big hard slap. In particular, after seeing how he had been defeated from a replay, Zhu Jing found himself gnashing his teeth in anger towards Ling Lan. He felt that he had lost too pathetically. It had just been an oversight which had led to him falling for the opponent's plot. He had not been on guard, which was why he had been defeated by the opponent's sneak attack. Although our defeat is already a foregone conclusion, we cannot let the First Men's Military Academy defeat us in straight matches too. No matter what, we need to at least win one match, encouraged the team leader of the Jingan Military Academy. Since they had already lost 2 matches before Xiao Ting had appeared to represent the First Men's Military Academy, this meant that they no longer had any chance of winning the round. This was because they had no one capable of contending with Xiao Ting, so their only wish now was to win a match or 2 before being defeated to save some face as the 6th rank. Otherwise, if they were defeated in straight matches, then they would be no different from those other military academies who had been defeated by the First Men's Military Academy prior to this. Those schools had just been unlucky enough to meet the First Men's Military Academy a little earlier. However, this wish of theirs was instantly crushed when they saw that Xiao Ting was the 3rd contestant. As the 3rd member of Jingan walked onto the field, his complexion was green. If at all possible, he really did not want to take the field just to be tormented by Xiao Ting. The gap between their levels gave him no room to put up a fight. He could only hope that Xiao Ting's fighting spirit was not too intense so that he would be able to last a little longer and not lose too much face. Perhaps triggered by Ling Lan's 52 shots, because no one had even considered the possibility of someone using a special class Mecca to execute the top-class ace-level technique synchronous shooting, and after factoring in the judgment of the 2 Imperial operators monitoring the match, the referee panel had determined that Ling Lan had fired a total of 52 shots in the end. Xiao Ting's desire to attack was overwhelming. As soon as the match began, he pulled away at top speed, and when he had gained enough distance, he immediately used 2 advanced techniques to finish off his opponent. This match broke the record for the shortest time taken by a long-range operator to end a fight. Long-range operators were unlike close combat operators who could clash at the first instant to decide the outcome. They needed to first pull a certain distance away before they could carry out their attacks. This also resulted in the time needed for a long-range operator to finish a match being longer than that needed by a close combat operator. Even such an outstanding long-range ace operator as Xiao Ting, who was ahead above most others, would never be able to compete against the record time of a close combat operator in defeating an opponent. However, all of this was not enough to affect Xiao Ting from being the most popular contestant in this tournament. Even though Ling Lan had managed to obtain the excellent results of 52 shots, she was outshined instantly by this new time record of Xiao Ting's. Ling Lan was extremely pleased by this outcome. She suddenly found that this serious competitiveness of Xiao Ting was actually pretty good for her. At critical moments, he could totally become her shield to deflect attention, allowing her to hide behind him. Perhaps, I can try provoking Xiao Ting a bit more. And let him perform a little better. Ling Lan stroked her jaw as she thought to herself. The First Men's Military Academy defeated Jingan in 3 straight matches, letting them move on into the tentative top 4. Meanwhile, at the same time, the 3 other Mecca fights to determine the top 4 were being held at 3 other Mecca combat fields. After Ling Lan and the others had stared for a period of time at the large screen backstage, they received news on it that the first co-ed military academy had also defeated their opponent to become the 2nd to enter the tentative top 4. This was closely followed by the 3rd Men's Military Academy's advancement. The difference between the 2 academies' victories was only about 2 to 3 minutes. The battle for the final slot into the tentative top 4 was rather intense. Since the 2nd Men's Military Academy had lost prematurely and was not part of the top 8 this year, this had caused the initial solid past rankings of the top 4 to lose one of its corners. This also pitted the original number 5, Qiguang, and number 7, Yao Huang, against each other. Neither side was willing to give up on this chance to progress. The round was fought till the final 5th match. In the end, the 5th ranking Qiguang won by a slim margin by the referee panel's ruling to advance into the tentative top 4. After the top 8 military academies had fought, the 2 resurrected academies, the 2nd Men's Military Academy and the Federal Defense Military Academy, respectively challenged the initially 9th and 8th rank schools. Having already lost one round previously, the second men's military academy was no longer as arrogant and conceited as it had been at the start. In order to guarantee their victory, they had cautiously chosen to challenge the weakest academy among their available opponents, the ranked 9th military academy which they had the most confidence to defeat. It should be said that Jiang Xiaoyu's re-entry had caused the second men's military academy's strength to rise on a vertical axis. Fighting as a resurrected wildcard, they quickly defeated the 9th-ranking military academy in 3 straight matches to replace the other in the top 8. Meanwhile, the Federal Defense Military Academy clashed with the original 8th-ranking academy, but they were not as lucky. After 5 tough matches, they had still been defeated in the end. And so, the defeated Federal Defense Military Academy and the initial 9th-ranking academy that had been defeated by the second men's military academy would be fighting next for the 9th and 10th position in the rankings of this tournament. If there were no surprises, these 2 schools which were ranked 9th and 10th in previous tournaments as well would retain their original rankings. This was still an acceptable outcome for both military academies. Meanwhile, at this time, the second men's military academy which had been resurrected joined the other 3 schools which had lost to the tentative top 4 academies. Just as with those other academies, they now had a chance to challenge one of the top 4. The former 8th-ranking school which had been defeated by the first co-ed military academy naturally chose to challenge the 5th-ranking academy. Among the tentative top 4, they were the comparatively weakest one. However, even though the 5th rank strength was weaker than that of the 1st Men's Military Academy, the 3rd Men's Military Academy, and the 1st Co-ed Military Academy, the academy was still not weak enough for the 8th rank to overcome. After fighting 4 matches, the 5th rank had already managed to win 3 matches, securing their position in the top 4. Immediately after was the 7th ranks challenge. Aside from being unable to challenge the opponent which had already defeated them, the 5th-ranking military academy, all the other military academies in the top 4 were viable options. After some consideration, the 7th rank chose to challenge the 3rd Men's Military Academy. Of the remaining 3 academies they could pick, the 3rd Men's Military Academy was undoubtedly the weakest one should always choose the softest bone to chew on. However, the 7th rank still lost their challenge. The 3rd Men's Military Academy may not have an ace operator holding the fort like with the 1st Men's Military Academy, the 2nd Men's Military Academy, and the 1st Co-ed Military Academy, but their 5 representative Mecca operators were all equally powerful, all of them at the peak of special class. The 7th rank still was not strong enough to snatch 3 matches from these 5 opponent members. Next, the 6th-ranking Jinggan Military Academy which had been defeated by the 1st Men's Military Academy chose to challenge the 5th-ranking academy. The 2 schools were very close in ranking, and their strength levels were extremely similar as well. Perhaps feeling repressed from being bullied by the 1st Men's Military Academy earlier, the Jinggan Military Academy exploded with great ferocity, struggling against the opponent for all 5 matches to finally wrest victory from the jaws of the opponent. They won their 3rd match by a narrow margin and successfully replaced their opponent in the tentative top 4. However, their luck ended there. The resurrected 2nd Men's Military Academy chose to challenge them immediately after. Perhaps Jinggan had used up all their strength in the previous challenge round, or perhaps they lost confidence at the thought of facing the 2nd Men's Military Academy which had the ace operator Jiang Xiaoyu leading them. In this matchup, Jinggan lost to the 2nd Men's Military Academy in 3 straight matches. The 2nd Men's Military Academy efficiently dispatched the Jinggan Military Academy and took their place in the tentative top 4. With that, all the matches in the morning were done. The official top 4 had been decided. They were still the same few schools who had dominated the past tournaments, unshakable by thunder or lightning 3. They were respectively the 1st Men's Military Academy, the 2nd Men's Military Academy, the 3rd Men's Military Academy, and the 1st Co-ed Military Academy. After a short break at noon, the matches resumed in the afternoon. At this time, whether it was the live audience on Planet Chiming or the rest of the Federation public who were at home watching the live broadcast, all of their attention was on the combat field. They were all eagerly anticipating the upcoming semi-finals and finals. The feelings of the four academies waiting backstage for the final matchup list to be revealed were all different. The 5 members of the first men's military academy were as steady as Mount Tai, extremely at ease. No matter which opponent they drew, they had the confidence to defeat them and advance to the finals. As for the other 3 academies, they were all plagued with worry at the moment. Their greatest concern was, of course, meeting the first men's military academy early. Leaving aside the fact that the first academy had the publicly acknowledged number 1 of all the military academies, the ace operator Xiao Ting, below him, there was still Xiao Jun, who had managed to force a draw against the ace operator Jiang Xiaoyu, Ling Lan, who had perfect basic controls, created a new personal name technique, and achieved an almost perfect shot count, Mu Xiaoyu, who had already achieved the peak of special class, as well as Han Yu, who was still able to overpower 80%. Of the special class operators in this tournament despite being slightly weaker than his teammates. Not a single one of them would be easy to handle. All 3 schools knew that if they were to encounter the first men's military academy in the semi-finals, that would certainly spell tragedy for them. And even if they managed to crunch down this hard rock by some lucky fluke and advance to the finals, they would definitely be too exhausted to compete with their opponent in the finals. Some members of these respective academies even began praying silently that any passing gods or spirits would help them out. Please, please, please do not let them meet the first men's military academy in the semi-finals. No matter how worried they were, the destined time would come eventually. One academy was destined to become the sacrifice on the first academy's altar this round. When the final matchup listings appeared on the large screen, the third men's military academy could only bemoan their horrible luck this year. Actually already matched up against the killer first men's military academy in the semi-finals. Ling Lan and her team continued to use the same method, playing rock, paper, scissors to decide their lineup. This time, Han Yu finally achieved a revolution 4 and snatched up the right to fight first. Mu Xiaoyu also performed well, nabbing the second slot following Han Yu, while Xiao Jun would be fighting third. In the final showdown between Xiao Ting and Ling Lan, Xiao Ting managed to narrowly beat out Ling Lan to obtain the rights to fight fourth. Hence, Ling Lan could only resign herself to being the last to fight, holding the fort for her team. In reality, Ling Lan and the rest all knew that Han Yu's chances were not good in the first fight. After all, his opponent was also a long-range fighter who was already at the peak of special class, which was a small rank higher than Han Yu's own realm. Unless Han Yu managed a sudden breakthrough during the fight, there was almost no chance of him winning the match. In spite of this, Xiao Ting, Ling Lan, and the rest of the team still entrusted their hopes to Han Yu, wishing he would perform well in his fight. However, hopes were just hopes in the end. Reality was harsh and cruel. Han Yu was suppressed by his opponent from the very start of the match. Both combatants being long-range fighters, Han Yu was so outclassed that he could only exhaust himself running around the field with no way of even fighting back. Still, this was also the match that showed the audience how skillful Han Yu was in evasion maneuvers. Despite being chased around so badly by the opponent only managed to land a handful of effective attacks on him. One attacking while the other dodged, the two fighters eventually used up all of the time allocated for the match. Unsurprisingly, Han Yu lost due to a lower points total than his opponent at the end. Han Yu knew very well what the outcome would be even before the referee panel made their call. After greeting Ling Lan and the others when he returned, he shuffled off to sit in a corner, staring soullessly into the distance. Even though Han Yu's personality was a little irritating, Xiao Ting and the others could see that, other than those first few matches where he had performed badly due to looking down on his opponent, he had always tried his best after that whenever it was his turn to fight. This included this last match. Although he had still been defeated in the end, Han Yu had still managed to last till the time limit ran out with a handicap of being one rank weaker than his opponent. It was clear to see how resilient he was and how hard he was trying. Thus, when Han Yu behaved oddly after returning, Xiao Jun and Mu Xiaoyu were rather worried. As Mu Xiaoyu had to prepare to fight next, he could only push aside his concern for the moment, boarding his mecha to make some final adjustments. Xiao Jun hesitated for a moment, but then walked over to Han Yu's side. He wanted to ask him how he was doing. After all, he had worked under Han Yu for 4 years before this. Even though their relationship had been more one of mutually using one another, they had still been working together for a long time. There was some bond there, so he should still check in on the other for a bit. Xiao Jun had just reached out to shake the other when another hand acted faster than his. Before he could even touch Han Yu, that hand grabbed hold of Xiao Jun's wrist. Xiao Jun felt his hand go numb, and his hand was rendered immobile. He turned his head in shock, only to see that the one who had stopped him was in fact Boss Lan. "That fight just now has inspired Regiment Commander Han," said Ling Lan as she released Xiao Jun's hand. Xiao Jun was astonished. "Boss Lan, are you saying that Han Yu has received some insight?" Even though Xiao Jun asked this question, he did not expect to receive an answer. This was because he knew that Ling Lan would never lie. If Boss Lan said Han Yu was processing some insight, then Han Yu was most certainly in the process of enlightenment. Right then, Xiao Jun could not help but feel envy-jealousy hate stir in his heart towards Han Yu. How blessed was he to gain this opportunity for insight. Xiao Jun thought of himself and was instantly tearing up inside. Why couldn't he be that lucky? Every day yearning for an epiphany yet never ever receiving one, that solid barrier blocking him from advancing to ace level all this time, when would it loosen up? Knowing now that Han Yu was busy with his insights, Xiao Jun did not try to disturb him anymore. 15 minutes later, it was Mu Xiaoyu's turn to take the field. For the second match, both mecha which took to the field were balanced special class mecha. The two contestants had also participated previously in the single mecha combat event, both having managed to make their way into the top 16 there. With roughly equivalent strength levels, it was possible for either side to win. The First Men's Military Academy attached great importance to this match. If they lost another match, the situation would be grim for them. There would be no room at all for error in the following 3 matches. On their end, the Third Men's Military Academy viewed this match with even more importance. If they managed to win this match as well, their chances of advancing to the finals would be significantly increased. As long as there was a chance, no one would be willing to give up, and the Third Men's Military Academy was no exception. As both contestants were balanced mecha operators, the audience began guessing before the match began. What mode of attack would the two choose? Would it be long range or close combat? Or perhaps first close combat then long range? At the instant the referee swung his green flag, the two mecha leapt out like tigers out of cages, charging ferociously at the opponent. In unplanned unison, both fighters had chosen close combat. With a clang, the weapons in their hands clashed. There were 2 major types of attack weapons. One was energy-type weapons like beam sabers, while the other was traditional cold weapons. When both combatants chose to engage in close range, the weapons they chose was also exactly the same, traditional cold weapons. As soon as the match began, the series of movements both mecha made, from drawing the cold weapons from their backs to clashing violently against each other, were a blur in the eyes of the audience. Many of the spectators were yelling in excitement, awed at the shocking speed of both fighters' operations. Of course, these only applied to the average audience members. Those truly top-class operators were completely calm in comparison. Although the operations of both the fighters on the field were a little better than the average mecha operator, this display was still not enough to amaze them. Only something like Ling Lan's on-the-line operation could move them. Clang! 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 On the field, the two combatants were attacking each other fervently. The noise of clashing cold weapons rang out again and again. This intense scene left the audience staring with wide eyes, afraid that they might miss the definitive moment when the outcome would be determined if they even blinked. Backstage, Xiao Ting, Ling Lan, and Xiao Jun stood to the right of the large screen, opposite the Third Men's Military Academy members who were standing to the left of the screen. They were staring intently at the video feed being played on the screen, mentally analyzing the winning chances of both sides. After staring at the screen for a long time, Xiao Jun felt that his eyes were a little dry and aching. He reeled in his gaze, planning to take a break, and this was when he saw that Ling Lan actually had her eyes closed. He instantly blurted out in surprise, "Boss Lan, you aren't watching." Xiao Jun's question drew Xiao Ting's attention and made him turn his gaze around to look at Ling Lan as well. His eyes were questioning too. Ling Lan replied evenly, "It's nothing much. I just feel that Regiment Commander Mu will win and so did not continue to watch." Ling Lan's words made the members of the 3rd Men's Military Academy across from them glare angrily at her. The fighting on the field was clearly on equal ground right now, and that punk actually dared to conclude that they would lose just like that. This was really testing their tolerance. If not for the fact that they were not allowed to fight backstage, they would definitely have charged over to teach that punk with that irresponsible mouth a hard lesson. The members of the 3rd Men's Military Academy fumed to themselves. They did not know that this rather cold-looking and somewhat unremarkable punk was actually a super strong fighter with physical skills already at the domain level. If they knew, they probably would not have dared to have such thoughts. It could only be said that ignorance breeds fearlessness. Ling Lan's words made Xiao Jun's eyes light up. In the Ling Tian battle clan, Ling Lan had never ever said anything useless. Since Boss Lan said Regiment Commander Mu would win, then he was certain to win. Here was yet another person who had been successfully hoodwinked by Ling Lan. In contrast, Ling Lan's explanation left Xiao Ting blinking blankly. He peered dubiously at Ling Lan, unsure whether Ling Lan was just saying this to deal a mental blow to their opponents backstage, or if she truly felt that Mu Xiaoyu would win. Xiao Ting looked back at the large screen skeptically. On the field, the two contestants were still fighting on equal ground. Anyone could win, anyone could lose. He really could not see any sign that Mu Xiaoyu was going to win yet. Xiao Ting carried this sense of uncertainty as he continued to watch the fight unfold. 50 moves went by, then 100 moves. When the fight was close to 150 moves, finally, the opponent made a mistake. Mu Xiaoyu did not let this opportunity slip by. A round of forceful attacks instantly beat the opponent into a defensive position with no more room to fight back. This scene left Xiao Ting gaping in astonishment as he turned to look at Ling Lan. "You really saw this coming?" Ling Lan glanced at Xiao Ting and said calmly, "How could that be possible? It was just a random comment." No matter how heaven-defying her innate talent of profound insight was, it still could not help her see the outcome of a close fight like this more than 100 moves before the deciding moment. She had only felt that Mu Xiaoyu had been radiating an extremely tenacious fighting spirit when he had left for the field. With that attitude, it would be hard for him to lose. A random comment? "Boss Lan, that's too irresponsible of you." Xiao Jun was crying inside when he heard these words. Mind you, when he had first heard what Ling Lan had said, he had really believed in it. Even being so accurate with just a random comment. Xiao Ting did not believe it. Ling Lan glanced coldly at Xiao Ting and said sarcastically, "Could it be that you want Regiment Commander Mu to lose?" This question stabbed deep into Xiao Ting, leaving him speechless. That was true. They couldn't very well disparage themselves and say one of their own would lose, right? Annoyed, Xiao Ting turned back to look at the large screen, mentally berating himself for being so careless that he was fooled by Ling Lan. Even as they were talking, the fight on the field was reaching its end. Mu Xiaoyu launched into another round of powerful attacks, striking the body of the opponent's Mecca repeatedly, instantly reducing the opponent's points to 0. When the field referee received the judgment of the referee panel, he decisively stopped the match. Mu Xiaoyu obtained the victory for this match, and the overall score was now 1-1. The leading team leader of the 3rd Men's Military Academy, that is, the strongest of the 5 representing members, could only shake his head at the outcome. It was a pity his teammate had made some mistakes that he shouldn't have, allowing the opponent to grab hold of the opening to win the match. If not for that, the outcome of this match would probably only have been decided when the time ran out. He glanced over at the 3 representatives of the 1st Men's Military Academy who had yet to fight and clenched his teeth. He would be the one to fight in the next match, and he hoped that the 1st Men's Military Academy would not be sending out Xiao Ting. As the lineup of the First Men's Military Academy was extremely bizarre with no logic to be found behind its arrangement, it was impossible to deduce what the opponent's final lineup would be. He had decided to place himself for the third match largely because he was betting that the opponent would not send Xiaoting out to fight among the first three. That way, they would be able to directly win 3 matches to advance to the finals. At this thought, the team leader once again thought to himself what a pity it was. If they had only won the second match, then he would have the confidence to win the third match as long as his opponent was not Xiaoting. Leader, the contestant for the third match from the First Men's Military Academy has come out. It's Xiao Jun. The super substitute on the Third Men's Military Academy side who would likely have no chance to fight had been observing the First Men's Military Academy all this while. When he saw Xiao Jun board his mecha in the final 10 minutes before the fight to calibrate his mecha, his expression shifted and he immediately alerted his team leader. So it's him. The leader's face turned serious. Even though he was confident that he could win against any of the others aside from Xiaoting, among the remaining 4, Xiao Jun was the one he was most wary of. He had not forgotten how Xiao Jun had succeeded in forcing a draw with the ace operator Jiang Xiaoyu in the single mecha combat event. Although there had been an element of luck involved there, Xiao Jun's own solid mecha control skills were also one of the reasons for his success. Perhaps that Ling Lan would have been easier to deal with. The team leader thought to himself with some regret. However, his morose mood soon shifted into happiness. His matchup against Xiao Jun was actually very advantageous to their Third Men's Military Academy. As long as he defeated Xiao Jun, no matter which of his 2 remaining teammates was matched against Ling Lan later, there would be hope of victory. Though that Ling Lan had been able to successfully add some flair to the basic techniques, successfully defeating opponent after opponent, those victories had all been achieved through some element of surprise. His opponents had only lost due to being caught off guard. If one was on guard against them, could these basic techniques triumph over advanced techniques? Especially if it came to those special class techniques which were even one level higher than that. At this thought, a smile appeared on the team leader's face. He could almost see the scene where they successfully advanced to the finals. With regards to the lineup arrangement this time, the heavens were undoubtedly on their side. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoting saw the team leader of the Third Men's Military Academy boarding his mecha and his expression shifted. Who'd have expected it to be him? Zhou Chaoling won. Xiaoting had a very deep impression of Zhou Chaoling. The First Men's Military Academy had once had a practice spar with the Third Men's Military Academy, and back then, Xiaoting had led the Leitang Mecha clan against the Mecca clan led by the other in a team battle. At that time, he had already been a special class operator for quite a long time, while Zhou Chaoling had only just advanced to special class operator level. By all accounts, a special class operator who had just advanced should show some signs of instability every so often while operating his special class mecha. However, the other had not seemed to have this problem. His controls were so stable that he did not seem like a newly advanced special class operator, instead appearing extremely solid and reliable. What was even more memorable for Xiaoting was Zhou Chaoling's composure and self-assuredness. Even though he had clearly known back then that he was no match for Xiaoting, he had not lost his mental balance. Throughout the entire fight, his calm heart had allowed him to make almost no mistakes. In the end, if not for Zhou Chaoling's realm being a little lacking, leaving him unable to accurately determine the exact target point of Xiaoting's sure-kill technique, Xiaoting was unsure whether he would have been able to win that spar. In Xiaoting's opinion, if Zhou Chaoling had been able to advance to ace level before the Grand Mecca tournament, the opponent he most worried about in this tournament would probably not be Lin Xiao of the First Co-ed Military Academy but this Zhou Chaoling instead. The change in Xiaoting's complexion was noticed by Ling Lan. A thought stirred, and she quietly instructed Little Four to look up the detailed data on Xiao Jun's opponent. She swiftly browsed through it and, seeing his achievements all these years, her countenance slowly turned grim. What a truly troublesome opponent. Mu Xiaoyu, who had been in a state of excitement ever since the end of his fight, also saw Zhou Chaoling boarding his mecha in the opponent's area. Without a doubt, he would be the third person to fight. Mu Xiaoyu's heart sank and his mood instantly fell. Moodily, he said, F***ck, why is it him? Xiao Jun's luck is really too horrible. Some information appeared in Mu Xiaoyu's mind. Zhou Chaoling, Special Class Operator, Peak, 5th rank in single mecha combat, team leader of the 3rd Men's Military Academy. Xiao Jun is not necessarily going to lose. As Qiao Ting said this, he sent a pointed look at Ling Lan. His gaze was clearly telling Ling Lan that one should leave some wiggle room when speaking and not act as if one knew everything with full confidence and mislead others. It looked like he still could not let go of how he had been fooled by Ling Lan during Mu Xiaoyu's match. Ling Lan's lips quirked up almost imperceptibly, and with a lift of her brow, a powerful surge of domineering presence swept towards Qiao Ting. With conviction, she said, Xiao Jun will win. As Xiao Jun's boss, even if the final outcome was a complete and utter mess of a defeat, at this moment, she would still firmly support her follower. As soon as Ling Lan's force of presence spread out, Qiao Ting's force of presence was triggered as well. The two powerful forces pushed against each other between the two of them. Mu Xiaoyu, who was standing in that vicinity, quickly stepped away, face paling slightly. He stared at the two equally powerful people before him and felt a little crestfallen. He had initially thought that one Qiao Ting was already a rare one-in-a-century prodigy. Who could have guessed that a junior 3 years younger than him would be able to match Qiao Ting so closely? Mu Xiaoyu believed that, based on Ling Lan's outstanding control skills, he would have no trouble at all advancing to ace level while he was still in the academy. The only question was whether he would advance in his 4th year like Qiao Ting, or would it happen in his 5th year? Mu Xiaoyu never even considered whether it could be in his 3rd year because he did not think someone could do what even General Ling Xiao had not been able to achieve. This once again proved that Ling Xiao had already become a legend under the Federation military's purposeful branding and promotion. Qiao Ting and Ling Lan were still very rational and knew how to restrain themselves. After a brief clash, their forces of presences were swiftly reeled back and tucked away. Meanwhile, at this time, Xiao Jun's fight was about to kick off. From his Mecca's viewing screen, Xiao Jun saw that his opponent was Zhou Chaoling and he was thoroughly excited. What this fellow Xiao Jun loved most was to fight against expert fighters. He felt that only by fighting against other experts would he be able to more quickly raise his own strength. He was also not afraid of losing, believing that failure was the mother of success. As long as he learned from the cumulative experiences of these failures, he would one day win everything back. Therefore, he was not at all afraid of fighting with an ace operator. Even though he knew that he was sure to lose, he would still fight a great and vigorous battle. Even if he lost, he still wanted to leave some mark on his opponent. This was another reason why he had managed to force a draw with Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiao Jun and Zhou Chaoling were both close combat type special class operators who operated close combat mecha. Everyone knew that this match was sure to be like the second match, an intense close combat match. Compared to long-range combat which really tested the operator's skills and tactics, close combat was undoubtedly much more straightforward and exciting to watch, better able to work up the audience. Therefore, even before the match had begun, the audience was already getting pumped up in their seats. Immediately after the referee swung his green flag down, Xiao Jun and Zhou Chaoling instantly clashed. Right at this moment, the calmer members of the audience could see the difference between this match and Mu Xiaoyu's. Both matches had been close combat matches, and the fighters in both matches had also started right off by drawing the cold weapons from the secured docks at their backs to clash with each other. However, the time Xiao Jun and Zhou Chaoling used was even shorter. Some of the audience with weaker vision did not even manage to catch when they had moved. Clang! The collision of the cold weapons caused a loud noise, sending out countless sparks at the same time. The sheer volume of the sound almost deafened the audience sitting right at the front. The fearsome power clash in a true close combat match was not something balanced mecha could truly demonstrate. Only close combat mecha could truly reach this level of ferocity. Just this one clash had shown everyone the clear difference. Boom! Xiao Jun and Zhou Chaoling's fearsome power which could rip each other apart worked up the already immensely excited audience even further. No longer able to control themselves, they shouted loudly, cheering for both mecha operators on the field. Equally matched. Backstage, Mu Xiaoyu was staring intently at the large screen. When he saw this scene, he could not help but yell excitedly. In terms of power, Xiao Jun had not lost to the opponent. Both of them have displayed the greatest power value of close combat mecha. In terms of operation, Xiao Jun has not lost. The austerity in Xiao Ting's face eased slightly. Initially, he had been worrying that Xiao Jun would lose out to the opponent by a hair in terms of operation, but now from the looks of it, he had been worrying too much. Ling Lan, however, was frowning. This frown was extremely subtle, so subtle that no one had noticed it, thinking that Ling Lan was just wearing her typical ice block face. "Boss, you've noticed it too. The power Xiao Jun is pulling out from his mecha is 30 knots too less than his opponent." On the mecha combat field, there were all sorts of high-tech instruments which would collect data on every move of the two mecha on the field and send it over to the referee panel to be used as evidence for their judgments. Little Four had hidden a clone of himself there so that as soon as any new information appeared, he would be able to receive it at first notice. "How high have they reached in terms of power?" asked Ling Lan. "Zhou Chaoling, 1857 knots, Xiao Jun, 1827 knots. After calculating based on the power formula conversion, after 37 moves, the arms of Xiao Jun's mecha will be afflicted with some wear and tear issues due to this power difference. With further clashes, the abrasion will become worse and may damage the body of the mecha." Little Four was very responsible. Not only did he tell Ling Lan the gap between the two fighters' power output, but he had also calculated the problem that would eventually arise from it. Before his mecha's body is ruined, how many moves can he hold out for, approximately, asked Ling Lan. "In theory, at most 93 moves, but in reality, this number might be reduced by about 10 moves, said Little Four somewhat uncertainly after some calculations. In other words, Xiao Jun only has 83 moves to find an opening. Ling Lan's expression turned solemn. She had not expected this Zhou Chaoling to have concealed his strength so well, thus being overlooked by everyone. In fact, the level of his mecha operation was just a line away from that of an ace operator's. If Xiao Jun wanted to win, he would have to do so before his mecha was destroyed. That meant that he would need to find an opening to KO his opponent within 83 moves. Only by KOing the opponent would he be able to win. Gaining the upper hand in 83 moves would not be of any use. Once Xiao Jun's mecha started malfunctioning, an experienced special class operator like Zhou Chaoling would never let this kind of opportunity slip by. Of course, this also required Xiao Jun to notice the problem before his mecha actually began to malfunction. Otherwise, if he waited till the time his mecha blared an alarm, the damage would have already become fact. Xiao Jun would have no way to do anything about the situation. On the field, Xiao Jun was still clashing violently with the opponent. At first, he did not notice anything amiss, thinking that he was fighting on even ground with the opponent, but with each succeeding collision, Xiao Jun slowly began to sense that something was not right. After each collision, the two fighters would always be repelled back by the resulting concussive force generated between them. At first, Xiao Jun had been sent back about the same distance as the opponent, but this distance slowly grew. After about 50 moves, the distance Xiao Jun was repelled back each time had exceeded his opponent's by over 2 to 3 meters. At this time, how could Xiao Jun still not realize? In this clash of sheer power, he had lost to the opponent. At this moment, he suddenly recalled something that had happened when he had been sparring with Boss Lan. A jolt of fear coursed through his heart and cold sweat immediately sprang out on his forehead. He immediately commanded his AI, saying, "Dawn Light 3, conduct a quick check on the mecha's condition." Clang! The two fighters once again clashed in mid-air, and this time, Xiao Jun was pushed back even further. The cold sweat on Xiao Jun's forehead pooled together to flow down his face in rivulets. He anxiously waited for his AI to respond while preparing himself for the next confrontation. Beep, check complete. Varying degrees of damage detected at the mecha's right shoulder, elbow, and wrist. The same areas on the left arm are also beginning to show similar signs of damage. Finally, after 5 seconds, his AI provided an answer. Just as he had predicted, the joint areas of his mecha's upper limbs were starting to show signs of wear and tear. Xiao Jun's heart sank and he asked, how many more moves can the mecha sustain? Dawn Light continued to calculate and was faster to respond this time, only taking 3 seconds. The theoretical estimate is approximately another 50 moves. 50 moves, eh? There's still time. After hearing his AI's answer, Xiao Jun's heart settled. Even though he was already stuck in this predicament, the situation was not so terrible yet that he had no recourse. As long as he could keep a level head, he would still have a chance. The average audience member still had not noticed that the situation was already unfavorable for Xiao Jun now. They still believed that the two fighters were tied in terms of strength, and that a proper final outcome would only be determined at the end of the match via referee panel decision. Some of the top-class mecha masters in the venue could see a little clearer, however. Notably, those of Imperial Operator level and above already had a pretty good grasp of the overall situation at this point. The Imperial Operator from the lawless lands hovering at high-altitude airspace to monitor the matches could not help but praise. I had originally thought that the one with the best basic controls is that Ling Lan, but that Zhou Xiaoling is surprisingly as good. His foundations are really solid. As long as nothing goes wrong, he's sure to win this match. His companion, however, was silent. The Imperial Operator was rather surprised by this and could not help calling out to him, Tian Xian, what's wrong? The Imperial Operator called Tian Xian heard his companion's call and immediately replied, Ren Ji, I just feel that Zhou Xiaoling's operation method seem very familiar. I'm trying to recall where I've seen it before. He had barely finished speaking when he suddenly seemed to have remembered. Ah, it's him. Who? Asked the Imperial Operator called Ren Ji. You've never met him before, but you should have heard of him. The bull, Zhou Yuanqing. Ren Ji's eyes lit up. One of the 28 constellations of the Federation Imperial Operators. With a wistful expression, Tian Xian said, 20 years ago, I heard he adopted a baby with extremely good talent potential. Looks like it's probably this Zhou Xiaoling. After repeating Zhou Xiaoling's name a few times, Tian Xian burst out laughing. What? Is there something wrong with this name? I think it's pretty nice. Ren Ji was left completely bewildered by his companion's sudden fit of laughter. He really could not see what was so funny about this name. Ha, the bull really knows how to hold a grudge. Even when naming his child, he did not forget to include a reminder to surpass General Ling Xiao for. The Imperial Operator called Tian Xian finally explained his fit of laughter. Zhou Yuanqing was from the same generation as Ling Xiao. Incredibly talented, and extremely outstanding, he should have been the focus of everyone's attention, but as luck would have it, there was Ling Xiao. All the talents of that generation had been overshadowed by the unbelievably aberrant talent of General Ling Xiao and so were never able to receive the fame they would have received otherwise. At this time, Ling Xiao, who was seated at the rostrum, had also found something familiar in Zhou Xiaoling's operation methods. A nostalgic smile appeared on his lips. He had not known that that rival who had been competing against him all this while had a descendant of his own now. Even more unexpected was the fact that their rivalry would actually reappear more than 20 years later. Even though Ling Lan and Zhou Xiaoling had not actually clashed personally yet, like him back then, Ling Lan had become the leader of the 1st Men's Military Academy contingent, while Zhou Xiaoling had also inherited his father's role to become the leader of the 3rd Men's Military Academy contingent, both of them fighting for the honor of their respective academies. Looks like Lan'er's teammate is going to have some trouble, thought Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew very well that no matter how many fancy advanced techniques a mecha operator used, the pressure heaped upon the opponent could never match the kind of pressure caused by simple movements that had been honed to such precision that they were impeccable. Both Zhou Yuanqing and Zhou Xiaoling were people with the latter operation style. In the past, Zhou Yuanqing had really given Ling Xiao a lot of trouble. Till today, Ling Xiao still did not want to ever fight Zhou Yuanqing again. In fact, Ling Xiao's own operation style also fell into this category. It was just that Zhou Yuanqing's style was characterized by its simplicity and clean practicality, while Ling Xiao's style leaned towards the graceful perfection of flowing water. Ling Lan had been influenced by Ling Xiao, so her operation style also had the same tendency. On the field, Xiao Jun's and Zhou Qiaoling's movements were extremely fast and fierce. In a very brief period of time, they had already exchanged another 6 blows. Xiao Jun still had not figured out how he could turn things around. How annoying. It wasn't that Xiao Jun did not want to change his movements and try something new, but the opponent was not giving him any chances to do so. Whenever he was about to try something, the opponent would leap forwards again. To avoid being pushed into a passive position, he had no choice but to dodge. Even though he knew clashing against the other forcefully was a problem, he could only grit his teeth and surge forwards. Toot, toot, toot. The AI of Xiao Jun's Mecca once again rang an alert. Right shoulder joint damage increased by 0.7%. Accumulated damage at 5.6%. From the initial 0.3%, the damage to his Mecca was increasing as the number of moves increased. He estimated that when the damage exceeded 10%, the rate of damage would accelerate further. He did not have much time left. Xiao Jun understood that if he continued to let the opponent drag things on like this, he was certain to lose. What should I do? What the hell should I do? Xiao Jun's mind was a muddled mess. The opponent was clearly not that strong, and his Mecca operation was just steady and unassuming. Although the techniques the opponent was using were also some advanced techniques, those techniques were not special ace-class techniques like the ones Qiao Ting and Lin Xiao had used, which dazzled the eyes and inspired envy. Some of the techniques used were even ones that were not as good as his own, but it was precisely these unassuming advanced techniques and unremarkable Mecca operation which were slowly destroying his Mecca bit by bit, pushing him into such a dire predicament. This situation, why does it feel a little familiar? Xiao Jun, don't panic. Think slowly. You still have time. Xiao Jun kept having the feeling that something was about to burst forth from his mind, but because he was just so anxious and tense, the thought was always just out of reach. Clang! Weapons clashed once again. Perhaps because Xiao Jun was rather distracted, his reaction time was slower by a beat. The area where his weapon and the opponent's met was not the position with the most of his force behind it. After the powerful collision, Xiao Jun was sent flying back 3 meters further than before. Xiao Jun, what are you thinking? A cold huff roared through Xiao Jun's mind. Ling Xiao, who had initially been leaning easily against the back of his chair, suddenly sat up straight. He quickly sent out a burst of spiritual power and then retracted it just as swiftly. At this moment, his back was already drenched with cold sweat. Ling Xiao had never expected that Ling Lan would be so audacious. Here in the tournament where countless masters were watching, she had actually dared to send a spiritual charge towards her currently fighting teammate. Luckily, he seemed to be the only one who had sensed it, and he had also quickly sent out a surge of spiritual power of his own as cover-up. Even if anyone sensed anything, they would just think that he was the one behind the charge, although this would tarnish his image somewhat since this action could after all be mistakenly construed as cheating. Still, compared to his daughter being exposed, Ling Xiao would rather accept this kind of disreputable label. Sure enough, his daughter was here to collect debts. Even as Ling Xiao sighed, he complied willingly. Ling Xiao's strange behavior was noticed by Lan Luofong sitting beside him. She turned her head to cast a questioning look at him. Seeing this, Ling Xiao pressed down gently on Lan Luofeng's hand. Lan Luofong understood implicitly that this was not the time to ask questions, so with a soft smile, she turned her head around to resume watching the match. On this end, Ling Xiao was helping to wipe up after Ling Lan, while on another end, after Ling Lan had blasted out that spiritual charge, her complexion became very pale. To penetrate the defenses of the cockpit, Ling Lan's spiritual charge had used up almost 9 layers of her spiritual power. Xiao Jun, the rest is up to you now, thought Ling Lan. Due to his operation error, Xiao Jun had been sent flying back much further than his opponent. With this, even the regular audience member could now tell that something was not right. Just now. I wasn't mistaken, right? Xiao Jun is at a disadvantage now. The audience members could not help but rub at their eyes. They were having trouble wrapping their minds around it. Xiao Jun was someone who had forced the ace operator Jiang Xiaoyu to a draw. Someone able to force a draw with an ace actually not being able to beat a special class operator. Perhaps this special class operator was special. Some of the more anxious among the audience struggled with this point, and so they immediately began looking up information on Zhou Chaoling. They found that he was actually the 5th rank holder of the single Mecca combat event, just 1 rank behind Xiao Jun first. Dearie, just how low-key and unassuming were you that even your excellent results in ranking 5th were overlooked by the audience? The audience's faces were filled with disbelief as they looked over this information. They had not expected that such a top master had been hiding right under their noses, stronger than even Xiao Jun, whom they had assumed was the strongest special class operator in this tournament. They then found the details on Zhou Chaoling's performance during the single Mecca combat event. When they learned that he had lost to the number 1 Xiao Ting, which was why he had not been able to advance into the top 4, they could only sigh at his bad luck. If he had been as lucky as Xiao Jun and had been arranged into that segment with no ace operators, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Whether or not Xiao Jun could have nabbed 3rd place in that situation was questionable. Xiao Jun's error in the fight caused 2 distinctly different atmospheres to appear among the 2 military academies backstage. The 3rd Men's Military Academy was naturally overjoyed. If their team leader defeated Xiao Jun, they would only have to defeat that Ling Lan as well to advance to the finals. Who said that their 3rd Men's Military Academy was just an accessory? As long as they had equivalent strength among their members, so what if their opponent had an ace operator? So what if the opponent had the number 1 strongest in their ranks? The 3 people on the 1st Men's Military Academy side were also watching the fight closely. Other than Ling Lan being cold-faced as usual, Xiao Ting and Mu Xiaoyu's expressions had turned extremely grim when they witnessed Xiao Jun's error. Mu Xiaoyu was even wringing his hands in agitation, and then he turned to ask Xiao Ting uneasily, "Is Xiao Jun really out of options?" Xiao Ting did not reply, but his tightly knitted eyebrows were proof that he was not optimistic about Xiao Jun's chances. Zhou Chaoling was a very cautious and meticulous person. It was practically impossible to hope for him to make a mistake, but for Xiao Jun to rest free of this predicament on his own, Xiao Ting felt that it would be very difficult. Not receiving an answer from Xiao Ting, Mu Xiaoyu found his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Ling Lan, in hopes that Ling Lan would be able to give him some confidence. After all, Xiao Jun was a member of Ling Tian now. Fully preoccupied with seeking comfort, Mu Xiaoyu did not notice Ling Lan's unusual pallor, which made the latter seem even colder than usual. Sensing Mu Xiaoyu's gaze, Ling Lan opened her initially closed eyes and said calmly, "Xiao Jun still has a chance." She had already done what she could, the seed was already planted. Whether or not it would sprout smoothly in this match would all depend on Xiao Jun's comprehension. Ling Lan's words made Mu Xiaoyu's heart settle, and he turned back to continue watching the match on the screen intently. Right then, Mu Xiaoyu was not aware of how Ling Lan had been able to calm him with just one simple declaration. Unconsciously, he had already acknowledged Ling Lan's status and had given the other his trust. At this moment, after hearing that cold huff, Xiao Jun's vision turned blurry, and when he could see clearly again, he had already arrived at a sealed mecha combat room. What's going on? Xiao Jun was stunned. Wasn't I fighting in a mecha combat competition? Why am I here? Also, that voice just now really sounded like Boss Lan. Just when Xiao Jun thought of Boss Lan, an extremely familiar mecha appeared in the combat room. It was precisely that close combat ace mecha which Ling Lan operated. Boss Lan, what are you doing here? And why are you using an ace mecha? Didn't you say that you wanted to hide properly? Asked Xiao Jun, concerned. He was in full agreement with Ling Lan's decision to conceal her full strength. He really could not imagine what kind of uproar it would cause if the world knew that there was someone who had broken Ling Xiao's record and had become an ace operator in their second year. With the exception of those little companions of hers who had grown up alongside her, Ling Lan had told all the other friends who had joined them afterwards that she had only advanced to ace level in her second year too. He could even predict that an incident like the air invasion of the military academy would happen once again, not to mention all the assassins that would be sent over from the various nations. Unfortunately, Ling Lan did not react or respond to Xiao Jun's questions. Instead, she charged at Xiao Jun ferociously, slashing at Xiao Jun with her sword. Xiao Jun hurriedly operated his mecha to dodge the attack, but how could he move faster than Ling Lan? The sword struck the body of his mecha forcefully, and the massive force behind the blow sent his mecha hurtling back to crash heavily against the hard walls of the combat room, which he then bounced off to slam into the ground. Xiao Jun felt pain throughout his whole body and nausea churned in his chest. There was also a bloody taste in his mouth, making him feel rather ill. Before Xiao Jun could pry himself off the ground, a forceful swirl of wind came rushing at him. With a rapid flying side kick, Ling Lan sent Xiao Jun flying through the air once again. Chain combo. Xiao Jun was thrown into the air, and Ling Lan piloted her mecha close after him. The cold weapon in her hand struck Xiao Jun's mecha without any hesitation. 1, 2, 3, 4. The powerful impact made Xiao Jun spit out a mouthful of blood, and he pressed down desperately on the call button to shout, "Boss Lan, it's me. I'm Xiao Jun." This strength of Boss Lan was definitely not at the level of an ordinary spar. Boss Lan was completely coming at him with true force. If things continued this way, he would definitely die at Boss Lan's hands. This was not an outcome he could accept. Dying this way would be too worthless and a terrible shame. He would not accept it. "Xiao Jun, what are you thinking? Don't you know that, once we enter battle mode, no matter where or when, we are archenemies?" Ling Lan's icy voice rang out by Xiao Jun's ear once more, filled with fierce killing intent. Xiao Jun knew that Boss Lan was speaking from the heart at that moment. 5, 6. When Ling Lan counted to 6, the combo had finally ended. After taking Ling Lan's final hit, Xiao Jun's mecha plummeted into the ground as he spat out another mouthful of blood. He felt like he was going to die. He had always known that Boss Lan's combo could go on for more than 5 hits, but no one really knew how many exactly, the reason being that Boss Lan would never show it to her companions during bouts among themselves. He didn't understand why at the time. Instead, he believed that she was keeping it as a trump card, without wanting to reveal it. Now he understood that the reason why Boss Lan did not use it was because somebody would die the moment it was used. Xiao Jun thought he was going to draw his last breath, but unexpectedly his vitality was very strong. Despite being so close to death and in so much pain, he didn't faint and was able to survive. When Xiao Jun regained consciousness, he saw Ling Lan's figure, so tall and domineering as if looking down on the world. This made him feel like an insignificant ant ready for Ling Lan's executioner's blade. This feeling pained Xiao Jun's heart deeply and a strong sense of humiliation rushed to his head. He suddenly had an epiphany. It seemed like his abilities didn't even enter Boss Lan's eyes. He was probably only compelled to accept Xiao Jun into his battalion because of his old friendly Lan Luofong. He hadn't thought that he would one day need connections to get into a battalion because of his inadequate abilities. This humiliation made Xiao Jun almost bite off his tongue. "Oh!" Xiao Jun screamed angrily. "No, I will not allow anyone to look down on me. Even if I'm from a third-rate planet and not as talented as Qi Long, I will use my abilities to let Boss Lan know that other than him, I am the second strongest in the squadron. I will not lose to Qi Long." Xiao Jun's unwillingness to give up made him forget the immense pain. Piloting his mecha, he quickly sprang up to his feet. His left hand suddenly gripped his sword which was previously only held with his right. Wielding the sword with both hands, he abruptly directed it straight towards Ling Lan. Ling Lan had stopped attacking entirely after the 6 combo attack, merely watching coldly from the distance. Perhaps Ling Lan was being generous. It was because she thought that after the fifth hit, Xiao Jun would no longer be able to fight. When she saw Xiao Jun clenching his weapon readying for more, she swung the large sword in her right hand and said coldly, "Not going to give up. You want to fight back? That's too bad. You will never be on par with me." Xiao Jun didn't really hear what Ling Lan said. He just silently looked at his opponent, gripping his cold weapon. It seemed that after a single second, his flickering emotions became calm and at peace. Maybe Ling Lan was in his line of sight, or maybe she wasn't. He didn't hear, see, or feel anything, as if he had lost his five senses and turned into a statue. He began to forget who he was. His entire body and mind became unreactive, his mind finally going completely blank. Xiao Jun had entered a mysterious world of his own, and this seemed to only last for an instant, but also felt like thousands of years. Xiao Jun, who had gone into a meditative state, did not realize that the intensity of his aura was rising boundlessly. He moved, his fingers suddenly beginning to dance about. In the beginning, he could still see his fingers turning into afterimages, but afterwards even those afterimages had disappeared. Yes, that's right, Xiao Jun's fingers had vanished. It seemed that his fingers' speed had surpassed the limit of special-class Mecca operators, the level of shadow, and reached the level of void, which only ace operators could achieve. Xiao Jun's mecha shot towards Ling Lan like a cannonball. He yelled, "Chain combo!" Only chain combos could spell trouble for the formidable boss Lan, though, his chain combo could only go up to 4 hits. Whether he could manage the 5th hit depended on his condition, but this couldn't compare to boss Lan's 6-chain combo. However, this was his strongest attack. Xiao Jun knew very well that other high-level skills and special techniques would not affect boss Lan. Having battled with boss Lan so many times, what hadn't he used before? He still got beaten in the end, didn't he? "Come, let's go," called out Ling Lan upon seeing Xiao Jun executing his chain combo, and she operated her mecha to engage using a chain combo. Clang! 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 5 consecutive and loud sounds of cold weapons clashing rang out. Without thinking, Xiao Jun was even able to easily perform a 5-hit combo. He felt that this wasn't his limit and continued to move his fingers, and he managed to perform an unprecedented 6th strike. Clang! The 6th hit was successfully performed. Ling Lan also used her own 6th hit to block. But no, this wasn't his limit. Xiao Jun's fingers continued to operate without hindrance, as he performed his 7th combo hit. Boom! Xiao Jun's huge sword struck Ling Lan's mecha, sending it flying with a tumultuous force. Just when Xiao Jun wanted to follow up with an attack, his vision blurred and he returned back to the arena. That mysterious room disappeared along with boss Lan who he was in battle with. He only saw Zhou Chaoling on the opposite side who was preparing for the next round of attacks. Beep, beep, beep. The AI of Xiao Jun's mecha alerted him of the condition of the mecha. Damage to the joint on the right arm has increased by 1.6%. Now at a total of 11.3%. I see, the damage to the joint has already passed 10%. I can't waste any more time. Although Xiao Jun didn't really understand what had happened just now, he knew that he had achieved a breakthrough in that mind space. However, he didn't know whether it could be used in real combat. Xiao Jun's fingers moved similarly to how they did in the mind space, dancing around rapidly, changing from fingers clearly visible to afterimages, then from afterimages to complete disappearance. His mecha was previously holding the sword with both hands at the hilt, but suddenly its left hand moved up 1 meter. This stance resembled how Japanese samurai would hold their swords. However, the left hand of Xiao Jun's mecha was not holding the sword, but was making a fist to lock it in place. This change made the audience scream excitedly, "Xiao Jun is going to make a move." At that moment, almost every audience member knew that Xiao Jun was in trouble. If he wanted to change his fate, he needed to change. They were all waiting for Xiao Jun to change the pace, and now, their wait had paid off. Xiao Jun's odd way of handling the sword made Zhou Qiaoling freeze in place. He had initially wanted to go up to him and attack, but he suddenly slowed his advance. Being very careful, he decided to see how the situation played out and then decide how he would continue to fight. He already had the advantage. Zhou Qiaoling didn't want his opponent to get the upper hand because of his own carelessness. Just then, Xiao Jun's mecha suddenly began to charge forward. At maximum speed, his mecha appeared as though it was a beam of light, arriving before Zhou Qiaoling in an instant. That speed had reached the highest speed limit of a special class mecha, and this made Zhou Qiaoling fail to react in time. Zhou Qiaoling was not worried. He led his fingers into a swift dance, making his mecha dart around. His opponent was quick, not giving him enough time to accumulate power into his mecha. If he was to fight in this moment, he would be the one disadvantaged. Zhou Qiaoling wouldn't make the mistake of taking his opponent head-on. The two looked as though they were going to pass by each other after Zhou Qiaoling evaded Xiao Jun's sudden attack, but the left wrist of Xiao Jun's mecha suddenly twisted. The cold weapon of his mecha suddenly shifted from a slashing stance to a horizontal stabbing stance. Ah! This unforeseen change made the audience gasp. Just as Zhou Qiaoling was about to be struck by the large sword, he lived up to his name by easily operating his mecha despite the danger hanging over his head. While his fingers danced, the cold weapon in his mecha's hand blocked. Clang! There was a resonant clash. Zhou Qiaoling had managed to use the bottom of his sword to block the sudden stabbing attack from Xiao Jun. However, it was still blocked in a hurry, and so he could not neutralize the full force of Xiao Jun's attack. His mecha was sent flying by the stab, flying backwards at great speed. Because of this, however, Zhou Qiaoling was able to leave Xiao Jun's close combat range. This gave Zhou Qiaoling a short breather. However, it was too early for Zhou Qiaoling to feel relieved. As he started to think about balancing his mecha, he saw Xiao Jun's mecha turn ominously. It was able to neutralize the inertia, turning 90 degrees and heading directly for him. This made the audience cry out, many among them looking at Xiao Jun in shock. What was that move? How could he almost completely offset the inertia? Was this an invention of Xiao Jun? Could it be that another personal name technique had appeared? This also caused a brilliant gleam to flash in the eyes of Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the chairman's podium. He had already tried his best to develop this type of mecha movements which ignored inertia. Although he had made some progress, it had not become a systematic program. He hadn't thought that a cadet would make his theories into reality. Ling Xiao began to analyze Xiao Jun's movements mentally, where countless detailed data and information went through his mind. The gift of duplication was quite an anomaly. He only had to take one look and he would then be able to find the underlying key points. No longer troubled by inertia, Xiao Jun did not need time to recover anymore. Xiao Jun's next attack had already arrived before Zhou Qiaoling could balance his mecha. Mecha chain combo. Everyone all began cheering once Xiao Jun's attack began. They all knew that in 1-versus-1 battles, Lin Shiao from the 1st Co-ed Military Academy was able to successfully perform a 6-chain combo. How many hits, then, would this special class operator, Xiao Jun, be able to achieve? 3, 4, or 5 hits. No one thought he could manage to reach 6 hits because anything above the 5-hit chain combo technique could only be performed by ace operators. Clang! 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 4 consecutive sounds of cold weapons striking one another rang out. Zhou Qiaoling's ability to adapt was very strong. He had blocked Xiao Jun's 4-hit combo attack. He hoped that the combo would stop there because he knew he was already at his limit. Unfortunately, his hopes were shattered as Xiao Jun moved on to the 5th strike of his combo. Zhou Qiaoling bit down hard and wielded his weapon with difficulty. Clang! Following a loud clash, Zhou Qiaoling's large sword was flung away. Although he had lost his weapon, Zhou Qiaoling was still able to block Xiao Jun's 5th consecutive strike. Zhou Qiaoling took a breather, thinking to himself, a 5-hit combo is the limit for a special class operator. There's no way he can manage a sixth strike. Right at that moment, Xiao Jun performed the sixth combo hit that no one expected. The entire audience stood up at the sight of this, wearing faces of astonishment, looking at the arena. Xiao Jun and a six-chain combo. Was this real? The reality of it was, as they saw, Xiao Jun had indeed performed a sixth combo hit. At that moment, Zhou Qiaoling was helpless as Xiao Jun struck him with great force, sending his entire mecha straight down to crash against the ground with great impact. Xiao Jun had wanted to repeat the seventh combo strike he had managed in his mind space, but unfortunately his fingers shook and slowed down after inputting half of the commands. The fluid feeling he felt vanished instantly and the seventh combo strike failed. Although Xiao Jun felt that it was a pity, at the same time he didn't have any regrets. He was already very satisfied that he was able to perform a six-hit combo attack, as this meant the barrier blocking him from reaching the title of ace operator had been broken. If he could stabilize his performance of the six-hit combo attack, he would be able to become an official ace operator after returning to the military academy. The seven-hit combo was not successful and did not manage to deal the opponent a heavy blow before he plummeted to the ground. This did not discourage Xiao Jun, however. He quickly operated his mecha to dive down at top speed, pointing his weapon at Zhou Qiaoling who was on the ground, stabbing straight down. Zhou Qiaoling's fall had made him dizzy, making him unable to grasp the current situation in the arena. However, his subconscious sensed danger, and without thinking he performed a barrel roll. With this, he managed to dodge Xiao Jun's attack from above. Although Zhou Qiaoling was able to dodge fast, Xiao Jun was also able to change his moves quickly. He instantly went from a stabbing motion to a slashing motion, slashing violently towards the mecha rolling away. Clang! Xiao Jun's sword slashed the opponent, the force so great it caused Zhou Qiaoling's mecha to be flung up into the air. Xiao Jun's assault did not end there, but further continued. One quick step and he had arrived below Zhou Qiaoling's mecha. Xiao Jun operated his mecha to fly upwards, and once he was close enough, his two legs began spinning like a whirlwind, aiming towards Zhou Qiaoling's mecha and kicking repeatedly with great force. Advanced skill, whirlwind kick. Audience members familiar with mecha skills screamed, unable to contain their excitement. This kick not only stunned Zhou Qiaoling who was in the mecha, but also caused his mecha to be kicked into the air. Xiao Jun's mecha quickly rotated and flew upwards. At the same time, both of its arms instantly reversed the grip on the sword, changing its direction. Special technique, twisting strike. Xiao Jun's mecha began to spin around Zhou Qiaoling's mecha at high speed. The ear-piercing, wailing screech of metal rang throughout the whole arena. Those who had poor physical abilities could not handle this noise, all of them plugging their ears and making a grimace. Right then, the barrier around the arena shone brightly. Those who paid attention saw that there was a new barrier that was formed in front of the original barrier. It was because of this new barrier that the ear-piercing screech suddenly seemed to sound very far away. It was no longer ear-piercingly painful. Twisting strike was a special technique. Its destructive power was clearly greater than high-level techniques. When Xiao Jun finished the technique, everyone could see that the outer shell of Zhou Qiaoling's mecha had become battered, electrical sparks sputtering from some of its parts. It appeared that the mecha's circuitry had already been damaged by Xiao Jun's twisting strike. Just when Xiao Jun was about to mount his next attack to increase his odds of winning and to knock out Zhou Qiaoling for good, the main referee, who realized Zhou Qiaoling's situation, raised up a red flag to indicate a timeout. Xiao Jun thought it was a shame. It was obvious that victory was at hand, yet it was ruined by the main referee. He angrily put away his cold weapon, hovering in the air and quietly looking at Zhou Qiaoling's mecha fall from the sky. It fell to the ground once again, creating a cloud of dust. The main referee made a quick dash and appeared beside Zhou Qiaoling's mecha. He attempted to contact the operator inside, but there was no response, which startled him. He immediately told both the technical team and medical team outside of the arena to move in for rescue. This made the crowd restless. Was it going to be another case like Zhang Jing'an's? Technical hackers quickly broke the passcode lock to the operator cockpit and opened it, after which the army physician jumped straight inside. 30 seconds later, the army physician stuck his head out and informed the others that the operator inside was not badly hurt. The reason they had not been getting a response from him was that the large vibrations from the last strike had unfortunately made him lose consciousness. After hearing the news, everyone was relieved. Although everyone knew that anything could happen during the competition, they hoped everything could still be safe, the reason being that all of the cadets attending the competition were geniuses chosen by the Federation government. Losing a single one of them would be cause for dismay. However, Zhou Qiaoling was not capable of continuing to battle in his current state, and thus victor of this battle had to be Xiao Jun. Starting from the beating drums and waving flags from the beginning of the battle, to Xiao Jun's major disadvantage in the later clashes, and then to the sudden explosiveness and successful display of a 6-hit combo attack, and finally to the huge turnaround, Xiao Jun's performance was undoubtedly brilliant. Xiao Jun made his way to the backstage of the arena, full of excitement. His victory against Zhou Qiaoling definitely made him happy, but what made him even happier was that he had successfully advanced to the level of ace operators. Congratulations! Congratulations! Xiao Ting and Ling Lan spoke one after the other with congratulatory tones. Xiao Ting spoke just like anyone else would, while Ling Lan was very indifferent. Both of their attitudes made Xiao Jun's excited mood evaporate into thin air. Humph, the feeling of success from advancing to ace operator didn't seem like much with these two geniuses around him. Fortunately, there was still Mu Xiaoyu. He was able to bring up the saddened mood. Xiao Jun, you slimy bastard, you managed to soar up to ace operator level. Your luck defies the laws of nature. Mu Xiaoyu's face was full of admiration and envy. Normal Mecca operators who reached the next level usually would choose a quiet place to continue exploring the sensation of having advanced. Breaking through to the next level during combat was extremely dangerous. Usually, at the moment of the breakthrough, Mecca operators who were in the state would be unable to feel the outside environment. This would allow an opponent a chance to land a decisive death blow. Even if they did not die, they would be stopped by their opponent, and they would then be brought out of that state of ascension and would never have the chance to advance to the next level. Xiao Jun began to feel pleased with himself, scratching his head and laughing like an idiot. As expected, advancing to ace level was a feat that would make others envious. However, if someone knew Xiao Jun well, they would know that he had some hidden suspicions masked by his idiotic laugh. He had a feeling that the death match between him and Boss Lan in the secret room was an imagination formed by his own mind. Only, why would he have been imagining a fight with Boss Lan? Shouldn't it be his old opponent Xiao Ting? Furthermore, his way of advancing to ace level was different from the way the instructors had taught. Leveling up during battle was only because of the opponent's relentlessness, bringing about a life-or-death situation to trigger the advancement. It was impossible that there would be an imaginary battle in his mind to cause the level up. This was also why he was able to successfully advance. Since he did not have a breakthrough during the battle in the real world, the loss of senses of the environment around him was also not in the real world. It was possible that he had felt the power for a very long time, but in the real world it could have been only a tenth of a second. Or maybe he had never stopped at all. This was very odd. Xiao Jun could not make heads or tails of it. He subconsciously glanced towards the indifferent Boss Lan who was standing beside him. He suspected whether it was Boss Lan who had a hand in all this. He didn't know why, but he still felt that Boss Lan had something to do with it. During the battle with Zhou Qiaoling, he heard a cold groan. No matter how many times he thought about it, it was for sure Boss Lan's voice. Xiao Jun was full of suspicion, wanting to ask Ling Lan for answers. However, he knew that right now was not the time for seeking answers. Xiao Jun was very sure that if people knew Ling Lan had the ability to help others advance to the ace level, this news would be even worse than Ling Lan becoming an ace operator during her second year. It would definitely be very troublesome. Producing ace operators was something the Federation government had never achieved in the last thousands of years. If Boss Lan really had this ability, the military would take control of her even if she was a monster of a genius operator. For the Federation, the value of an Imperial-class operator or a God-class operator couldn't be compared to millions of Ace-class operators. Ace operators were the soul of the battlefield. Although Xiao Jun looked like a boorish fellow, his thoughts were very detailed and careful, not careless and impulsive. Letting go of his suspicions, he intended to find a safe time and place to ask about this in private. Xiao Jun's victory brought the score of the round to 2-1, with the 1st Men's Military Academy in the lead. The faces of those from the 3rd Men's Military Academy turned green as they felt depressed from Xiao Jun's good luck. He was certain to have lost, yet he unexpectedly advanced to ace level and performed a 6-hit combo. This negated the advantage Zhou Qiaoling had and thus enabled him to successfully make a comeback. Even though we lost, we must still do well in the next 2 matches. The members of the 3rd Men's Military Academy encouraged each other. Even though they knew they were not a match for Qiao Ting, they still wanted to finish all 5 matches with the 1st Men's Military Academy to not soil the 3rd Men's Military Academy's name. However, when they saw Qiao Ting walk towards the Mecca holding area and prepare to board his Mecca into battle, the expressions on the faces of the 3rd Men's Military Academy dropped. The 1st Men's Military Academy wasn't even going to give them the chance at a 5th match. Once Qiao Ting came out, who could go against him? As expected, Qiao Ting easily defeated his opponent with 3 rifle shots in the 4th match and won the round. The 1st Men's Military Academy advanced to the finals with a 3-1 score. They still had to wait for a winner to be decided between the 1st Co-ed Military Academy and the 2nd Men's Military Academy, after which they would begin the finals for 1st and 2nd place. The 1st Co-ed Military Academy and the 2nd Men's Military Academy quickly finished their round. Compared to the 1st Men's Military Academy's oddball rankings and battle formation setup, these 2 military academies were much more organized. As trump cards, Lin Xiao and Jiang Xiaoyu were scheduled for the 5th match. The arrogance of being ace operators made them unable to go into battle first, and what's more, Jiang Xiaoyu wanted to carry out his revenge. The 4 matches before theirs were evenly matched, pretty much organized by strength levels, other than a few changes. It should be said that these 2 military academies were not much different in strength levels. The first 4 matches ended with 2 wins and 2 losses to each side respectively, reaching a draw. In the end, it would be the 2 ace mecha operators battling for the win. Both Jiang Xiaoyu and Lin Xiao, after facing each other in the single mecha battle semifinals, faced each other again in the group mecha battle semifinals. This time, however, the outcome of their battle would not only decide their fate, but also which of their military academies would come out on top. This time, Jiang Xiaoyu was determined to not be bewitched by Lin Xiao like he was in the previous match. The thought that his opponent's close combat abilities were not strong had made him careless, and this had given his opponent an opportunity which led to his defeat. At the same time, Lin Xiao was not naive enough to use the same trick to confuse his opponent. Since everyone's close combat ability was the strongest, there was no need to be secretive about it. Once the match started, he would simply take a close combat stance and fight like they had never fought before. Both of them were ace operators, equally matched in skill, but they still needed to determine a winner in the end. After battling hard for many rounds, both of them wanted to end it. In unplanned unison, they both used their most powerful offensive skill. Whirlwind Strike. This was Jiang Xiaoyu's ace surekill technique. Rippling Strike. This was the ace top-class skill Lin Xiao had been keeping as a trump card. A mecha could be seen beginning to rapidly spin while holding its weapon, while the cold weapon held by the other mecha began spinning furiously. One used their entire body with mountainous force, while the other's terrifying destructive force was derived from rapid rotations, aiming to scratch the surface and create an opening. Both weapons finally struck each other. Bang! A large shockwave shook the arena, ripples even forming on the transparent barrier surrounding it. From this, it was apparent that the impact was truly powerful. In the space above the arena, however, the 2 cold weapons respectively wielded by their owners withstood each other. The 2 mecha looked as though they were frozen in time, neither of them moving an inch. Boom! A large shattering sound erupted in the arena. The audience was surprised, not knowing where that sound had come from. Just as they were all still making guesses about it, a series of shattering sounds erupted in the stadium. This time, somebody suddenly shouted out in shock, "Quick, look at their cold weapons." That shout drew the audience's attention to focus on the cold weapons of the two mecha. Those with keen observation immediately figured out where the shattering sound had come from. It was from where their cold weapons had clashed. Cracks actually appeared on the blades, and following the sharp shattering sounds, more and more cracks formed. The great force born from ace-level techniques had utterly shattered both mechas' cold weapons. After a crack, both mechas' cold weapons could not hold their original shape and shattered into pieces, and not only that, the arms of their mecha also fell apart simultaneously. The two arms of Jiang Xiaoyu's mecha holding his sword began to crumble. While the same was happening to Lin Xiao, his situation was a bit better compared to Jiang Xiaoyu, the reason being that he was wielding his sword with one hand, thus, only his right arm was breaking apart. This basically determined the final winner. After both launched strikes at one another, the resulting great force destroyed both arms of Jiang Xiaoyu's mecha, whereas Lin Xiao was lucky enough to still have his left hand intact. Without both arms, Jiang Xiaoyu could no longer use his left hand to hold a gun and match Lin Xiao in a long-range battle. Although Jiang Xiaoyu had tried his best to delay the match until the end of the time limit, he would ultimately still lose to Lin Xiao due to the scoring. Jiang Xiaoyu lost to Lin Xiao again. This meant that in terms of mecha piloting, Lin Xiao was indeed more capable than Jiang Xiaoyu, and that was why he was able to defeat his opponent twice and win. Just like that, the finals opponent for the first men's military academy became the first co-ed military academy. This result made the two girls, Luo Chao and Han Shuya, feel conflicted regarding the two academies. They didn't know if they should be cheering for their own military academy or cheer for Boss Lan. In the end, Luo Chao decided to be a bit selfish and cheered for her boss Lan. It was a pity for those seniors, who were just heartlessly abandoned by their two juniors, Luo Chao and Han Shuya. However, before the finals, the battle for the third and fourth place had to be fought. This battle was between the two schools with no chance or luck in getting into the finals, the second and third men's military academy. Since their strength levels were on par with each other, they also fought hard for 5 matches, and because of the destruction of his mecha's arms from the previous fight, Jiang Xiaoyu had to use the reserve mecha. Zhou Chaoling managed to only keep the match at a draw, most likely because the lack of time had led to the reserve model not being calibrated to the best possible condition. It could also be that after losing to Lin Xiao, his mentality was wavering, in addition to his careful and solid control of the mecha. This had resulted in the match remaining at a draw until the end of the match. Neither of them landed a decisive blow. No points were deducted as both their mecha operation had been near perfect. Their scores were the same at the end, however, military academy rankings were unlike single battles, as they could not end with a draw. In the very end, the official could only ask the teams to draw numbers out of a bag to determine the winner. It should be known that Jiang Xiaoyu was extremely unlucky in this tournament. He picked a number first, yet he managed to pick out the smallest number. Just like that, the third men's military academy was deemed victorious for this match, taking third place, while the second men's military academy unexpectedly fell to fourth place, reaching an all-time low compared to the last 30 years. It had to be noted that in many of the previous years, the second men's military academy had always placed in second place in the group tournament. After losing the group matches, the second men's military academy's overall score dropped to fourth place. If they did not manage to turn things around in the next day's battle royale, the second men's military academy may again produce the lowest overall score ever. This made both instructors and cadets of the second men's military academy feel suffocated. Mind you, they had been planning on taking first place. After the matches determining the third and fourth place came to an end, the backstage began to become busy. After 30 minutes, the final group matches for the title of first and second place that everyone was awaiting would begin. But a new round of battles for who goes in which match ensued in the first men's military academies group. "Let's use the same tactic," Mu Xiaoyu said while readying his fists. Han Yu, who had already woken up from his meditative state, said, "Of course. The good luck they had was not easy to come by. They must seize the moment and use it to their advantage." Xiao Jun was also full of confidence. He hadn't missed out on any matches since they started using rock-paper-scissors to determine the match lineup. He had a feeling that his luck would be very good this time as well. Xiao Ting glanced at Ling Lan and softly asked, "How about it?" "Sure," Ling Lan said indifferently. The five of them formed a circle once again and began to play rock-paper-scissors to see who would win. "Haha, like I said, my luck is overflowing in this tournament. Thanks guys, looks like I have taken the first match." Xiao Jun laughed hysterically, his eyes full of pride. He had once again taken down 4 people with a single rock. "Mother, your luck is ing off the charts today." Mu Xiaoyu angrily bumped Xiao Jun with his shoulder. Xiao Jun didn't react in time and was bumped out of the circle. He wanted to stand firm right after, but suddenly his knees felt weak, causing him to kneel down and drop heavily to the ground. He began to curse loudly, gritting his teeth from the pain. Mu Xiaoyu and Han Yu began to laugh hysterically after seeing Xiao Jun's situation, pointing and screaming out that he was getting what he deserved for his prideful behavior. Ling Lan flicked the lowered finger on her right hand and coldly looked towards Xiao Ting who was beside her. Xiao Ting coolly turned his head away but, unfortunately, the red spot behind his ear had exposed his embarrassment. Not only had Ling Lan secretly done something, even the proud Xiao Ting had not managed to rein in his depressed feeling, which was why he had also quietly punished the overly prideful and arrogant Xiao Jun. Of course, he had faced the consequences of his actions. Ling Lan glanced disdainfully at Xiao Jun who had already gotten up and begun to rub his knees, to think he had the audacity to show off in front of her. The 4 of them ignored Xiao Jun and started the next round of rock-paper-scissors. This time, Mu Xiaoyu was tossed out. Mu Xiaoyu crouched down and held his head in frustration in the face of this result. "Why did I use paper? If I had used rock, then wouldn't the second round have been mine for the taking?" This time, he had ended up the one to hold the line in the 5th match. Just the 3 of them, Ling Lan, Xiao Jun, and Xiao Ting, would be able to savagely acquire 3 wins even without Han Yu. What would he be doing if he went after them? While Mu Xiaoyu was flooded with regret, the others had determined a winner after starting a new round. Xiao Ting calmly retracted his fist, but revealed a bit of joy between his brows. "Thank you for giving me the second match." Han Yu angrily took back his scissors and faced Ling Lan who had also lost from using scissors. After a few seconds, the match was decided. Han Yu looked at his palm as if he was about to gobble it up. Ling Lan said coldly, "Captain Han, thank you for your generosity." Just like that, the order in which the contestants from First Men's Military Academy would be going into battle was established. First match, Xiao Jun; second match, Xiao Ting; third match, Ling Lan; fourth match, Han Yu; fifth match, Mu Xiaoyu. Time passed by very quickly and the half-hour quickly passed. The matches between the First Men's Military Academy versus the First Co-ed Military Academy had begun. It was the first match. Xiao Jun was up. Whether it was the audience or their opponents, they had all given up on trying to figure out what order they would send out their members into battle. Who knows who they'll be sending out, so they thought. Even Xiao Ting could appear in battle in any of the first 3 positions. Anything can happen, right? Although Xiao Jun had advanced to ace operator level, the mecha he brought was a special class mecha, and that being the case, he could only use the special class mecha. However, a special class operator operating a special class mecha and an ace operator operating a special class mecha were 2 completely different concepts. No matter if it was speed or power, ace operators could operate the special class mechas to their limit. The first Co-ed Military Academy sent out their 4th strongest member for the first round, a special class top-level operator with capabilities similar to that of Xiao Jun. He didn't really inconvenience Xiao Jun that much and was easily defeated. Xiao Jun took the first match without any issues. The first co-ed military academy wasn't ready to give up just yet because, in reality, they were more happy than regretful. Although they did think that it was a pity that their fourth strongest had become a sacrifice for Xiao Jun, the result of having used a somewhat weaker member to make the first men's military academy expend their second strongest player was doubtlessly a good one. After 10 minutes of intermission, the second match of the finals began. Xiao Ting went out onto the arena, which made everyone restless again. Although the audience didn't care about what order the first men's military academy had set up, was it really wise to send out their strongest member into the second match? For the first co-ed military academy, this was like being wild with joy after striking gold, the reason being that they sent out their weakest member for the second match. Using their weakest member to expend the opposing side's strongest ace operator was a wonderful thing for them. Even if they had gone to great pains to formulate a plan, the result may not have been as good as this. There was even a member who slapped himself hard in the face to see if he was dreaming. Naturally, no issues cropped up in the ensuing fight. Xiao Ting easily defeated his opponent and took the second match. The first men's military academy had taken the first two matches. Now they would be able to be the crown champions of the group tournament after winning the next match, but the audience couldn't see it happening. Some people even frowned at the result, as the first academy's two strongest ace operators were already expended. There was still 3 matches left. Could the other members of the first men's military academy really be able to take one of the remaining 3 matches? It should be known that among the 3 people left from the first co-ed military academy, there was not only an ace operator, but also 2 other similarly capable special class peak level operators. By contrast, the 3 members left in the first men's military academy were the weakest 3. If the order of the next 3 matches was weakest versus strongest, then the situation would not look well for the first men's military academy. The third match is the most important one. Everyone held the same thought in mind. If the first men's military academy followed through to win this third match, then first place would belong to the first men's military academy. However, if they suffered a setback instead, the morale of the first men's military academy would be affected. The result was hard to determine. In the first men's military academy's audience area, Qi Long and the others were waiting for the third match to begin. Seeing how everyone was growing somewhat bored, Lin Zhongqing took out a bag of goodies from his backpack and handed it to Xie Yi, who was sitting beside him. Xie Yi opened the bag and saw that it contained sunflower seeds to help pass the time. These were great for keeping one occupied during these dull moments. Very quickly, the members of the Ling Tian battle clan divided a large portion of those seeds amongst each other. Lin Zhongqing also didn't forget the other teams and handed out another 3 to 4 bags. While everyone was munching on sunflower seeds, they began to discuss who would be the next one from their academy to come out onto the arena. Boss said it before, they determined the order by rock paper scissors. Since luck is the main factor, you really can't predict the outcome, Luo Lang said amongst all the discussion. Li Lanfeng's hands, which were peeling sunflower seeds, slightly shuddered. Is it really just luck? He wondered, his mouth revealing a small smirk. If Rabbit did something, it couldn't be so simple, right? Sitting beside Li Lanfeng, Han Jijian noticed the former's odd behavior. He quickly shot a glance towards Li Lanfeng, knowing fully well that Li Lanfeng had also realized the secret behind the ordering after having watched many matches. Other than the fixed sequence in the beginning, the ordering through pure luck using rock-paper-scissors still followed a certain pattern. Xiao Jun was obviously on the brink of advancement, so the continuous fighting was benefiting him, and thus, Xiao Jun always came out in the third match. This was the work of both Xiao Ting and their boss. Han Yu was not very capable, therefore, they cut down his appearance in the matches. Mu Xiaoyu's strength wasn't bad, so he would have more of a chance to be in the first 3 matches than Han Yu. The 3 that had gone a long way since the beginning of the finals, Xiao Jun, Ling Lan and Xiao Ting, were the 3 strongest individuals from the first men's military academy. Their chances to come out and do battle were the highest. It was obvious that the order decided by the rock-paper-scissors arrangement was, in reality, not really determined by luck. Han Jijian was very impressed with Li Lanfeng right now. He had known since he was very young that his boss Lan would not do something so immature. There had to be a hidden meaning to all this, so when the boss had said they would decide using rock paper scissors, he had thought long about this decision, as to why he would use this method. Every time they finished determining the order, he had always carefully examined it, and now he was finally able to understand something. He hadn't thought that someone like Lan Luofong, who joined them afterwards, also knew so much about the boss. He really was looking out for the boss if he could come to such a conclusion as well. Han Jijian would not exclude anyone who looked out for the boss. A thought flashed in Han Jijian's mind, and he said, Senior Lan Luofong definitely knows who will be the next person on the lineup. Han Jijian's words made everyone quickly direct their eyes towards Lan Luofong. Lan Luofong turned his head towards Han Jijian, his hands shaking. Han Jijian's eyes were bright as day, his pupils dilated, almost separating them from his sockets. This wasn't the expression of a prankster, but one of sincerity. Lan Luofong immediately knew of Han Jijian's intentions. The latter wanted to give him a chance to prove himself in order to improve his standing with the other teammates, to prove that he was a competent strategist. Lan Luofong smiled. Only he knew of the excited expression he had under his masked expression. He calmed himself down with great effort. He couldn't waste the chance that Han Jijian had given him. He pulled himself together, pumping his fists together and coughing once. This made those who were waiting for the answer to shoot a bunch of cold, sharp glances at him. Lan Luofong did not dare to hesitate any longer, otherwise he would be making everyone angry. He said, if my guess is correct, Boss Lan will be the one coming out to fight. Why is it Boss? Luo Lang, unlike the others who were deep in thought, asked in confusion. Seeing this, Xiaoing held his forehead and laughed bitterly. Compared to those intelligent individuals from the other teams, Luo Lang, being in this team, was really a newbie at this. Lan Luofong looked towards Han Jijian and smiled. Junior Jijian understands this as well. Since Han Jijian gave him a chance to show off, he had to return the favor and give Han Jijian a chance as well. And of course, Han Jijian understood Lan Luofong's intentions. He didn't object to it and began to explain, in this matchup, Boss Lan and the others probably want to show how domineering the first men's military academy is, and take first place by defeating the opponent in the first 3 rounds. Therefore, the order in which they appear will definitely be the strongest individuals from our military academy. Since both Xiao Jun and Xiao Ting have been sent out, then the third match will definitely be our boss. After hearing this, Luo Lang was still quite perplexed. He asked, didn't they say they would decide by rock paper scissors? Then why is it definitely going to be boss coming out for the third match? The other two have a chance too. After saying that, he whispered, luck isn't something that you can determine. Xiaoing could no longer stand Luo Lang's newbie remarks and quickly added, we are probably basing it off luck, but with boss's capabilities, luck is not even in the equation. Right then, Luo Lang had a realization. This was true. For monsters like their boss, whether they came out to fight or not, luck would not be an issue, it was up to whether their boss wanted to or not. Seeing that Luo Lang had come to an understanding, Xiaoing silently wiped away a streak of cold sweat. Luo Lang finally stopped his continued humiliation of the team and Xiaoing. Ugh! What just happened? The first men's military academy predicted that the next to come out would be Ling Lan. Shortly after, the third match was about to begin. The large screen showed a few large characters. First men's vs first co-ed, third match, Ling Lan vs Yifei. Seeing those words, Lan Luofong and Han Jijian both smiled, now knowing that their predictions had been accurate. The crowd in the bleachers once again erupted into heated discussion after the information of the players who would be in the third match was announced. Yifei is the second strongest special class top-level operator in the first co-ed military academy, only weaker by a bit compared to Lin Shiao. Looks like the first co-ed military academy made a good choice, said those who were in favor of the first co-ed military academy. Ling Lan should be considered the third strongest in the first men's military academy, only behind Xiao Ting and Xiao Jun. This match still has something going for it. Due to Ling Lan's previous performances, many members of the audience were looking forward to how she would do. Although that Ling Lan's basic training is perfect, looking at his previous opponents, they were comparatively weaker. This time he probably won't be as lucky with this opponent. There were some who looked down upon Ling Lan. In the first co-ed military academy's side of the bleachers, Luo Chao's face suddenly turned bright red after seeing the names on the big screen. She was unable to contain her admiration. Han Shuya made a face upon hearing the seniors sitting around her saying that there was a chance they would be able to take this match. She lightly nudged Luo Chao and whispered, "Hey, Senior Yi doesn't stand a chance, right?" Although Han Shuya wasn't completely certain of Ling Lan's mecha operating capabilities, like everyone else, she believed that Ling Lan was a special class operator. However, from her childhood, her image of how Ling Lan was invincible was etched in stone for her. She had always believed that Boss Lan was invincible amongst those of the same level. Luo Chao carefully glanced at the seniors around her, and upon seeing that their attention was not on her, she quickly nodded her head. Truthfully, from how Luo Chao saw it, Boss Lan would not lose even if Senior Lin Xiao went up to fight, and the one currently on the field was Senior Yi. He was pretty much just delivering himself on a platter for Ling Lan. Luo Chao began to feel pity for Senior Yi, who was amiable and caring to them. Boss Lan would hopefully go easy on him since he was their senior. Luo Chao suddenly felt sorry towards her own military academy and seniors for having such thoughts. She felt guilty, which made her already red face turn even redder, and she subconsciously began to play with her fingers. She would rather have her senior lose and not Boss Lan, who took care of her when she was little. Luo Chao bit her lip and decided she was going to be selfish this time. She would only cheer for Boss Lan. Right then, the two mechas of the contestants entered the arena. They were none other than Ling Lan and her opponent Yi Feiyang. Yi Feiyang's mecha was the same as Ling Lan's, both were balanced type mecha. Following Ling Xiao's advancement to God class, there had been an exponential increase in mecha operators choosing balanced type mecha for use. This made the not-so-valued balanced type mecha instantly become the Federation's most popular type. After the main referee in the center of the arena made sure the two competitors were ready, he waved the green flag in his hand, and then the match officially began. Ling Lan didn't really change her battle strategy, still going with her choice of long-range attacks. After the green flag was waved, she flicked her fingers a few times, then began to quickly operate her mecha. From the perspective of the normal audience members, it felt as if Ling Lan's mecha had rapidly flown backwards at the same time the green flag was waved. In the eyes of top-level operators, however, Ling Lan had taken a delay of milliseconds to move after the flag was waved and thus hadn't performed a good flag speed control. Going by this, it seemed that her flag speed control from before was only by pure luck. The top-level operators all made this conclusion. Only Ling Xiao's face had a smile growing. Ling Lan's opponent, Yi Feiyang, also made a similar display. Once Ling Lan moved, he moved as well, operating virtually at the same time Ling Lan did, minimizing his starting movement delay as much as possible, and this made the eyes of those top-level operators light up. They guessed there were many talented individuals in this year's tournament. Yi Feiyang didn't choose to move back like Ling Lan, but instead closely followed after Ling Lan in the same direction. He wanted to engage in close combat with Ling Lan. Yi Feiyang was someone who always came prepared. Other than Xiao Ting, Yi Feiyang had studied the battle recordings of the other four contestants because those four were likely to be his opponent. Among those four, Ling Lan was the one whom he had paid most attention to, as she operated a balanced-type mecha just like he did. After careful study, he couldn't deny that Ling Lan was pretty much invulnerable when it came to long-range combat. He wasn't confident that he would be able to take the win if they fought a long-range battle. When he was forming his battle strategy, Yi Feiyang decided to try to stay as close as possible. Although using balanced-type mecha required strong skills in close combat and long-range combat, people would always have their own preferences. Lin Shiao, for example, favored close combat more and was weaker in long-range combat. Similar to Lin Xiao, Yi Feiyang was also slightly better at close combat than long-range combat. Since Ling Lan's long-range abilities were that strong, it wouldn't make sense if his close-range combat was even stronger. Yi Feiyang didn't believe that Ling Lan could be such a monster and firmly believed that Ling Lan's skill in close combat was weaker than his own. He hoped to use his strong suit instead of his weaker side, not giving the opposition any chance at long-range combat. In the bleachers of the First Men's Military Academy, Qi Long watched the two Mecca, one running and one chasing. He nudged Han Jijian who was beside him with his elbow. "Jijian, I'm seeing correctly, right? That guy from the First Co-ed Military Academy wants to engage in close combat with Boss Lan. Is that guy crazy? The worst thing that could happen if he competes with Boss in ranged combat is that he could get hit and lose all his points. The only thing that could be even worse than that is probably the shots being too strong, accidentally destroying his mecha, but that wouldn't bring harm to himself as long as he operates well. When it comes to close combat, though." Qi Long's body shook violently as he thought back to that time when he was beaten to a pulp. He firmly suppressed that thought, holding it back. He really didn't want to bring up that memory again. Qi Long's words made Han Jijian's hands shake, so much so that he couldn't hold the sunflower seed in his hand and let it fall. At that moment, Han Jijian's teeth began to ache. Seriously, he really didn't want to recall the experiences of doing close combat with Boss Lan, alright?